Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Taker by Alma Katsu. Read by Laura Lefko.
Part 1. Chapter 1. Goddamn freezing cold. Luke Finley's breath hangs in the air, nearly a solid thing, shaped like a frozen wasp's nest, wrung of all its oxygen. His hands are heavy on the steering wheel. He is groggy, having woken just in time to make the drive to the hospital for the night shift. The snow-covered fields to either side of the road are ghostly sweeps of blue in the moonlight. The blue of lips, about to go numb from hypothermia. The snow is so deep it covers all traces of the stumps of stalks and brambles that normally choke the fields and gives the land a deceptively calm appearance. He often wonders why his neighbors remain in this northernmost corner of Maine. It's lonely and frigid, a tough place to farm. Winter rains half the year, snow piles to the windowsills, and a serious, biting cold whips over the empty potato fields. Occasionally, someone does freeze solid, and because Luke is one of the few doctors in the area, he's seen a number of them. A drunk, and there is no shortage of them in St. Andrew, falls asleep against a snowbank, and by morning has become a human popsicle. A boy skating on the Allagash River plunges through a weak spot in the ice. Sometimes the body is discovered halfway to Canada, at the junction where the Allagash meets up with the St. John. A hunter goes snowblind and can't make his way out of the Great North Woods, his body found sitting with its back against a stump, shotgun lying uselessly across his lap. That weren't no accident, Joe Duchesne, the sheriff, told Luke in disgust when the hunter's body was brought to the hospital. Old Ollie Ostergaard, he wanted to die. That's just his way of committing suicide. But Luke suspects if this were true, Ostergaard would have shot himself in the head. Hypothermia is a slow way to go. Plenty of time to think better of it. Luke eases his truck into an empty parking space at the Aroostook County Hospital, cuts the engine, and promises himself again that he is going to get out of St. Andrew. He just has to sell his parents' farm and then he's going to move, even if he's not sure where. Luke sighs from habit, yanks the keys out of the ignition, and heads to the entrance to the emergency room. The duty nurse nods as Luke walks in, pulling off his gloves. He hangs up his parka in the tiny doctor's lounge and returns to the admitting area. Judy says, "Joe called. He's bringing in a disorderly he wants you to look at. Should be here any minute." "Trucker?" When there is trouble, usually it involves one of the drivers for the logging companies. They are notorious for getting drunk and picking fights at the Blue Moon. "No." Judy is absorbed in something she's doing on the computer. Light from the monitor glints off her bifocals. Luke clears his throat for her attention. Who is it then? Someone local?" Luke is tired of patching up his neighbors. It seems only fighters, drinkers, and misfits can tolerate the hard-bitten town. Judy looks up from the monitor, fist planted on her hip. No, a woman. And not from around here either." That is unusual. Women are rarely brought in by the police except when they're the victim. Occasionally, a local wife will be brought in after a brawl with her husband, or in the summer, a female tourist may get out of hand at the Blue Moon. But this time of year, there's not a tourist to be found. Something different to look forward to tonight. He picks up a chart. "Okay, what else we got?" He half listens as Judy runs down the activity from the previous shift. It was a fairly busy evening, but right now, 10 p.m., it's quiet. Luke goes back to the lounge to wait for the sheriff. He can't endure another update of Judy's daughter's impending wedding, an endless lecture on the cost of bridal gowns, caterers, florists. "Tell her to elope," Luke said to Judy once, and she looked at him as though he'd professed to being a member of a terrorist organization. "A girl's wedding is the most important day of her life," Judy scoffed in reply. "You don't have a romantic bone in your body. No wonder Trisha divorced you." He has stopped retorting, "Trisha didn't divorce me, I divorced her," because nobody listens anymore. Luke sits on the battered couch in the lounge and tries to distract himself with a Sudoku puzzle. He thinks instead of the drive to the hospital that evening, the houses he passed on the lonely roads, solitary lights burning into the night. What do people do, stuck inside their houses for long hours during the winter evenings? As the town doctor, there are no secrets kept from Luke. He knows all the vices: who beats his wife, who gets heavy-handed with his children, who drinks and ends up putting his truck into a snowbank, who is chronically depressed from another bad year for the crops and no prospects on the horizon. The woods of St. Andrew are thick and dark with secrets. It reminds Luke of why he wants to get away from this town. He's tired of knowing their secrets, and of them knowing his. Then there is the other thing, the thing he thinks about every time he steps into the hospital lately. It hasn't been so long since his mother died, and he recalls vividly the night they moved her to the ward euphemistically called the hospice, the rooms for patients whose ends are too close to warrant moving them to the rehab center in Fort Kent. Her heart function had dropped below 10%, and she fought for every breath, even wearing an oxygen mask. He sat with her that night alone because it was late and her other visitors had gone home. When she went into arrest for the last time, he was holding her hand. She was exhausted by then, and stirred only a little. Then her grip went slack, and she slipped away as quietly as sunset falling into dusk. The patient monitor sounded its alarm at nearly the same time the duty nurse rushed in. But Luke hit the switch and waved off the nurse without even thinking. He took the stethoscope from around his neck and checked her pulse and breathing. She was gone. The duty nurse asked if he wanted a minute alone, and he said yes. Most of the week had been spent in intensive care with his mother, and it seemed inconceivable that he could just walk away now. So he sat at her bedside and stared at nothing, certainly not at the body, and tried to think of what he had to do next. Call the relatives. They were all farmers living in the southern part of the county. Call Father Lyman over at the Catholic Church Luke couldn't bring himself to attend. Pick out a coffin. So many details required his attention. He knew what needed to be done because he'd been through it all just 7 months earlier when his father died. But the thought of going through this again was just exhausting. It was at times like these that he most missed his ex-wife. Trisha, a nurse, had been good to have around during difficult times. She wasn't one to lose her head, practical even in the face of grief. This was no time to wish things were different. He was alone now and would have to manage by himself. He blushed with embarrassment, knowing how his mother had wanted him and Trisha to stay together, how she lectured him for letting her go. He glanced at the dead woman, a guilty reflex. Her eyes were open. They had been closed a minute ago. He felt his chest squeeze with hope, even though he knew it meant nothing, just an electrical impulse running through nerves as her synapses stopped firing, like a car sputtering as the last fumes of gas passed through the engine. He reached up and lowered her eyelids. They opened a second time, naturally, as though his mother was waking up. Luke almost jumped backward, but managed to control his fright. No, not fright. Surprise. Instead, he slipped on his stethoscope and leaned over her, pressing the diaphragm to her chest. Silent. No sluicing of blood through veins. No rasp of breath. He picked up her wrist. No pulse. He checked his watch. 15 minutes had passed since he had pronounced his mother dead. He lowered her cold hand, unable to stop watching her. He swore she was looking back at him, her eyes trained on him. And then her hand lifted from the bedsheet and reached for him, stretched toward him, palm up, beckoning him to take it. He did, calling her by name. But as soon as he grasped her hand, he dropped it. It was cold and lifeless. Luke took 5 paces away from the bed, rubbing his forehead, wondering if he was hallucinating. When he turned around, her eyes were closed and her body was still. He could scarcely breathe for his heart thumping in his throat. It took 3 days before he could bring himself to talk to another doctor about what had happened. He chose old John Mueller, a pragmatic GP who was known for delivering calves for his rancher neighbor. Mueller had given him a skeptical look as though he suspected Luke might have been drinking. "Twitching of fingers and toes? Yeah, that happens," he'd said. "But 15 minutes later? Muscular skeletal movement?" Mueller eyed Luke again, as though the fact that they were even talking about it was shameful. "You think you saw it because you wanted to. You didn't want her to be gone." Luke knew that wasn't it. But he wouldn't raise it again, not among doctors. "Besides," Mueller had wanted to know, "what difference does it make? So the body may have moved a little. You think she was trying to tell you something? You believe in that life-after-death stuff?" Thinking about it now, 4 months later, still gives Luke a slight chill, running down both arms. He puts the Sudoku book on the side table and works his fingers over his skull, trying to massage out the confusion. The door to the lounge pushes back a crack. It's Judy. "Joe's pulling in up front." Luke goes outside without his parka, so the cold will slap him awake. He watches Duchesne pull up to the curb in a big SUV painted black and white, a decal of the Maine state seal on the front doors, and a low-profile light bar strapped to the roof. Luke has known Duchesne since they were boys. They were not in the same grade, but they overlapped at school, so he's seen Duchesne's narrow, ferret-like face with the beady eyes and the slightly sinister nose for more than 20 years. Hands tucked into his armpits for warmth, Luke watches Duchesne open the back door and reach for the prisoner's arm. He's curious to see the disorderly. He's expecting a big, mannish biker woman, red-faced and with a split lip, and is surprised to see the woman is small and young. She could be a teenager, slender and boyish, except for the pretty face and mass of yellow corkscrew curls, a cherub's hair. Looking at the woman, girl, Luke feels a strange tingle, a buzz behind his eyes. His pulse picks up something almost like recognition. "I know you," he thinks. Not her name, perhaps, but something more fundamental. What is it? Luke squints, studying her more closely. Have I seen her somewhere before? No. He realizes he's mistaken. As Duchesne pulls the woman along by the elbow, her hands tied together with a flexi-cuff, a second police vehicle pulls up, and a deputy, Clay Henderson, gets out and takes over escorting the prisoner into the emergency ward. As they pass, Luke sees the prisoner's shirt is wet, stained black, and she smells of a familiar blend of iron and salt, the smell of blood. Duchesne steps close to Luke, nodding in the pair's direction. "We found her like that walking along the logging road to Fort Kent." "No coat? Coatless in this weather? She couldn't have been out for long." "Nope. Listen, I need you to tell me if she's hurt, or if I can take her back to the station and lock her up." As far as law enforcement officers went, Luke's always suspected Duchesne of being heavy-handed. He's seen too many drunks brought in with lumps on their skulls or facial bruising. This girl, she's only a kid. What in the world could she have done? "Why is she in custody? For not wearing a coat in this weather?" Duchesne gives Luke a sharp look, unaccustomed to being mocked. "That girl is a killer. She told us she stabbed a man to death and left his body out in the woods." Luke goes through the motions of examining the prisoner, but he can barely think for the strange pulsing in his head. He shines a penlight into her eyes. They are the palest blue eyes he's ever seen, like two shards of compressed ice, to see if her pupils are dilated. Her skin is clammy to the touch, her pulse low and her breathing ragged. "She's very pale," he says to Duchesne as they step away from the gurney to which the prisoner has been strapped at the wrists. "That could mean she's going cyanotic, going into shock." "Does that mean she's injured?" Duchesne asks, skeptical. "Not necessarily. She could be in psychological trauma. Could be from an argument. Maybe from fighting with this man she says she killed. How do you know it's not self-defense?" Duchesne, hands on hips, stares at the prisoner on the gurney as though he can discern the truth just by looking at her. He shifts his weight from one foot to the other. "We don't know anything. She hasn't said much. Can't you tell if she's wounded? 'Cause if she's not hurt, I'll just take her in. I have to get that shirt off, clean off the blood. Get to it. I can't stay here all night. I left Boucher in the woods looking for that body." Even with the full moon, the woods are dark and vast, and Luke knows the Deputy Boucher has little chance of finding a body by himself. Luke picks at the edge of his latex glove. "So go help Boucher while I do the examination. I can't leave the prisoner here. Oh, for Christ's sakes," Luke says, jerking his head in the slight young woman's direction. "She's hardly going to overpower me and escape. If you're that worried about it, have Henderson stay." They both glance at Henderson tentatively. The big deputy leans against a counter, leafing through an old Sports Illustrated left in the waiting room, a cup of vending machine coffee in his hand. He's shaped like a cartoon bear and is appropriately, amicably dim. He won't be of much help to you in the woods. "Nothing's going to happen," Luke says impatiently, turning away from the sheriff as though the matter is already settled. He feels Duchesne's stare bore into his back, unsure if he should argue with Luke. And then the sheriff lurches away, heading for the double set of sliding doors. "Stay here with the prisoner," he yells at Henderson as he jams the heavy fur-lined hat onto his head. "I'm going back to help Boucher. Idiot couldn't find his own ass with both hands in a map." Luke and the nurse attend to the woman strapped to the gurney. He hefts a pair of scissors. "I'm going to have to cut your shirt away," he warns her. "You might as well. It's ruined," she says in a soft voice with an accent Luke can't place. The shirt is obviously expensive. It's the kind of clothing you see in fashion magazines and that you would never find someone wearing in St. Andrew. "You're not from around here, are you?" Luke says, small talk to loosen her up. She studies his face, evaluating whether to trust him, or so Luke assumes. "I was born here, actually. That was a long time ago." Luke snorts. "A long time ago for you, maybe. If you were born here, I'd know you. I've lived in this area almost my entire life. What's your name?" She doesn't fall for his little trick. "You don't know me," she says flatly. For a few minutes, there's only the sound of wet fabric being cut, and it is hard going, the scissors' tiny beak moving sluggishly through the sodden material. After it's done, Luke stands back to let Judy swab the girl with gauze soaked in warm water. The bloody red streaks dissolve, revealing a pale, thin chest without a scratch on it. The nurse drops the forceps, holding the gauze to a metal pan noisily, and hustles out of the examination room as though she knew all along that they'd find nothing. And yet again, Luke has proven his incompetence. He averts his eyes as he drapes a paper sheet over the girl's naked torso. "I'd have told you I wasn't hurt if you'd asked," she says to Luke in a low whisper. "You didn't tell the sheriff, though," Luke says, reaching for a stool. "No, but I'd have told you." She nods at the doctor. "Do you have a cigarette? I'm dying for a smoke." I'm sorry, don't have any. I don't smoke, Luke replies. The girl looks at him, those ice blue eyes scanning his face. You gave them up a while ago, but you started again. Not that I blame you, given everything you've been through lately. But you have a couple of cigarettes in your lab coat, if I'm not mistaken. His hand goes to the pocket out of instinct, and he feels the papery touch of the cigarettes right where he had left them. Was that a lucky guess, or did she see them in his pocket? And what did she mean by, given everything you've been through lately? She's just pretending to read his mind, trying to get inside his head like any clever girl who finds herself in a fix would do. He has been wearing his troubles on his face lately. He just hasn't seen a way to fix his life yet. His problems are interconnected, all stacked up. He'd have to know how to fix all of them to take care of even one. There's no smoking in the building, and in case you've forgotten, you're strapped to a gurney. Luke clicks the top of his pen and reaches for a clipboard. We're a little short-handed tonight, so I'm going to need to get some information from you for the hospital records. Name? She regards the clipboard warily. I'd rather not say. Why? Are you a runaway? Is that why you don't want to give me your name? He studies her. She's tense, guarded, but under control. He's been around patients involved in accidental deaths, and they're usually hysterical, crying, shaking, screaming. This young woman is trembling slightly under the paper sheet, and she jiggles her legs nervously, but by her face Luke can tell she's in shock. He feels, too, that she is warming toward him. He senses a chemistry between them, as though she is willing him to ask her about the terrible thing that happened in the forest. Do you want to tell me what went on tonight? He asks, rolling closer to the gurney. Were you hitchhiking? Maybe you got picked up by someone, the guy in the woods? He attacks you, you defend yourself? She sighs and presses back into the pillow, staring at the ceiling. It was nothing like that. We knew each other. We came to town together. She stops, choking on the words. He asked me to help him die. Euthanasia? Was he already dying? Cancer? Luke is skeptical. The ones looking to kill themselves usually pick something quiet and surefire. Poison, pills, an idling car engine, and a length of garden hose. They don't ask to be stabbed to death. If this friend really wanted to die, he could have just sat under the stars all night until he froze. He glances at the woman, trembling under the paper sheet. Let me get a hospital gown and a blanket for you. You must be cold. Thank you, she says, dropping her gaze. He comes back with a much-laundered flannel gown, edged in pink, and a pilling acrylic blanket, baby blue. Maternity colors. He looks down at her hands, bound to the gurney with nylon strap restraints. Here, we'll do this one hand at a time, Luke says, undoing the restraint on the hand closest to the side table where the examination tools are laid out. Forceps, bloodied scissors, scalpel. Quick as a rabbit, she lunges for the scalpel, her slender hand closing around it. She points it at him, wild-eyed, her nostrils pink and flaring. Take it easy, Luke says, stepping backward off the stool, out of her arm's reach. There's a deputy just down the hall. If I call for him, it's over, you know? You can't get both of us with that little knife, so why don't you put down the scalpel? Don't call him, she says, but her arm is still outstretched. I need you to listen to me. I'm listening. The gurney is between Luke and the door. She can cut her other hand free in the time it takes him to make it across the room. I need your help. I can't let him arrest me. You have to help me escape. Escape? Suddenly, Luke isn't worried that the young woman with the scalpel will hurt him. He's feeling embarrassed for having let his guard down, allowing her to get the drop on him. Are you out of your mind? I'm not going to help you escape. Listen to me. You killed someone tonight. You said so yourself. It wasn't murder. He wanted to die. I told you that. And he came here to die because he grew up here too? Yes, she says, a little relieved. Then tell me who he is. Maybe I know him. She shakes her head. I told you. You don't know us. Nobody here knows us. You don't know that for sure. Maybe some of your relatives? Luke's obstinacy comes out when he gets angry. My family hasn't lived in St. Andrew for a long, long time. She sounds tired. Then she snaps. You think you know, do you? Okay. My name is McIlvrae. Do you know that name? And the man in the woods? His name is St. Andrew. St. Andrew? Like the town? Luke asks. Exactly, like the town, she replies, almost smugly. Luke feels funny bubbles percolating behind his eyes. Not recognition exactly. Where has he seen that name, McIlvrae? He knows he has seen it or heard it somewhere, but that knowledge is just out of reach. There hasn't been a St. Andrew in this town for, at least 100 years, Luke says, matter of fact, stung at being abraded by a girl pretending to have been born here, lying about a meaningless fact that won't do her a bit of good. Since the Civil War, or so I've been told. She jabs the scalpel at him to get his attention. Look, it's not like I'm dangerous. If you help me get away, I'm not going to hurt anyone else. She speaks to him as though he's the one being unreasonable. Let me show you something. Then, with no warning, she points the scalpel at herself and cuts into her chest, a long, broad line that catches her left breast and runs all the way to the rib area under her right breast. Luke is frozen in place for a moment as the line blooms red across her white skin. Blood oozes from the cut, pulpy red tissue starting to peep from the opening. Oh my God, he says. What the hell is wrong with this girl? Is she crazy? Does she have some kind of death wish? He snaps out of his baffled inertia and starts toward the gurney. Stay back, she says, jabbing the scalpel at him again. Just watch, look. She lifts her chest, arms outstretched, as though to give him a better view, but Luke can see fine, only he can't believe what he is seeing. The two sides of the cut are creeping toward each other like the tendrils of a plant, rejoining, knitting together. The cut has stopped bleeding and is starting to heal. Through it, the girl's breathing is rough, but she betrays no sign of pain. Luke can't be sure his feet are on the floor. He is watching the impossible. The impossible. What is he supposed to think? Has he gone crazy, or is he dreaming, asleep on the couch in the doctor's lounge? Whatever he's seen, his mind refuses to accept it and starts to shut down. What the hell? He says, barely a whisper. Now he is breathing again, his chest heaving up and down, his face flushing. He feels like he's going to vomit. Don't call for the policeman. I'll explain it to you. I swear. Just don't yell for help, okay? As Luke sways on his feet, it strikes him that the ER has fallen silent. Is there even anyone around to hear him if he did call out? Where is Judy? Where is the deputy? It's as if Sleeping Beauty's fairy godmother drifted into the ward and cast a spell, putting everyone to sleep. Outside the door to the examination room, it's dark, lights dimmed as usual for the night shift. The habitual noises, the far-off laugh track of a television program, the metallic ticking from inside the soda vending machine, have disappeared. There is no whir from a floor buffer wending its way laboriously down the empty halls. It's just Luke and his patient and the muffled sound of the wind beating against the side of the hospital, trying to get in. What was that? How did you do that? Luke asks, unable to keep the horror from his voice. He slides back onto the stool to keep from dropping to the floor. What are you? The last question seems to hit her like a punch to the sternum. She hangs her head, flossy blonde curls covering her face. That's the one thing I can't tell you. I don't know what I am anymore. I have no idea. This is impossible. Things like this don't happen. There is no explanation. What is she? A mutant? Made of synthetic self-healing materials? Is she some kind of monster? And yet she looks normal, the doctor thinks, as his heart rate picks up again and blood pounds in his ears. The linoleum tiles start to sway underfoot. We came back, he and I, because we missed the place. We knew everything here would be different, everyone would be gone, but we missed what we once had, the young woman says wistfully, staring past the doctor, speaking to no one in particular. The feeling he had when he first saw her this evening, the tingle, the buzz, arcs between them, thin and electric. He wants to know. Okay, he says shakily, hands on his knees. This is crazy. But go ahead. I'm listening. She takes a deep breath and closes her eyes momentarily, like she is about to dive underwater. And then she begins. Chapter 2. Maine Territory, 1809. I'll start at the beginning, because that is the part that makes sense to me, and which I've inscribed in my memory, afraid that otherwise it will be lost in the course of my journey in the endless unraveling of time. My first clear, vivid memory of Jonathan St. Andrew is of a bright Sunday morning in church. He was sitting at the end of his family's box at the front of the congregation hall. He was 14 years old at the time, and already as tall as any man in the village. Nearly as tall as his father, Charles, the man who had founded our little settlement. Charles St. Andrew was once a dashing militia captain, I was told, but at the time was middle-aged, with a patrician's soft belly. Jonathan wasn't paying attention to the service, but then again, probably few of us in attendance were. A Sunday service could be counted on to run for 4 hours, up to 8 if the minister fancied himself an elocutionist. So who could honestly say they remained fixed on the preacher's every word? Jonathan's mother Ruth, perhaps, who sat next to him on the plain, upright bench. She came from a line of Boston theologians, and would give Pastor Gilbert a good dressing down if she felt his service wasn't rigorous enough. Souls were at stake, and no doubt she felt the souls in this isolated wilderness town, far from civilizing influences, were at particular risk. Gilbert was no fanatic, however, and 4 hours was generally his limit. So we all knew we would be released soon to the glory of a beautiful afternoon. Watching Jonathan was a favorite pastime of the girls in the village, but on that particular Sunday, it was Jonathan who was the one watching. He made no secret of staring at Tenebrae's Poirier. His gaze hadn't wavered from her for a good 10 minutes. His sly brown eyes fixated on Tenebrae's lovely face and her swan-like neck, but mostly on her bosom, pressing against the tight calico of her bodice with every breath. Apparently it didn't matter to him that Tenebrae's was several years his senior and had been betrothed to Matthew Comstock since she was 6. Was it love? I wondered, as I watched him from high up in the loft, where my father and I sat with the other poor families. That Sunday, it was just me and my father, the balance of my family at the Catholic Church on the other side of town, practicing the faith of my mother, who came from an Acadian colony to the northeast. Resting my cheek against my forearm, I watched Jonathan intently, as only a lovesick young girl will do. At one point, Jonathan looked as though he was ill, swallowing with difficulty and finally turning away from Tenebrae's, who seemed oblivious to the effect she was having on the town's favorite son. If Jonathan was in love with Tenebrae's, then I might as well throw myself from the balcony of the congregation hall in full sight of everyone in town, because I knew with absolute clarity at age 12 that I loved Jonathan with all my heart, and that if I could not spend my life with him, I might as well be dead. I sat next to my father through the end of the service, my heart hammering in my throat, tears welling behind my eyes, even though I told myself I was a ninny to get carried away over something that was probably meaningless. When the service ended, my father, Kieran, took my hand, and led me down the stairs to join our neighbours on the common green. This was the reward for sitting through the service. The opportunity to talk to your neighbours, to have some relief after 6 days of hard, tedious work. For some, it was the only contact they'd had outside their family in a week, the only chance to hear the latest news and any bits of gossip. I stood behind my father as he spoke to a couple of our neighbours, peeking from behind him to find Jonathan, hoping he would not be with Tenebrae. He was standing behind his parents, alone, staring stonily into the backs of their heads. He clearly wished to leave, but he might as well have wished for snow in July. Socializing after services typically lasted for at least an hour, more if the weather was as pleasant as it was that day, and the stalwarts would practically have to be carried away. His father was doubly encumbered because there were plenty of men in town who saw Sundays as an opportunity to speak to the man who was their landlord or in a position to improve their fortune in some way. Poor Charles St. Andrew. I didn't realize till many years later the burden he had to endure. Where did I find the courage to do what I did next? Maybe it was desperation, and the determination not to lose Jonathan to Tenebrae that compelled me to slip away from my father. Once I was sure he hadn't noticed my absence, I made haste across the lawn toward Jonathan, weaving between the knots of adults talking. I was a tiny thing at that age, easily hidden from my father's view by the voluminous skirts of the ladies, until I went up to Jonathan. "Jonathan? Jonathan St. Andrew?" I said, but my voice came out as a squeak. Those beautiful dark eyes looked on me, and me alone, for the first time, and my heart did a little flip. "Yes? What do you want?" What did I want? Now that I had his attention, I had no idea what to say. "You're one of the McIlvraes, aren't you?" Jonathan said suspiciously. "Nevin is your brother." My cheeks colored as I remembered the incident. Why hadn't I thought of the incident before I came over? Last spring, Nevin had ambushed Jonathan outside the provisioner's store and bloodied his nose before adults pulled them apart. Nevin had an abiding hatred of Jonathan, for reasons unknown to all but Nevin. My father apologized to Charles St. Andrew for what was seen as nothing more than the sort of skirmish boys get into routinely, nothing sinister attached to it. What neither father knew was that Nevin would undoubtedly kill Jonathan if he ever saw the chance. "What do you want? Is this one of Nevin's tricks?" I blinked at him. I have something I wish to ask you." But I couldn't speak in the presence of all these adults. It was only a matter of time before Jonathan's parents realized there was a girl in their midst, and they would wonder what the devil Kieran McIlvrae's oldest daughter was doing, if indeed the McIlvrae children harbored some strange intent toward their son. I took his hand in both of mine. "Come with me." I led him through the crowd, back into the empty vestibule of the church, and for reasons I will never know, he obeyed me. Strangely, no one noticed our exit. No one cried out to stop us from going off together by ourselves. No one broke away to chaperone us. It was as though fate conspired, too, for Jonathan and I to have our first moment together. We went into the cloakroom with its cool slate floor and darkened recess. The sound of voices seemed a long way off, only murmurs and snippets of talk drifting in from the common. Jonathan fidgeted, confused. "So, what is it you wish to tell me?" he asked, an edge of impatience in his tone. I had intended to ask him about Tenebrae. I wanted to ask him about all the girls in the village, and which ones he cared for, and if he had been promised to one of them. But I couldn't. These questions choked in my throat and brought me to the edge of tears. And so in desperation, I leaned forward and pressed my lips against his. I could tell he was surprised by the way he drew back slightly before regaining his wits. And then he did something unexpected. He returned the kiss. He leaned into me, groping for my lips with his mouth, feeding his breath into me. It was a forceful kiss, hungry and clumsy, and so much more than I knew to expect. Before I had the chance to be frightened, he backed me against the wall, his mouth still over mine, and pressed into me until I bumped against the spot hidden beneath the front of his breeches and below the folds of his jacket. A moan escaped him. The first time I heard a moan of pleasure come from another person. Without a word, he took my hand and brought it to the front of his breeches, and I felt a shudder run through him as he uttered another moan. I drew my hand back. It tingled. I could still feel his hardness in my palm. He was panting, trying to get himself under control, confused that I'd pulled away from him. "Isn't that what you wanted?" he asked, studying my face, more than a little worried. "You did kiss me." I did." Words tumbled out of me. I meant to ask, Tenebrace?" "Tenebrace?" He stood back, smoothing the front of his waistcoat. "What of Tenebrace? What difference?" He trailed off, perhaps realizing he had been watched in church. He shook his head as though brushing aside the very notion of Tenebrace Poirier. "And what is your name? Which McIlvrae sister are you?" I couldn't blame him for being uncertain. There were 3 of us. "Lanore," I answered. "Not a very pretty name, is it?" he said, not realizing that every little word can bruise a young girl's heart. "I will call you Lanny, if you don't mind." "Now, Lanny, you know you are a very wicked girl." There was a playfulness in his voice to let me know he wasn't seriously angry with me. "Didn't anyone ever tell you that you should not tease a boy so? Especially boys you do not know." "But I know you. Everyone knows you," I said, somewhat alarmed that he would think me frivolous. He was the eldest son of the wealthiest man in town, the owner of the logging business around which the entire settlement revolved. Of course everyone knew who he was. And I believe that I love you. I mean to be your wife one day." Jonathan lifted a cynical eyebrow. "To know my name is one thing. But how can you possibly know you love me? How can you set your heart on me? You don't know me at all, Lanny, and yet you've declared yourself mine." He smoothed his jacket one more time. "We should go back outside before someone comes looking for us. It would be best if we were not seen together, don't you agree? You should go first." I stood there for a second, shocked. I was confused, still possessed of phantom traces of his desire, his kiss, and the memory of his hardness in my hand. In any case, he'd misunderstood me. I hadn't given myself to him. I had declared that he was mine. "All right," I said, and the disappointment must have been evident in my voice because Jonathan gave me his handsomest smile. "Don't worry, Lanny. There is next Sunday. We will see each other after service, I promise. Perhaps I can persuade you to give me another kiss." Shall I tell you about Jonathan? My Jonathan, and then you will understand how I could be so sure of my devotion. He was the firstborn of Charles and Ruth St. Andrew, and they were so thrilled to have a son that they named him on the spot, had him christened within the month, recklessly exulting in him in an age when most parents would not even name a child until it had lived for some time and proved it had a chance of survival. His father threw a great party while Ruth was still recuperating in her bed. Had everyone from the town come in for rum punch and sugared tea, plum cake and molasses cookies. Hired an Acadian fiddler. Had laughter and music so close after the boy's birth, it seemed the father was daring the devil. "Just try to come and take my boy. Just try and see what you will get." It was apparent from the earliest days that Jonathan was uncommon. He was exceptionally clever, exceptionally strong, exceptionally healthy, and above all, exceptionally beautiful. Women would sit rapt beside the cradle, beg for turns to hold him and pretend that the well-formed bundle of flesh and swirling tendrils of black gossamer was their own. Even men, down to the hardiest axeman working for St. Andrew in the logging operation, would get uncharacteristically misty when brought in proximity to the babe. By the time Jonathan reached his 12th birthday, there was no denying that there was something preternatural about him, and it seemed just as obvious to attribute this to his beauty. He was a wonder. He was perfection. That could not be said of many at the time. It was an age in which people were disfigured by any number of causes, smallpox or accident, burned at the hearth, spindly from malnutrition, toothless by 30, lumpy from a broken bone set improperly, scarified, palsied, scabbed from lack of hygiene, and, in our stretch of the woods, missing parts from frostbite. But there wasn't a disfiguring mark on Jonathan. He'd grown tall, straight and broad-shouldered, as majestic as the trees on his property. His skin was as flawless as poured cream. He had straight black hair, as glossy as a raven's wing, and his eyes were dark and bottomless, like the deepest recess of the Allagash. He was simply beautiful to look upon. Is it a blessing or a curse to have a boy like Jonathan living in your midst? Pity us girls, I say. Consider the effect a boy like Jonathan can have on the girls in a small village. In a town so limited, there are few other distractions, and it is impossible to avoid all contact with him. He was a constant, inescapable temptation. There was always the chance you might see him coming out of the provisioner's shop, or as he rode across a field, seemingly on some errand, but really sent by the devil to weaken our reserve. He didn't even have to be present to dominate our thoughts. As you sat with your sisters or friends to take up needlework, one of them would whisper about a recent glimpse of Jonathan, and then he would be all we could talk about. Perhaps we had a part in our own bedevilment, for the girls could not stop obsessing about him, whether on the occasion of a casual meeting. "Did he speak to you?" the girls would want to know. "What did he say?" Or a mere sighting in town, when even a detail as trifling as the color of his waistcoat was discussed. But what we were really thinking, all of us, was how he could look you over with an impertinent eye, or the way the very corner of his mouth turned up in speculation, and how any of us would die to be in his arms just once. And it was not just the young girls who felt this way about him, especially as he reached his teenage years, 15, 16. He already made the other men in the village seem spent, coarse, overfed or scrawny, and the good wives started to consider Jonathan differently. You could tell by the way they'd stare at him, their feverish looks, flushed cheeks, bitten lips, and the eternal hope in a quick drawing in of breath. There was the aspect about him of slight danger, too, of wanting to touch him, the way a mad voice in your head tells you to touch a hot iron. You know you cannot help but be hurt, but you cannot resist. You must just experience it for yourself. You ignore what you know will come next. The unbearable pain of seared flesh, the sharp bite of the burn all over again every time the wound is touched. The scar you will carry for the rest of your life, the scar that will mark your heart. Inured to love, you will never be quite so foolish in the same way again. In that respect, I was envied and ridiculed at the same time. Envied for all the time I spent in Jonathan's presence. Ridiculed because I had made it plain that there was no romance of any sort between us. This only confirmed in the eyes of the other girls that I lacked the necessary feminine wiles to pique a man's interest. But I was no different from them. I knew Jonathan had the ability to burn me up with the brilliance of his attention, like a flame to paper. A girl could be destroyed in an instant of divine love. The question was it worth it? You might ask if I loved Jonathan for his beauty, and I would answer, that is a pointless question. For his great uncommon beauty was an irreducible part of the whole. It gave him his quiet confidence, which some might have called aloof arrogance, and his easy, disarming way with the fairer sex. And if his beauty drew my eye from the first, I'll not apologize for it. Nor will I apologize for my desire to claim Jonathan for my own. To behold such beauty is to wish to possess it. Its desire that drives every collector, and I was hardly alone. Nearly every person who came to know Jonathan tried to possess him. This was his curse, and the curse of every person who loved him. But it was like being in love with the sun, brilliant and intoxicating to be near, but impossible to keep to oneself. It was hopeless to love him, and yet it was hopeless not to. And so I was afflicted by Jonathan's curse, caught up in his terrible attraction, and both of us were doomed to suffer for it. Chapter 3. A friendship progressed between us, Jonathan and I, in this way through childhood. We met after services on Sundays and at social events such as weddings and even funerals, whispering together on the fringe of the mourners, or giving up on propriety altogether and wandering off to the woods so we could concentrate all our attention on each other. Heads shook in disapproval, and without a doubt, some tongues gave in to gossip. But our families did nothing to stop our friendship. At least I was not made aware of it if they had. It was during this time that I realized that Jonathan was lonelier than I imagined. The other boys sought his company far less than I'd assumed, and for Jonathan's part, when a group approached us at a social, he often skirted them. I recall one time at a spring church gathering that Jonathan steered me to another path when he saw a group of boys his age heading in our direction. I had no idea what to make of it, and after a few minutes of anxious contemplation, decided to ask. "Why is it that you choose to walk this way?" I asked. "Is it because you are embarrassed to be seen with me?" He made a derisive sound. "Don't be daft, Lanny. I am seen with you now. Anyone can see us walking together." That was true enough and a relief, but I could not give up my inquiry. "Then, is it because you don't like them, those boys?" "I don't dislike them," he said peevishly. "Then why—" He cut me off. "Why are you questioning me? Take my word for it, it's different for boys, Lanny, and that's all there is to it." He began to walk faster, and I had to lift my skirts a bit to keep up with him. He hadn't explained what the mysterious "it" was that he referred to. What was different for boys, I wondered? Nearly everything, from what I could see. Boys were allowed to go to school if their families could afford to pay the tutor's fee, whereas girls got no more schooling than their mothers could impart. The household arts of sewing, cleaning, and cooking, maybe a little reading from the Bible. Boys could tussle with each other for amusement, run and play tag without the encumbrance of long skirts, ride horseback. True, they drew hard chores and had to master all manner of skills. Once, Jonathan told me, his father made him repair the foundation of their ice house, stone and mortar, just so he would know a bit about masonry. But to my way of thinking, a boy's life was much freer. And here Jonathan was complaining about it. "I wish I were a boy," I muttered, nearly out of breath from trying to keep up with him. "No, you don't," he said over his shoulder. "I don't see what—" He whirled on me. "What about your brother, Nevin, then? He doesn't much like me, does he?" I stopped, dumbstruck. No, Nevin didn't like Jonathan, and hadn't for as long as I could remember. I remembered the fight with Jonathan, how Nevin had come home spangled with a crust of dried blood on his face, and how father was quietly proud of him. "Why do you think your brother hates me?" he demanded. "I don't know. I've never given him reason, but he hates me just the same," Jonathan said, straining not to betray the hurt in his voice. "It's that way with all the boys. They hate me. Some of the adults, too. I know it. I can feel it. That's why I avoid them, Lanny." His chest heaved, tired from explaining it to me. "There, now you know," he said, and then hurried away, leaving me to stare after him in surprise. I thought about what he'd said all week. I could have spoken to Nevin about his hatred of Jonathan, but to do so would restart an old argument between us. He couldn't stand that I'd befriended Jonathan, of course, and I knew the reasons well enough without having to ask. My brother thought Jonathan was proud and arrogant, that he flaunted his wealth, and that he expected and received special treatment. I knew Jonathan better than anyone outside his family, perhaps even within his family, so I knew all of this to be untrue, except the latter. But it was hardly Jonathan's fault if others treated him differently, and though Nevin wouldn't admit to it, I saw in his hateful eye the wish to spoil Jonathan's beauty, to leave his mark on that handsome face and bring down the town's favourite son. In his own way, Nevin wanted to defy God, to right what he saw as an injustice God had deliberately meted out to him, that he should have to live in Jonathan's shadow in every regard. That was why Jonathan had rushed away from me at the church gathering, because he had been forced to share his shame with me, and perhaps he thought that once I knew his secret I would abandon him. How strongly we held on to our fears in childhood, as if there was any power on earth or in heaven that would stop me from loving Jonathan. If anything, it made me see that he too had his enemies and detractors, that he too was constantly judged, and that he needed me. I was the one friend with whom he could be free, and it was not one-sided. To speak plainly, Jonathan was the only person who treated me as though I mattered, and to have the attention of the most desired, most important boy in town is no small thing to a girl nearly invisible among her peers. How could that help but make me love him even more? And I told Jonathan as much the following Sunday, when I went up to him and slipped my arm under his as he paced about on the far side of the green. "My brother is a fool," was all I said, and we continued walking together, without another word between us. The one thing I did not take back from our conversation at the church social was that I'd rather have been born a boy. I still believed that. It had been drummed into my head by the things my parents did, and the very rules by which we lived, that girls were not as valuable as boys, and that our lives were destined to be far less consequential. For instance, Nevin would inherit the farm from my father, but if he hadn't the temperament or inclination to raise cattle, he might be apprenticed to the blacksmith or sent to work as a logger for the St. Andrews. He had choices, albeit limited ones. As a woman, my options were fewer. Marry and start my own household, remain at home and assist my parents, or work as a servant in someone else's home. If Nevin rejected the farm for some reason, conceivably my parents could pass it along to one of their daughters' husbands. But that too would depend on the husband's preferences. A good husband would take his wife's wishes into consideration, but not all of them did. The other reason, the more important one in my view, was that if I were a boy, it would be so much easier to be Jonathan's friend. The things we could do together if I were not a girl. We could ride horseback and go off on adventures without chaperones. We could spend lots of time in each other's company without anyone raising an eyebrow or finding it a fit topic to remark upon. Our friendship would be so banal and so ordinary that it would merit no scrutiny and would be allowed to proceed on its own. Looking back, I understand now that this was a difficult time for me, still caught up in adolescence, but stumbling toward maturity. There were things I wanted from Jonathan, but I could not yet put a name to them, and had only the clumsy framework of childhood to measure them against. I was close to him, but wanted to be closer in a way I didn't understand. I saw the way he looked at the older girls, and that he behaved differently with them than he did with me, and I thought I might die of jealousy. Partly this was due to the intensity of Jonathan's attention, his great charm. When he was with you, he had a way of making you feel that you were the center of his world. His eyes, those bottomless dark eyes, would settle on your face, and it was as though he was there for you and you alone. Perhaps that was an illusion. Perhaps it was merely the joy of having Jonathan to oneself. In any case, the result was the same. When Jonathan withdrew his attention, it was as though the sun slipped behind a cloud and a cold, sharp wind blew at your back. All you wanted was for Jonathan to come back, to enjoy his attention again. And he was changing with every year. When his guard was down, I saw aspects of him that I hadn't seen or noticed before. He could act crudely, particularly if he thought no woman was observing him. He would display some of the rough behavior of the axemen who worked for his father, speak coarsely of women as though he was already acquainted with the full range of intimacies possible between the sexes. Later, I would learn that by age 16, he had been seduced and gone on to seduce others, a participant, comparatively early in his life, in this secret waltz of illicit lovers going on in St. Andrew, a hidden world if you did not know to look for it. But these were secrets he couldn't bring himself to share with me. All I know is that my hunger for Jonathan grew, and it felt at times that it was nearly beyond my control. That there was something about his smoldering eye, or half-smile, or the way he knowingly caressed a young woman's silk sleeve when he thought no one was watching, that made me want him to look at and caress me in the same way. Or when I thought of the rough things I'd overheard him say, I wanted him to be rough with me too. I understand now that I was a lonely and confused young girl who yearned for intimacy and craved physical passion, even though it was a mystery to me. And I know this now. My ignorance would be the means of my ruin. I was in a mad rush to be loved. I cannot blame Jonathan alone. So often we bring about our own downfall. Chapter 4. Aroostook County Hospital, present day. Smoke swirls in 2 down spots of light in the examination room. By now, the wrist restraints are undone, and the prisoner sits with the gurney adjusted upright like a chair, a cigarette smoldering between her fingers. 2 butts, burned down to the filters, sit squashed at the bottom of a bedpan on the gurney between them. Luke leans back in his chair and coughs, his throat rough from the smoke and his head cottony, as though he's been partaking of a narcotic all night. A 1-knuckle rap sounds at the door, and Luke is on his feet quicker than a squirrel can run up a tree, because he knows that's the mandatory, perfunctory knock a hospital worker gives before stepping into an examination room. He blocks the door with his body, allowing it to open only about an inch. Judy's cold eye, distorted by the lens of her glasses, sizes him up. "Morgue called. The body just came in. Joe wants you to call the medical examiner." "It's late. Tell Joe there's no reason to call the medical examiner now. It can certainly wait until morning." The nurse folds her arms. "He also wanted me to ask about his prisoner. Is she ready to go or isn't she?" This is a test, he realizes. He's always thought of himself as an honest person, and yet he can't bring himself to let her go just yet. Nope, he can't take her yet." Judy stares so hard that it feels like it could go right through him. "Why not? There isn't a scratch on her." A lie springs nimbly to mind. She became agitated. I had to sedate her. I need to make sure she doesn't have an adverse reaction to the sedative." The nurse sighs audibly as though she knows, doesn't suspect but knows, that he is doing something disgusting to the body of the unconscious girl. "Just leave me alone, Judy. Tell Joe I'll call him when she's stabilized." He pushes the door shut in her face. Lanny pushes ash around the bedpan with her burning cigarette, deliberately not making eye contact with him. "Jonathan's here. Now you don't have to take my word for it," she says, tapping ash into the bedpan and motioning to the door with her head. "Go down to the morgue. Take a look for yourself." Luke shifts uncomfortably on the stool. "So there's a dead man in the morgue. All that proves is that you really did kill a man tonight." "No. There's something else. Let me show you," she says, pushing aside the cap sleeve of the hospital gown to reveal a small line drawing on the white underside of her upper arm. He leans in to look more closely and sees that it's a crude tattoo done in black ink, the outline of a heraldic shield with a reptilian figure inside. "You'll see on Jonathan's arm in this spot. The same tattoo?" "No," she says, giving the tattoo a swipe with her thumb. "But it's the same size, and it was done by the same person, so it will look similar, like it was done with pins dipped in ink." Because it was. His looks like 2 comets circling each other, with the tails extended. "What does it mean, the comets?" Luke asks. "Damned if I know," she replies, rearranging the gown and bedding. "Just go look at Jonathan, and then tell me if you don't believe me." After he ties her up again, inefficiently, with rarely used straps kept on hand for unruly patients, Luke Findlay rises from the stool. He slips through the swinging doors, checking first to make sure no one sees him leave. The hospital is still dark and quiet, with only faint movement in the distant pools of light illuminating the nurses' station down the hall. His shoes squeak against the clean linoleum floor as he hurries down the staircase, heading north through a basement corridor that leads to the morgue. The whole way, his nerves jangle. If someone stops him and asks what he's doing out of the ER, why he's going to the morgue, he'll just tell them. His mind goes blank. Luke has never been a good liar. He sees himself as a fundamentally honest person for whatever good that has done him. Despite his honesty and his fear of getting caught, though, he has agreed to the prisoner's outlandish suggestion because he is curious as to whether this dead person is the most beautiful man ever put on the planet and what the most beautiful man would look like. He pushes open the heavy, swinging door to the morgue. Luke hears music. The evening morgue attendant, a young man named Marcus, likes to have the radio playing at all times, but sees no one. His desk shows signs of occupation. The lamp glows brightly. Papers are strewn about, a gum wrapper, an uncapped pen, but no Marcus. The morgue is small, in keeping with the town's modest needs. There is a refrigerated examination room farther back, but the bodies are stored in 4 cold vaults in the wall just past the entryway. Luke takes a deep breath and reaches for one of the latches, big and heavy, like the latches on old-fashioned frozen food trucks. In the first vault, he finds the body of an elderly woman, unknown to him, which means she probably came from one of the towns farther out in the county. The woman's short, thick body and white hair make him think of his mother, and for a moment he's brought back to the last lucid conversation they had. He'd sat at her bedside in the intensive care unit while her unfocused eyes searched in his direction and her hands sought his out for comfort. "I'm sorry you had to come home to take care of us," she'd said to him. His mother, who never apologized, because she never allowed herself to do anything that needed excusing. "Maybe we stayed on the farm a little too long. But your father, he wouldn't give it up." She stopped herself, unable to be disloyal to the old man, so stubborn that he had hobbled out to the barn to milk the cows the morning of the day he died. "I'm sorry for what it did to your family." Luke recalls trying to explain that his marriage was already coming apart long before he moved his family back to St. Andrew, but his mother wouldn't hear any of it. "You never wanted to stay in St. Andrew from when you were little. You can't be happy here now. Once I'm gone, don't let yourself get stuck here. You go and find a new life." She started crying and kept trying to squeeze his hand, slipping into unconsciousness a few hours later. It takes Luke a minute to realize the vault is still open and that he's been standing there so long a chill has settled in his chest. It's as if he can hear his mother's voice in his head. He shivers and slides the tray back into the locker, then stands another minute until he remembers why he came to the morgue in the first place. He finds a black body bag in the second vault, and with a grunt of exertion, pulls the tray out. The zipper slides down with a satisfying tearing sound, like the unpeeling of Velcro. Luke opens the bag and stares. He's seen many dead people over the years, and death does nothing to enhance appearance. Depending on how they died, the deceased may be bloated. There may be bruising or discoloration, or they may be pale and bluing. There is always the unmistakable lack of animation to the features. This man's face is nearly white and spotted with flecks of dark, wet leaves. His black hair is plastered to his forehead, his eyes closed. It doesn't matter. Luke could stare at him all night. He is exquisite even in death. He is breathtakingly, achingly beautiful. Luke is about to push the tray back into the wall when he remembers the tattoo. He looks over his shoulder first in case Marcus might have returned, and then hurries, unzipping the bag farther and rearranging the clothing to get to the dead man's upper arm. And there it is, as Lanny had said it would be, 2 interlocked spheres with tails trailing off in opposite directions. And the dots look similar in size, in the hand-done quality, down to the slight wobble of the line. Retracing his steps through the empty halls to the emergency ward, Luke struggles with the jumble of thoughts, mostly questions. They are like matter and antimatter, canceling each other out, 2 truths that cannot both exist. He knows what he saw in the emergency room when the girl cut herself. It cannot have happened, and yet it did. He had touched that very spot on her torso before and after the slash, so he knows there was no trick. But what he saw couldn't have happened. Not as he saw it. Unless she is telling the truth. And now there is a handsome man in the morgue, and the tattoos. It all leaves him with the feeling that he needs to listen, to go along for a change. But he's stubborn because he's a man of science. He is not about to chuck everything he knows to be fact. He is, however, curious to learn more. The doctor bursts through the door to the examination room in the darkened ER, his energy and nervousness in his chest like fireflies in a jar, to find the prisoner huddled on the gurney, caught in the downward shaft of light and the whirling motes of smoke. She could be an excommunicated angel, Luke thinks, her wings clipped. Lanny looks at him hungrily. "So did you see him? Wasn't he everything I said he'd be?" Luke nods. Beauty like that is its own kind of narcotic. He rubs his face, takes a deep breath. "So now you understand," Lanny says solemnly. "And if you believe me, Luke, help me. Untie me," she says, arching her back and holding out the restraints, her sweet child's face turned up to him. "I need you to help me escape." Chapter 5. St. Andrew, 1811. Perhaps Jonathan and I would both have been better off if I had been born male. I'd rather have let our friendship continue and always have Jonathan in that way. We'd have spent our entire lives within the confines of that tiny village. I'd never have gotten into the trouble I did. Never have suffered this terrible ordeal put upon both of us. Our lives would have been so small, but full and rewarding and complete, and I would have been happy with that. But I was a girl, and for all my wishing there was no changing that. Ahead of me loomed the mysterious transition from girl to woman, as unfathomable to me as a magic trick. Whose example was I to follow? My mother, Teresa, wouldn't be able to give me the kind of guidance I craved. She was too demure and quiet for my tastes. I did not want to be like her. I wanted more. I wanted to marry Jonathan, for instance, and it didn't seem as though my mother would be able to teach me to be the type of woman who could make Jonathan her own. There were secrets, it seemed, that not every woman was allowed to know. Luckily, there was a woman in town who did, a woman about whom things were said, whose name prompted a smile from the men, if their wives were not nearby. She was a woman unlike any other in the village, and I had to figure a way to get her to share her secrets with me. On a well-worn path, hidden in the shadow of the blacksmith's forge, was a small cottage. If it was noticed at all, you might think it an outbuilding or a tool shed for the smithy, a place to store pig iron. It was far too ramshackle and tiny to be a house, yet it didn't appear to be abandoned, and the path to the front door grew more worn with time. Certainly no more than one person could live there, and customary law against solitary living still prevailed at the dawn of the 19th century in our bleak Puritan outpost. For Puritans we were, make no mistake about that. The fathers of the town had grown up in the Massachusetts territories and were accustomed to blending religion with governance. However, in this northernmost reach of what would become the state of Maine, The sole reason for the edict against solitary living was that of necessity. It was unthinkable that one person alone could perform the multitude of tasks it took to get by in this harsh environment. By contrast, in a more strictly Puritan town, no one was allowed to live alone because in solitude one might stray. One might do ungodly things. The edict against solitary living allowed for the policing of one's neighbours. But the citizens of St. Andrew valued their independence and guarded their privacy a shade more fiercely. Someone did in fact live alone in that tiny house, a woman on the outer limit of her childbearing years, beautiful still, though faded. She rarely went out, but whenever she did venture onto the street in daylight, the townspeople gave her a wide berth. The men would contrive not to let their eyes meet hers, and the women would pull their long skirts aside. Some would glare outright at her. But at night, it was a different story. Under the cover of darkness, she had regular visitors, men, one at a time, more rarely a pair, would scurry up the path and knock politely on the aged door. If no one answered the knock, the visitor knew to take a seat on the step and wait, his back to the door, pretending not to hear whatever sounds came from within. Eventually the sounds from the cottage would fade into murmurs of conversation, then silence, and within a minute the front door would open for the waiting visitor. Those who knew of her existence called her Magdalena. It was the name she'd given herself when she arrived in town 7 years earlier. No one questioned the odd appellation at the time. She arrived with a small group of travelers from the French-Canadian territory, and when they moved on, she stayed. She said she was a widow and had decided to relocate to more southerly climates. That is, if the townspeople of St. Andrew would let her stay. The blacksmith offered to convert his old shed into a tidy little abode, and the good women of the village helped her to settle in, bringing her whatever precious scraps they could spare, a wobbly stool, an extra bit of tea, an old blanket. Husbands were sent over with firewood and kindling. When asked what she would do to support herself, needlework, spinning, weaving perhaps? Was she a midwife, skilled with healing and nursing? She merely smiled demurely and dropped her head as if to say, "Me? What skills could I have? My husband treated me like a porcelain doll. How should a poor unskilled widow make her way in the world?" The good wives walked away, puzzled, clucking their tongues and shaking their heads, not knowing what to say, except that God would provide for all his children, including this innocent woman who seemed to think boundless charity was to be found in this rugged, lonely town. As it turned out, she did not have to depend on charity. Mysteriously, sustenance appeared at her doorstep, unbidden. A crock of sweet butter, a bushel of potatoes, a jug of milk, firewood piled outside the back door, and money. She was one of the few people in town who had actual coin, would count it out at the provisioner's when she ordered her supplies. And what curious supplies! Bottles of gin, tobacco. Neighbors noticed a lantern burning late through the one window of her tiny cottage. Did she stay up all night smoking tobacco and drinking gin? In the end, it was the axemen who gave her away, the lumberjacks who worked for Charles St. Andrew a year at a time and lived far from their wives. Men like this are capable of sniffing out women like Magdalena from across a town, across a valley if the wind is right and they are desperate enough. First one, then another, then each of them in turn found their way to Magdalena's doorstep once the sun went down. Not that the axemen were her only customers. They paid in coin, after all, not in eggs and cured ham. But through the axemen, her reputation was spilled across town like tainted water emptied from a rain barrel, and the ire was raised of many a good wife. Still, Magdalena said nothing, not while the sun was up, not even when she was insulted to her face by an indignant spouse. The wives, enjoined by the pastor, organized a movement to have her ejected from town. Her presence was the first sign of sinful city living to sprout up in St. Andrew, the sort of thing the settlers were trying to escape. Pastor Gilbert went to Charles St. Andrew, as he was the employer of the axemen, those customers who could be openly complained about. Sympathetic as he was to the pastor's request, Charles pointed out that there was another side to Magdalena's services that the townsfolk were overlooking. The axemen were acting on completely natural urges, to which the pastor grudgingly agreed, separated by many miles from their legal spouses. Without Magdalena's services, what might the axemen get up to? Her presence actually made the town safer for its wives and daughters. So an uneasy truce was struck between the whore and the virtuous womenfolk, and had held for 7 long years. In times of trouble and illness, she contributed her part, whether they liked it or not. She would tend to the sick and dying, feed the destitute traveler, slip coins in the church donation box when no one was around to see her enter. I couldn't help but think she must long for a small measure of female companionship, though she respectfully kept to herself and sought no discourse with the townswomen. Magdalena's actual circumstances were a mystery to many children. We saw that our mothers avoided this puzzling figure. Most of the younger children believed her to be a witch or a supernatural creature of some kind. I remembered their taunting cries, the occasional handful of pebbles flung in her direction. Not by me. Even at a tender age, I knew there was something compelling about her. By all rights, I should never have met her. My mother was not judgmental, but women such as she did not associate with prostitutes, nor would her daughters. And yet I did. It happened during a long sermon one Sunday. I excused myself and slipped out to the privy. But instead of hurrying back to the balcony and to my father's side, I dawdled outside in the warmth of a beautiful early summer day. I meandered to Tinky Talbot's barn to look on the new litter of piglets, pink with black splotches, whorled with thin, coarse hair. I petted their curious snouts, listened to their gentle grunts. Then I looked sideways down the path. It was the closest I had ever been to the mysterious, singular cottage, and I saw Magdalena, sitting in a chair on the narrow window box of a porch, a long blackened pipe clenched between her teeth. She, too, was enjoying the sun, wrapped in a quilt, her hair scandalously loose around her shoulders. The parts of her not covered by the quilt were slender and delicate, the bird-like bones of her clavicle visible under papery skin. She had no powders on her face, just a trace of lamp-black smudged at the corner of her eyes, a ghost of stain on her lips. She was unlike the other women in town. You could tell as much by her very attitude, sitting by herself in the sunlight, enjoying her own company, and not apologizing for being idle. I was drawn to her immediately, though I was also frightened by her. There was something wicked about her. She didn't attend services, after all. Here she was enjoying her Sunday, whereas everyone else in town was inside the church or the congregation hall. She lifted her hand over her eyes against the sun. "Hello? Who's there?" I made my decision in that moment. I could have run back to church, but instead I took a few timid steps toward her. "You don't know me, ma'am. My name is Lanore McIlvrae." McIlvrae. She weighed the name, satisfying herself that she didn't know it, and hence didn't count my father among her customers. "No, my dear, I do not think I have had the pleasure of making your acquaintance." She smiled when I curtsied. "My name is Magdalena, though I suspect you may know that, yes? You may call me Magda." Up close she was very pretty. She stood to rearrange the quilt and revealed that she was still in her night stays and a filmy shift of pale linen, drawn low on her chest with a thin pink ribbon. In a practical house, such as ours, my mother owned not even one item of clothing as feminine as Magda's gently shabby shift. I was struck by the combination of her beauty and this pretty item of clothing. It was the first time I'd ever been really covetous of another person. She noticed me staring at her shift, and a knowing smile came to her face. "Wait here a minute," she said, and went inside the house. When she came out, she held a ribbon of pink velvet out to me. You can't imagine what a treasure it was she offered. Manufactured goods were rare in our hardscrabble town, fripperies such as ribbon rarer still. It was the softest fabric I'd ever touched, and I held it lightly, like a baby rabbit. "I couldn't accept such a gift," I said, though plainly I wished it weren't so. "Nonsense," she laughed. "It's only a bit of trim from a dress. What would I do with it?" she lied. She watched me finger the ribbon, enjoying my pleasure. "Keep it." "I insist. But my parents will ask where I got it." "You can tell them you found it," she offered, though we both knew I couldn't do that. It was an unlikely story. And yet I could not make myself give the ribbon back to Magda. She was pleased when my fist curled around her gift, and she smiled, but not in triumph, more in solidarity. "You are most generous, Mistress Magda," I said, curtsying again. "I must return to the service, or my father will worry that something has happened to me." She tilted her chin up so she could look down her fine nose in the direction of the congregation hall. "Ah, so you are right. You mustn't worry your parents. I do hope you will visit me again, Miss McIlvrae." "I will, I promise." "Good. Then run along." I trotted down the path, lifting my skirts to avoid the muddy parts. Before I turned the corner, I looked back over my shoulder to the cottage to see that Magda had settled back in her chair and rocked contentedly, staring off into the woods. I could hardly wait for next Sunday to steal out during service and visit Magda again. I'd hidden the ribbon in the pocket of my second set of petticoats, where I could slip my hand in from time to time and give the velvet a surreptitious stroke. The ribbon reminded me of Magda herself. She was so unlike my mother and the other women in the village, and that alone seemed reason to admire her. One thing about her I thought worth admiring, but did not really understand, was that she did not have a man. No woman in the village lived without a man, and the man was always the head of the household. Magda was the only woman in the village who spoke for herself, though from what I could tell she did very little on that front. I doubted she went to town meetings, and yet she continued to live on her own terms and seemed to be successful at it. And for a young girl that was a very admirable thing indeed. So the next Sunday, I contrived to be excused from service again, though with stern looks from my father, and ran to Magda's cottage. And there was Magda, standing on her porch this time. Her casual air was gone. She was dressed in a pretty striped skirt, and wore a fitted woolen jacket in purple heather, an unusual color. The entire effect seemed calculated to delight, as though it was her intent to impress me. I was flattered. "Good day, Mistress Magda," I said as I ran up to her, slightly out of breath. "Well, good Sabbath to you, Miss McIlvrae." Her green eyes sparkled. We chatted. She asked about my family. I pointed in the direction of our farm. Just as I was thinking I should return to service, she said shyly, "I would ask you in to see my home, but I suppose that your parents would not approve, seeing as who I am. It wouldn't be proper." She must have known I'd be curious to see the inside of her cottage. Her own place, the seat of her independence? I felt a tug to return to church, to my waiting father. But how could I turn this down? "I have but a minute," I said, as I followed her up the steps and through the door. It seemed to me like the inside of a jewel box, but in actuality it was probably quite tumble down and makeshift. The tiny room was dominated by a narrow bed covered with a beautifully embroidered quilt of yellow and red. Glass bottles lined the sill of the one window, sending slivers of green and brown light to the floor. A few pieces of jewelry rested in a ceramic bowl painted with tiny pink roses. Her clothing hung on pegs by the back door, an assortment of full skirts in a variety of colors, trailing sashes, the frill of petticoats. Not one but 2 pairs of delicate women's boots were lined up by the door. My only disappointment was that the room was stuffy, the air heavy with a musky scent I didn't yet recognize. "I would love to live in a place such as this," I said, making her laugh. "I've lived in nicer places. But this will do," she said as she sank into a chair. Before I left, Magda gave me 2 pieces of advice, woman to woman. The first was that a woman should always put by some money of her own. "Money is very important," she said to me, showing me where she kept a pouch full of coin. "Money is the only way for a woman to have any true power over her own life." The second was that a woman should never betray another woman over a man. "It happens time and again," she said, sounding sad, "and it is understandable, seeing that men are given all the worth in the world. We are made to believe that a woman's only worth is that of the man in her life, but that's not true. In any case, we women must stand by each other, for to depend on a man is folly. He will disappoint you every time." She ducked her head, but I swear I saw tears in her eyes. I was rising from the floor to leave when there was a knock at the door. A burly man stepped in before Magda could answer. I recognized him as one of St. Andrew's axemen. "Hello, Magda. I figured you'd be alone and wanting company as everyone else is in church this morning. Who's this?" He stopped short when he saw me, and an unpleasant smile spread over his wind-burned face. "Oh, you have a new girl, Magda? An apprentice?" He put his hand on my arm as though I were not a person, but a possession. Magda stepped between us and deftly ushered me toward the back door. "She's a friend, Lars Holmström, and none of your business. You can keep your clumsy hands off her." "Get along now," she said to me as she pushed me out the door. "Perhaps I will see you again next week." And before I knew it, I was standing in a pile of dead leaves, fallen branches crackling under my feet, the plank door shut tight in my face as Magda went about her business, the price of her independence. I crashed through the underbrush and onto the path, running back to the congregation hall as parishioners were spilling out into the sunlight. There would be hell to pay with Father this time, but I calculated it was worth it. Magda was the custodian of the mysteries of life, and I sensed that whatever it took to continue learning at her knee was worth it. Chapter 6. One summer afternoon in my 15th year, the entire town gathered in the McDougall's pasture to hear a traveling preacher speak. I can still see my neighbors making their way to the golden field, tall grass glinting in the sun, plumes of dust rising from the winding trail. By foot, horseback, and wagon, nearly everyone in St. Andrew made their way to the McDougalls that day, though not from any excess feelings of piety, I assure you. Even itinerant preachers were a rarity in our neck of the woods. We would take what entertainment we could get to fill the dreariness of a long summer day in that desolate place. This particular preacher had come from out of nowhere, apparently, and in a few short years had built a following, as well as a reputation for fiery speech and rebellious talk. There were rumors he'd divided churchgoers in the nearest town, Fort Kent, a day's ride to the north, setting traditional Congregationalists against a new wave of reformists. There was also talk of Maine becoming a state and freeing itself from Massachusetts proprietorship. So there was a frisson in the air, religious and political, pointing to possible revolt against the religion the settlers had brought with them from Massachusetts. It was my mother who'd convinced my father to come. Though she would brook no notion of converting from Catholicism, she'd only wanted an afternoon out of the kitchen. She spread a blanket on the ground and waited for the preaching to commence. My father took the spot next to her, hanging his head with a suspicious air, glancing about to see who else might be there. My sisters remained close to my mother, tucking their skirts primly under their legs, while Nevin had taken off almost as soon as the wagon came to a halt, eager to find the boys who lived on the farms neighboring ours. I stood, shielding my eyes against the strong sunlight with one hand, surveying the crowd. Everyone in town was there, some with blankets like my mother, some with dinner packed in baskets. I was looking for Jonathan as usual, but he didn't seem to be there. His absence was no surprise. His mother was probably the most hardened Congregationalist in town, and Ruth Bennett St. Andrew's family would have no part of this reformist nonsense. But then I spied a shimmer of black hide between the trees. Yes, Jonathan, skirting the edge of the field on his distinctive stallion. I wasn't the only one to see him. A palpable ripple went through parts of the crowd. What must it be like to know dozens of people are watching you raptly, eyes following the line of your long leg against the horse's flank, your strong hands holding the reins? So much suppressed lust smoldering in the bosom of many a female in that dry field that day. It's a wonder the grass didn't catch on fire. He rode up to me, and kicking free of the stirrups, vaulted from the saddle. He smelled of leather and sun-baked earth, and I longed to touch him. "What's going on?" he asked, taking off his hat and running that sleeve along his brow. "You don't know? A visiting preacher's come to town. You haven't come to listen?" Jonathan looked over my head, assessing the crowd. "No, I've been out surveying the next plot we're to harvest. Old Charles doesn't trust the new surveyor, thinks he drinks too much." He squinted, all the better to see which girls were looking his way. "Is my family here?" "No, and I doubt your mother would approve of your being here either. The preacher has a terrible reputation. You could go to hell just for listening to him." Jonathan grinned at me. "Is that why you're here? You have a desire to go to hell? You know there are much more pleasant paths to damnation than listening to devious preachers." There was a message in the glimmer in his deep brown eyes, but one I couldn't interpret. Before I could ask him to explain, he laughed and said, "Every soul in town looks to be here. More's the pity that I won't be staying. But as you say, there'll be hell to pay if my mother finds out." He steadied the stirrup and swung back into the saddle, but then leaned over me protectively. "What about you, Lanny? You've never been one for preaching. Why are you here? Are you hoping to find someone here? A particular boy? Has some young man caught your fancy?" That was a complete surprise. The coy tone, the probing look. He'd never given the slightest indication that he cared if I was interested in another. "No," I said, breathless, barely able to stammer out a response. He took up the reins slowly, seemingly weighing them as he might weigh his words. "I know the day will come when I'll see you with another boy. My Lanny with another boy. And I won't like it. But it's only fair." Before I could recover from shock and tell him it was within his power to prevent that, surely he knew, he had turned the horse and cantered into the woods, leaving me to stare after him in confusion yet again. He was an enigma. For the most part, he treated me as a favorite friend, his attitude toward me platonic. But then there were times I thought I saw an invitation in the way he looked at me, or a wisp of, dare I hope, desire in his restlessness. Now that he'd ridden away, I couldn't dwell on it or I'd go crazy. I leaned against a tree and watched the preacher make his way to the center of a small clearing in front of the crowd. He was younger than I expected. Gilbert was the only pastor I'd ever known, and had arrived in St. Andrew already white-haired and crotchety, and walked ramrod straight, assured that both God and righteousness were on his side. He was good-looking, in a way that was unexpected, and even uncomfortable to see in a preacher, and the women sitting closest to him twittered like birds when he gave them a broad white smile. And yet, watching as he gazed over the crowd, preparing to begin, as confident as though he owned them, I experienced a dark chill, as though something bad was in the offing. He began speaking in a loud, clear voice, recalling his visits throughout the Maine territory and describing what he'd found there. The territory was becoming a copy of Massachusetts, with its elitist ways. A handful of wealthy men controlled the destiny of their neighbors, and what had this brought for the average man? Hard times. Common folk falling behind on their accounts. Honest men, fathers and husbands, jailed, and land sold out from under the wives and children. I was surprised to see heads nod in the crowd. What people wanted, what Americans wanted, he stressed, waving his Bible in the air, was freedom. We hadn't fought the British only to have new masters take the king's place. The landowners in Boston and the merchants who sold goods to the settlers were no more than robbers, demanding outrageous usury fees, and the law was their lapdog. His eyes glimmered as he surveyed the crowd, encouraged by their murmuring assent, and he paced within his circle of well-trod grass. I wasn't used to hearing dissent spoken aloud, in public, and I felt vaguely alarmed by the preacher's success. Suddenly, Nevin was beside me, studying our neighbors' upturned faces. "Look at 'em, slack-jawed mopes," he said derisively. There was no doubting that he'd gotten his critical temperament from our father. He folded his arms across his chest and snorted. "They seem interested enough in what he has to say," I observed. "Do you have the slightest idea what he's talking about?" Nevin squinted at me. "You don't know, do you? Of course not. You're just a stupid girl. You don't understand nothing." I frowned, but didn't reply because Nevin was right in one respect. I had no idea what the man was really talking about. I was ignorant of what went on in the world at large. He pointed to a group of men standing to the side of the crowded field. "See them men?" he asked, indicating Toby Ostergaard, Daniel Daughtery, and Olaf Olmstrom. The three were among the poorer men in town, although the less charitable might say they were among the more shiftless, too. "They're talking trouble," Nevin said. "Do you know what a white Indian is?" Even the stupidest girl in the village would have attested to knowing the term. News had come up months ago of an uprising in Fairfax, when townsmen dressed as Indians had overpowered the town clerk when he tried to serve a writ to a farmer delinquent in his payments. "Same business is afoot here," Nevin said, nodding. "I heard Olmstrom and Daughtery and some others talk to Father about it, complaining about the Watfords unfairly charging too much." The details would have been beyond Nevin's comprehension. No one explained to children about accounts and charges at the provisioner's store. "Daughtery says it's a conspiracy against the common man," Nevin recited, sounding as though he wasn't sure Daughtery might not speak the truth. "So, what do I care if Daughtery won't pay his debt to the Watfords?" I sniffed, pretending I didn't care. Inside, however, I was shocked to think someone would willingly default on an obligation, having been taught by our father that such behavior was disgraceful and something only a person with no self-respect would consider. "It could mean ill for your boy Jonathan," Nevin sneered, delighted to have the opportunity to tease me about Jonathan. "It's not just the Watfords who stand to be hurt if things go bad. The captain holds the paper to their property. What would happen if they refused to pay their rents? Them men fought for 3 days in Fairfax. I heard they stripped the constable and beat him with sticks and made him return home on foot, naked as he was born." "We don't even have a town clerk in St. Andrew," I said, alarmed by my brother's story. "Most likely the captain would send his biggest, strongest axemen to Daughtery and demand he pay up." There was a touch of awe in Nevin's voice, his respect for authority and a desire to see justice prevail, our father's traits, surely, outweighed his desire to see Jonathan suffer some ill fortune. Daughtery and Olmstrom, the captain and Jonathan, even prim Miss Watford and her equally supercilious brother. I was humbled by my ignorance and felt a grudging respect for my brother's ability to see the world in its complexity. I wondered what else went on that I didn't know about. "Do you think Father will join them? Will he be arrested?" I whispered, worried. "The captain don't hold paper on our place," Nevin informed me, a tad disgusted that I didn't know this already. "Father owns it outright, but I think he agrees with this fellow here." He nodded at the preacher. "Father came to the territory same as everybody else, thinking they would be free, but it hasn't worked out that way. Some are having a hard time of it, while the St. Andrews are getting rich. Like I said," he kicked at the dirt, raising a cloud of dry dust, "your boy could be in for trouble." "He's not my boy," I shot back. "You want him to be your boy," my brother said teasingly, "though God in heaven only knows why. You must have a backward streak in you, Lanore, to be taken with a Nelly bastard. You're just jealous, that's why you don't like him. Jealous? Nevin sputtered. Of that peacock? He scoffed and walked away, not wanting to admit I was right. About 30 townsfolk followed the preacher to the Dale's place on the other side of the ridge, where he would continue speaking to all who were interested. They had a good-sized house, but we were still packed in tightly, eager to hear more from this captivating speaker. Mrs. Dale lit a fire in the big kitchen fireplace, for even in the summer a chill came on in the evening. Outside, the sky had darkened to a deep periwinkle, with a bright band of pink at the horizon. How angry Nevin must have been with me. I begged my parents to allow me to hear the preacher, which meant I needed a chaperone, so my father told Nevin he must accompany me. My brother fumed and turned red in the face, but could refuse my father nothing. So he stomped behind me all the way to the Dales. But Nevin, for all his traditional sensibilities, had a streak of the rebel in him, and I had to think he was secretly pleased to witness the rest of the gathering. The preacher stood by the kitchen fire and studied us all, a wild grin on his face. This close, I saw that the preacher was less like a man of the cloth than he'd seemed in the big field. He filled up the room with his presence, made the air feel tight and thin, like at the top of a mountain. He started by thanking us for staying with him, for he had saved the greatest secret to share with us now, those who had demonstrated that we were seeking the truth. And that truth was that the church, whatever faith you followed, which in the territory was mostly Congregationalist, was the biggest problem of them all, the most elitist institution, and only served to reinforce the status quo. His last statement drew a sneer of contempt and agreement from Nevin, who prided himself on going to the Catholic service with Mother and not rubbing elbows on Sundays with the town fathers and more privileged families in the meeting hall. "What we must do is throw off the precepts of the church," the preacher said with that fiery glint in his eyes again, a glint that looked less peaceable up close, "and embrace new precepts that were more in keeping with the needs of the common man. First and foremost among these outdated conventions was the institution of marriage," he said. In the close room, with 30 bodies nestled snugly, you could hear a pin drop. Before us, the preacher stalked his small circle like a wolf. It wasn't the natural affection between men and women that he objected to, the preacher assured the group. No, it was the legal constraints of marriage, the bondage that he railed against. It went against our human nature, he protested, gaining confidence as no one had tried to shout him down. We were meant to express our feelings with those with whom we felt a natural affinity. As God's children, we should practice spiritual wifery, he insisted, choosing partners with whom we felt a spiritual bond. "Partners?" a young woman asked, raising her hand. "More than one husband? Or wife?" The preacher's eyes danced. Yes, we'd heard right. Partners. For a man should have as many wives as he felt spiritually drawn to, as a woman should be allowed to have more than one husband. He himself had 2 wives, he said, and had found spiritual wives in every town he had visited. A titter ran through the group, and the room became charged with suppressed lust. He tucked his thumbs under his coat lapels. He didn't expect the enlightened here in St. Andrew to take up spiritual wifery right away, on his advice alone. No, he expected we'd have to think about the idea, think about the extent to which we let the law dictate our lives. We'd know in our hearts if he spoke the truth. Then he clapped his hands and dropped the serious expression from his face, and his entire demeanor changed as he smiled. But enough of this talk. We'd spent the entire afternoon listening to him, and it was time for a little enjoyment. Let's sing some hymns, lively ones, and get to our feet and dance. That was a revolutionary change from our regular church service. Lively singing? Dancing? The concept was heretical. After a moment's hesitation, several people got to their feet and began clapping their hands, and before long had started singing a tune that resembled more a shanty than a hymn. I nudged my brother. "Take me home, Nevin." "Heard enough, have you?" he said, clambering to his feet. "Me too. I'm tired of listening to that man's nonsense. Wait while I trouble the Dales for a light. The road is sure to be dark." I stood conspicuously by the door, wishing Nevin would hurry. Still the preacher's words thrummed in my ears. I saw the looks of the women in the crowd when he turned his powerful gaze on them, the smiles that lit their faces. They were imagining themselves with him, or perhaps another man in town with whom they felt a spiritual bond and could only wish that such desires could be acted upon. The preacher had professed the most alien concept imaginable, moral turpitude. And yet he was a man of the Bible, a preacher. He'd spoken in some of the most august churches in the coastal area, from the gossip that had arrived in town before him. Surely that gave him some sort of authority. I felt alit under my clothes with heat and shame, for if truth be told, I too would like the freedom to share my affection with any man I desired. Of course, at that moment the only man I desired was Jonathan, but who was to say another wouldn't cross my path one day? Someone perhaps as charming and attractive as, say, the preacher himself. I could see how a woman would find him intriguing. How many spiritual wives had the itinerant preacher known, I wondered. As I stood by the door, lost in my thoughts, watching my neighbors dance a reel, was it my imagination, or were some desirous glances being exchanged between men and women as they spun past each other on the dance floor? I became aware of the preacher's sudden presence before me. With his piercing eyes and sharp features, he was beguiling, and seemed aware of this advantage, and grinned so that I could see his incisors, sharp and white. "I thank you for joining me and your neighbors this evening," he said, bowing his head. "I take it you are a spiritual seeker, looking for greater enlightenment, Miss—" "McIlvrae," I said, edging back a half-step. "Lanore." "Reverend Judah Vandermeer." He reached for my hand and gave my fingertips a squeeze. "What did you think of my sermon, Miss McIlvrae? I trust you weren't too shocked?" Here his eyes danced again, as though he was teasing me for his enjoyment. "By the frankness with which I present my beliefs?" "Shocked?" I could barely choke out the word. "By what, sir?" "By the idea of spiritual wifery. I'm sure a young woman like yourself can sympathize with the principle behind it, the idea of being true to one's passions, for if I'm not mistaken, you seem a woman of great, deep passion." He picked up vehemence as he spoke, his eyes, and I do not believe I imagined this, running over my body as surely as if he'd used his own hands. "And tell me, Miss Lanore, you look a marriageable age. Has your family already bonded you in the slavery of betrothal? It would be a pity for a fine young woman such as yourself to spend the rest of her life in a marriage bed with a man for whom she feels no attraction. What shame to go through one's entire life without feeling true physical passion." Here his eyes glinted again, as though he were about to pounce. "Which is a gift from God to his children." My heart was near to bursting from my chest, and I was like a rabbit drawn up in the wolf's sights. But then he laughed, placed a hand on my arm, sending a tingle straight to my head, and drew close to me, close enough for me to feel his breath on my face and for an errant lock of his hair to brush my cheek. "Why, you look as though you were about to faint. I think you need some air. Will you step outside with me?" He had my arm already and didn't wait for me to answer, but whisked me to the porch. The night air was much cooler than the stuffy confines of the house, and I took deep breaths until my stays wouldn't let me draw in any more. "Better?" When I nodded, he continued, "I must tell you, Miss McIlvrae, I was so happy that you joined us in this more intimate setting. I hoped that you would. I noticed you in the field this afternoon, and I knew right away that I had to meet you. I felt a bond with you immediately. Did you feel it too?" Before I had a chance to answer, he took my hand in his. I've spent most of my life traveling all over the world. I have a thirst to meet people. Every so often I meet someone extraordinary, someone whose singularity can be seen, even across a field full of people, someone like you." He had the glittery-eyed look of a man with a high fever, the wild look of someone chasing a thought but unable to focus, and I started to become frightened. Why had he singled me out? Or perhaps I hadn't been singled out. Perhaps this was an enticement he made to any girl impressionable enough to consider his offer of spiritual wifery. He pressed against me in a way too familiar to be polite, seeming to enjoy my distress. "Extraordinary? Sir, you do not know me at all." I tried to push him aside, but he continued to stand stubbornly in front of me. "There is nothing extraordinary about me." "Oh, but there is. I can feel it. You must feel it, too. You have a special sensibility, a remarkably primal nature. I can see it in your lovely, delicate face." His hand hovered near my cheek as though he might touch me, as though he was compelled to do so. "You are full of want, Lanore. You are a sensual creature. You burn to know of this physical bond between man and woman. It is in the forefront of your thoughts. You hunger for it. Perhaps there is a particular man." Of course there was, Jonathan. But I thought the preacher was angling to see if I fancied him. "This talk is not proper between us, sir." I stepped sideways and started to dart around him. "I should go inside." He put a hand on my arm again. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I apologize. I'll speak of it no more. But please indulge me for one more minute. I have a question I must ask of you, Lanore. As I took the field this afternoon and I noticed you, I saw you were speaking to a young man on horseback, an exceptionally good-looking fellow. Jonathan?" "Yes, that's the name I was told. Jonathan." The preacher licked his lips. "I have since been told by your neighbours that this young man might be sympathetic to my philosophies. Do you think you might arrange an audience for me with Jonathan?" I felt prickling along the back of my neck. "Why do you wish to meet Jonathan?" He laughed in his throat nervously. "Well, as I said, from what I've been told, he seems a natural disciple, the kind of man who can appreciate the truth of what I say. Could take up the cause and perhaps be an outpost of my church up here in the wilderness." I looked into his eyes and saw for the first time a true wickedness about him, a love of chaos and disruption. He meant to sow this wickedness in Jonathan, too, as he tried to sow it in this town, as he'd hoped to sow it in me. "My neighbours are amusing themselves at your expense, sir, since you don't know Jonathan as I do. I doubt he would have much interest in what you have to say." Why I felt I had to protect Jonathan from this man, I don't know, but there was something ominous about his interest. The preacher didn't like my answer. Perhaps he knew I was lying, or he didn't appreciate being thwarted. He gave me a long, intimidating stare, as though thinking about what to do next to get what he wanted, and I felt for the first time in his presence true danger, a sense that this man was capable of anything. Just then, Nevin appeared in front of us with a blazing torch in hand, and for once I was glad to see him. "Lanore, I was looking for you. I'm ready. Let's go," he bellowed. "Good night," I said, breaking away from the preacher whom I hoped to never see again. His fiery stare bored into my back as Nevin and I left. "Satisfied with your little outing?" Nevin grunted at me as we headed down the road. It wasn't what I expected. "I would say so. The man's daft. Probably made so by the diseases he undoubtedly carries," Nevin said, meaning syphilis. "Still, I hear he's had followers down in Seiko. Wonder what he's doing this far north." It didn't occur to Nevin that the man might have been driven out by the authorities, that he might be on the run, that in his madness he could be given to visions and grandiose predictions, putting ideas into the heads of gullible young girls and threatening those less than willing to do as he wished. I hugged my shawl tightly around my shoulders. "I would appreciate it if you'd not tell Father what the preacher said." Nevin laughed blackly. "I should think not. I can barely bring myself to recall his blasphemous talk, let alone repeat it to Father. Multiple wives. Spiritual wifery. I don't know what Father would do. Take to me with a whipping rod and lock you in the barn until you were 21 for even listening to the heathen's words." He shook his head as he walked on. "I tell you what, though. That preacher's teachings sure would suit your boy Jonathan. He's made spiritual wives out of half the girls in town already." "Enough about Jonathan," I said, keeping the preacher's strange interest in Jonathan to myself, so as not to confirm Nevin's poor opinion of him. "Let us talk no more about it." We fell quiet for the rest of the long walk home. Despite the cool night air, I still tingled from the dark look on the preacher's face and the glimpse into his true nature. I didn't know what to make of his interest in Jonathan, nor what he meant by my special sensibility. Was my longing to experience what went on between a man and a woman so obvious? Surely that mystery was at the heart of the human experience. Could it truly be unnatural, or especially evil, for a young woman to be curious about it? My parents and Pastor Gilbert would probably think so. I walked down the lonesome road, agitated inside, and titillated by all of this open talk of desire. The thought of knowing Jonathan, of knowing other men in the village the way Magda knew them, left me hot and liquid inside. This evening I had awakened to my true nature, though I was too inexperienced to know it, too innocent to realize I should be alarmed by the ease with which desire could be sparked within me. I should have fought against it more staunchly, but perhaps there was no use, as one's true nature always wins out. Chapter 7. Years passed in the way they do, with each year seeming no different than its predecessor, but little differences were evident. I was less willing to follow my parents' rules and longed for a measure of independence, and I'd grown weary of my judgmental neighbors. The charismatic preacher was arrested down in Seiko, tried and imprisoned, then escaped and disappeared mysteriously. But his absence from the scene did little to quell the unrest gurgling just beneath the surface. There was an undercurrent of sedition in the air, even in a town as isolated as St. Andrew. Talk of independence from Massachusetts and statehood. If landowners such as Charles St. Andrew were worried that their fortunes would be adversely affected, they made no show of it and kept their concerns to themselves. I grew more interested in such important matters, though I still had few opportunities to exercise my curiosity. The only fit topics of interest for a young woman, it seemed, were her domestic domain: how to make a tender loaf of molasses bread, or coax milk from an aging cow, how well you could sew, or the best way to cure a child's fever. Tests to prove our suitability as wives. But I had little interest in competition of this sort. There was only one man I wanted for my husband, and he cared little for the tenderness of a breadcrumb. One of the household tasks I cared for the least was laundry. Lightweight clothing could be taken down to the creek for rinsing and wringing, but several times a year we'd have to do a thorough washing, which meant setting a large cauldron over a fire in the yard for a full day of boiling, scrubbing, and drying. It was a miserable job, arms plunged in boiling water and lye, wringing out voluminous wool garments, spreading them to dry on bushes or over tree limbs. Laundry day had to be chosen carefully, for it required a stretch of good weather when no other laborious household task needed doing. I remember one such day in the early autumn of my 20th year. Oddly, my mother had sent Maeve and Glynis to help my father with the haying, insistent that she and I could handle the washing by ourselves. She was strangely quiet that morning, too. As we waited for the water to boil, she fussed with the washing things, the bag of lye, the dried lavender, the sticks we used to push the clothing around in the pot. "The time has come for us to have an important conversation," my mother said at last as we stood beside the cauldron, watching bubbles rise to the surface of the water. "It's time to think about getting you started on a life of your own, Lanore. You're not a child any longer. You are well into a marrying age." Truth be told, I was nearly past a good age for marriage, and had been wondering what my parents intended to do about the situation. They'd arranged betrothals for none of their children. "And so we must address what to do about Master St. Andrew." She held her breath and blinked at me. My heart fluttered at her words. What other reason would she have to bring up Jonathan's name in the context of marriage if she and my father didn't intend to seek an arrangement for me? I was speechless from joy and surprise. The latter for knowing father didn't approve of the St. Andrew family. Not anymore. Many things had changed since the families followed Charles St. Andrew north. His relationship with the rest of the town, with the men who trusted him, was strained. Mother looked at me squarely. I tell you this as a mother who loves you, Lenore. You must cease your friendship with Master Jonathan. The two of you are children no longer. To continue in this way will do you no good. I didn't feel the flecks of boiling water alighting on my skin, or the heat from the cauldron dampening my face. I stared back at her. She rushed to cover my horror-struck silence. You must understand, Lenore. What other boy will want you when you are so obviously in love with Jonathan? I'm not in love with Jonathan. We're only friends, I croaked. She laughed gently, but it stabbed at my heart all the same. You cannot deny your love for Jonathan. It's quite evident, my dear, as it is just as evident that he does not feel the same way toward you. There's nothing for him to show, I protested. We are just friends, I assure you. His flirtations are the talk of the village. I brushed a hand over my sweaty brow. I know of those. He tells me everything. Listen to me, Lenore, she implored, turning to me even as I turned away. It is easy to fall in love with a man as handsome as Jonathan, or as wealthy, but you must resist. Jonathan is not to be your destiny. How can you say that? The protest broke from my lips, though I hadn't meant to say anything of the kind. You cannot know what lies ahead for me or Jonathan. Oh, silly girl. Do not tell me you've set your heart on him. She took me by the shoulders and gave me a shake. You cannot hope to wed the captain's boy. Jonathan's family would never allow it. Never. Nor would your father abide it. I am sorry to be the one to tell you this hard, hard truth. She didn't have to. Logically, I knew that our families were unequal, and I knew that Jonathan's mother had high hopes as far as her children's marriages were concerned. But a girl's dreams are near impossible to kill, and I'd harbored this one for as long as I could remember. It seemed I was born with the desire to be with Jonathan. I'd always secretly believed that a love as fierce and true as mine would be rewarded in the end, and now I was being forced to accept the bitter truth. My mother returned to her work, picking up the long stick to stir the clothing in the boiling water. Your father means to begin searching for a match for you, and so you see why you must end your friendship. We have to find your match before we make matches for your sisters, she continued. So you understand the importance of this, don't you, Lenore? You do not want your sisters to end up unwed, do you? No, Mother, I said, dispirited. I was still turned away from her, looking off in the distance, willing myself not to cry, when I noticed movement in the forest beyond our house. It could be anything, benign or dangerous. My father and siblings returning from the hayfield, someone traveling between farms, deer picking at greenery. My eyes followed the figure until I could make it out, large and dark, a graceful, shimmering blackness. Not a bear, a horse and rider. There was only one true black horse in the village, and it belonged to Jonathan. Why would Jonathan be riding out this way if not to see me? But he had passed beyond our house and was headed in the direction of our neighbors, the recently wed Jeremiah and Sophia Jacobs. I could think of no reason for Jonathan to call upon Jeremiah. None at all. I raised a hand to tuck a few loose curls under my cap. Mother, didn't you say Jeremiah Jacobs was not at home this week? Has he gone away? Yes, he has, she said absently, stirring the pot. He has gone to Fort Kent to look at a pair of draft horses and told your father he would return next week. And he's left Sophia by herself, has he? The shimmering figure had slipped beyond my vision into the darkness of the woods. My mother murmured in agreement. Yes, but he knows there's no reason to worry. Sophia is safe on her own for a week. She lifted the wet garment out of the pot by the stick, a steaming, dripping mass. I took it from her and carried it under the tree, where we wrung the wool out together. "Promise me you will give up on Jonathan, and will seek his company no more," was the last she said on the matter. But my mind was on our neighbor's tiny salt box, Jonathan's horse, waiting restlessly outside. "I promise," I said to my mother, lying glibly, as though it meant nothing at all. Chapter 8. As autumn deepened and the leaves turned russet and gold, the love affair between Jonathan and Sophia Jacobs did not abate. During those weeks, my encounters with Jonathan were rarer than ever and painfully brief. While it wasn't all Sophia's fault, Jonathan and I each suffered demands on our time, I blamed Sophia entirely. What right had she to get so much of his attention? As far as I could see, she didn't deserve his company. Her worst sin was that she was married, and by pursuing this relationship, she was forcing Jonathan to compromise his Christian morals. She was condemning him to hell along with herself. But the reasons she didn't deserve him did not stop there. Sophia was hardly the prettiest girl in the village. By my count, there were at least 20 girls comparable in age who were prettier than she, even if I excluded myself from this group on the basis of modesty. Further, she had neither the social position nor the wealth that would make her a suitable companion for a man of Jonathan's status. Her housekeeping skills were lacking, her sewing was passable, but the pies she brought to church socials were pasty and unevenly cooked. Sophia was clever without a doubt, but if one were pressed to pick the smartest woman in town, her name would not be among those to spring to mind. So what exactly was the basis for her claim over Jonathan, who should have only the best? I spun the late summer flax, contemplating this queer development, cursing him for being inconstant. After all, that day in the McDougal's field, hadn't he said he'd be jealous if I was to become attached to another boy in the village? And yet here he was secretly courting Sophia Jacobs. A less heartsick girl might have drawn conclusions from his behavior, but I wouldn't, preferring to believe that Jonathan would still choose me if he only knew my feelings. I wandered by myself after church services on Sundays, casting unanswered glances in Jonathan's direction, hoping to tell him how badly I wanted him. I walked the trails that led to the St. Andrew's house and wondered what Jonathan might be doing at that moment. And in my daydreams, I tried to imagine the feel of Jonathan's hands on my body, what it would be like to be pressed beneath him, raw from his kisses. I blushed to think how innocent my view of love was then. I had a virgin's conception of love as chaste and courtly. Without Jonathan, I was lonely. It was a preview of what my life would be like once Jonathan was wed and took over his family's business and I was married to another. Each of us would be drawn increasingly into our own orbits, paths destined never to cross. But that day had not come yet, and Sophia Jacobs was not Jonathan's lawful wife. She was an interloper who'd staked a claim on his heart. It was just after the first frost when Jonathan came out to see me one day. How different he looked, as though he'd aged years. Or maybe it was only that the gaiety in his demeanor had gone. He seemed serious, very adult. He found me in the hayfield with my sisters, pitching the last of the hay left to dry in the summer sun into the barn, where we stored the alfalfa that would feed the cattle through the long winter. "Let me help you," he said, springing down from his horse. My sisters, dressed as was I in old clothes and with kerchiefs tied around our heads to keep our hair back, looked askance at him and giggled. "Don't be ridiculous," I said, taking in his fine wool coat and doeskin breeches. Haying was miserable, sweaty work. Anyway, I was still smarting from his desertion and told myself I wanted nothing from him. "Just tell me what brings you out here," I said. "I'm afraid my words are meant for your ears only." "May we at least walk a ways by ourselves?" he asked, nodding at my sisters to show that he meant no disrespect. I threw my pitchfork to the ground and pulled off the gloves and started meandering in the direction of the woods. He fell into step beside me, leading his horse by a slack rein. "Well, we haven't seen each other in a while, have we?" he began in an unconvincing manner. "I've no time for niceties," I told him. "I have work to do." He abandoned his pretext altogether. "Ah, Lanny, I have never been able to fool you. I have missed your company, but that's not why I've come out here today. I need your advice. I'm no good at judging my own problems, and you always seem to see a way clear, no matter what's at issue." "You can stop trying to flatter me," I said, wiping my brow against a dirty sleeve. "I'm hardly King Solomon. There are far wiser people in this town you could turn to, so the fact that you have come to me means you are in trouble of some kind that you don't dare share with anyone else. So out with it. What have you done now?" "You're right. There's no one I can confide in except you." Jonathan turned his handsome face from me, embarrassed. "It's Sophia. You've guessed that much, I'm sure, and I know hers is the last name you wish to hear." "You've no idea," I muttered, tucking a fold of my skirt into my waist to lift the hem from the ground. "It's been a happy enough union between us, Lanny. I never would have guessed as much. We are so different, and yet I've come to enjoy her company immensely. She has an independent mind and isn't afraid to speak it." He spoke, oblivious to the fact that I'd stopped dead in my tracks, mouth agape. Hadn't I spoken my mind to him? Well, perhaps I hadn't spoken my mind plainly to him on all matters, but hadn't we conversed as equals, friends? It was maddening that he thought Sophia's demeanour so singular and remarkable. It's all the more extraordinary considering the family she comes from. She tells stories of her father, that he is a drunkard and a gambler, and beats his wife and his daughters. "Toby Ostergaard," I said. It surprised me that Jonathan had not known of Toby's poor reputation, but it only went to show how sheltered he was from the rest of the village. Ostergaard's problems were well known. No one thought much of him as a father or a provider. A poor farmer, Toby dug graves on the weekends to earn extra coin, which he usually wasted on drink. "Her brother ran away a year ago," I said to Jonathan. "He fought with his father, and Toby hit him in the face with his gravedigger's shovel." Jonathan seemed genuinely horrified. "This rough upbringing has toughened Sophia, and yet she has not become hardened and bitter, not even after her grievous marriage. She regrets very much having agreed to the match, especially now that—" He trailed off. "Now, what?" I prodded, fear rising in my throat. "She tells me she is pregnant," Jonathan blurted out, turning back to me. "She swears the baby is mine. I don't know what to do." His expression was a sheet of terror, and yes, trepidation that he'd had to tell me this. I would have slapped him if it weren't so plain that he truly didn't wish to hurt me. Still, I wanted to throw it back in his face. He'd been carrying on with this woman for weeks. What did he expect? He'd been lucky that it hadn't happened sooner. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "Sophia's wish is plain. She wants us to be married and to raise the babe together." A bitter laugh burst from my lips. "She must be mad. Your family would never allow it." He gave me a quick, angry look that made me regret my outburst. "What is it," I tried again in a more conciliatory tone, "that you wish to do?" Jonathan shook his head. "I tell you, Lanny, I do not know my own mind on this matter." I wasn't sure I believed him, however. There was a hesitancy in his tone, as though he held thoughts that he didn't dare speak. He seemed much changed from the Jonathan I knew, the scoundrel who'd planned to remain unfettered as long as possible. If he only knew how conflicted I was by his dilemma. On one hand, he seemed so miserable and helpless to see his way clear that I was moved to pity. On the other hand, my pride stung like newly flayed skin. I paced around him, a knuckle pressed to my lips. "Well, let's think this through. You know as well as I that there are remedies for this sort of predicament. She needs to make a trip to the midwife." I thought of Magda. Surely she would know how to deal with this calamity, an eventuality in her line of work. "A tincture of herbs or some procedure I've heard will take care of the problem." Face flushed, Jonathan shook his head again. "She won't. She means to have the baby." "But she cannot. It would be madness to flaunt her wrongdoing so. If such behavior would be madness, then she is indeed not in her right mind." "What about—" Your father? Have you thought of going to him for advice? The suggestion wasn't completely ridiculous. Charles St. Andrew was known for chasing his servant girls and had probably been in Jonathan's position once or twice himself. Jonathan snorted like a shying horse. I suppose I will have to tell old Charles, though I don't look forward to it. He will know how to deal with Sophia, but I fear what the outcome might be. Meanwhile, I guessed that Charles St. Andrew would make his son break all ties with Sophia and, baby or no, they'd not see each other again. Or worse, he might insist Jeremiah be told, and Jeremiah might demand a divorce from his adulterous wife and start proceedings against Jonathan. Or he could extort hush money from the St. Andrews, agreeing to raise the babe as his own if he was paid for his silence. What might happen once St. Andrews stepped in was anyone's guess. "My dear Jonathan," I murmured, my mind scrabbling for a piece of advice to give him. "I am sorry for your misfortune. But before you go to your father, let me think on it a day. Perhaps a solution will come to me." He looked over his shoulder at my sisters, who were now obscured from us behind a pitched stack of hay. "As always, you are my salvation." Before I knew what was happening, he clasped me by the shoulders and pulled me to him, fairly lifting me to my toes to kiss me. But it was no brotherly peck. The forcefulness of his kiss was a reminder that he could conjure up my desire at will, that I was his. He held me tight to him, and yet he trembled too. We were both panting when he released me. "You are my angel," he whispered hoarsely in my ear. "Without you, I would be lost." Did he know what he was doing, saying such things to someone desperately in love with him? It made me wonder if he had meant to set me to take care of this unsavory business of his, or if he had merely come seeking reassurances from the one girl he could depend on to love him no matter what he did. I liked to think that a part of him loved me purely, and was sorry to have disappointed me. I cannot honestly say I knew Jonathan's true intentions then. I doubt if he himself knew. After all, he was a young man in serious trouble for the first time. Perhaps Jonathan wishfully believed that if God would forgive him this indiscretion, he would mend his ways and be satisfied with one girl who would love him completely. He climbed back in the saddle and nodded politely to my sisters before turning his horse in the direction of home. And before he had ridden to the edge of the field and disappeared from my sight, a thought came to me, for I was a clever girl, and never more focused in intent than when it involved Jonathan. I decided to visit Sophia the next day and speak to her in private. I waited until I had shut our chickens in the coop for the night, so my absence wouldn't be noticed, before setting out for the Jacobses' farm. Their property was much quieter than ours, mainly because they owned fewer livestock and there were no children to help tend to all the chores. I crept into the barn, hoping I would not run into Jeremiah, and found Sophia penning their 3 raggedy sheep in a stall for the evening. "Lanore!" she started in surprise, hands flying up to cover her heart. She was lightly dressed for being outside, with only a woolly shawl over her shoulders instead of a cloak to ward off the cold. Sophia had to know of my friendship with Jonathan, and God knows what he might have said to her about me, or perhaps I was foolish to believe that he gave a thought to me once he'd left my presence. She gave me an icy look, undoubtedly worried about why I'd come. I must have seemed a child to her for being not yet wed and still living under my parents' roof, although I was only a few years younger. "Forgive me for coming to see you unannounced, but I had to speak to you alone," I said, looking over my shoulder to be sure her husband wasn't close by. "I will speak plainly, as there is no time for niceties. I think you know what I have come to discuss with you. Jonathan shared with me—" She crossed her arms and gave me a steely look. "He told you, did he? He had to boast to someone that he has made me with child." "Nothing of the sort. If you think he is pleased that you are going to have a baby—" "His baby," she insisted, "and I know he's not pleased." I saw my opening. I'd been thinking about what I would say to Sophia from the moment Jonathan had ridden away from me the day before. Jonathan had come to me because he needed someone who could be ruthless with Sophia on his behalf, someone who could make clear to her the weakness of her position. Sophia would know that I understood what she faced, There would be less room for conjecture and appeal to emotion. I wasn't doing this because I hated Sophia, I assured myself, nor because I resented that she'd usurped my place in Jonathan's life. No, I knew Sophia for what she was. I was saving Jonathan from this wily harridan's trap. With all due respect, I must ask you what proof you have that the baby is Jonathan's. We have only your word, and— I trailed off, letting my implication linger in the air. What are you, Jonathan's solicitor now? Her face reddened when I didn't rise to the bait. Ah, you're right, it could be either Jeremiah's or Jonathan's, but I know it's Jonathan's. I know. Her hands wrapped around her belly, though she showed no sign of pregnancy. You expect Jonathan to ruin his life on your assurances? Ruin his life? She shrieked. What about my life? Yes, what about your life? I said, drawing myself up as tall as I could. Have you thought what will happen if you publicly accuse Jonathan of fathering your baby? All you will accomplish is to let it be known that you are a loose woman. Sophia chuffed, spinning on her heel away from me, as though she couldn't bear to hear another word. And he will deny the affair, deny that he could be the father of the child. And who will believe you, Sophia? Who would believe that Jonathan St. Andrew would choose to dally with you when he can have his pick of any woman in the village? Jonathan will deny me? She asked, incredulous. Don't waste your breath, Lanore. You'll not convince me that my Jonathan would ever deny me. My Jonathan, she'd said. My cheeks burned, my heart hammered. I do not know where I found the nerve to say the evil things to Sophia that I said next. It was as though another person was hidden inside me, one with qualities I'd never dreamed I possessed. And this hidden person had been summoned from inside me as easily as a genie is conjured from a lamp. I was blind with rage. All I knew was that Sophia was threatening Jonathan, threatening to ruin his future, and I would never let anyone harm him. He wasn't her Jonathan. He was mine. I'd claimed him years ago in the vestibule of the church, and foolish as it may seem, I felt that possessiveness rise in me, fierce and primordial. You'll make yourself a laughingstock. The homeliest woman in St. Andrew, claiming that the most eligible man in town is the father of her child, not the oaf who is her husband, the oaf she despises. But it is his child, she said, defiant. Jonathan knows that. Does he not care what would happen to his own flesh and blood? That gave me pause. I felt a guilty twinge. Do yourself a favor, Sophia, and forget your mad scheme. You have a husband. Tell him the child is his. He'll be glad for the news. I'm sure Jeremiah has wished for children. He has, for children of his own, she hissed. I cannot lie to Jeremiah about the child's lineage. Why not? You've lied to him about your fidelity, no doubt, I said ruthlessly. Her hatred was so palpable at that moment, I thought she might strike at me like a snake. The time had come to drive the stake through her heart. I looked her up and down with hooded eyes. You know the punishment for adultery for the female partner, if she is married, is death. That is still the position of the church. Consider this if you insist on going through with your decision. You will seal your own fate. It was a hollow threat. No woman would be put to death for being an adulteress in St. Andrew, nor in any frontier town where women of childbearing years were scarce. The punishment for Jonathan, if the townspeople decided by some wild chance that he was guilty, would be to pay the bastardy tax and perhaps be ostracized by some of the town's most pious for a short while. Without a doubt, Sophia would bear most of the burden. Sophia whirled around in circles as though searching for unseen tormentors. "Jonathan!" she cried, though not loudly enough for her husband to hear her. "How could you treat me like this? I expected you to behave honorably. I thought that was the kind of man you were. Instead you visit upon me this viper." She shot me another venomous look through teary eyes. "To do your evil work for you. Don't think I don't know why you do this," she hissed, pointing a finger at me. "Everyone in town knows you're in love with him, but that he will not have you. It's jealousy, I say. Jonathan would never send you to deal with me in this way." I had prepared myself to be cool. I backed a few steps away from her as though she was mad or dangerous. "Of course he told me to see you. Otherwise, how would I know you are with child? He has despaired of being able to make you see reason, and has asked me to speak to you as a woman. And as a woman, I tell you, I know what you are up to. You are using this misfortune to better your lot, to trade in your husband for someone with means. Perhaps there is not even a baby. You look the same as always to me. As for my relationship with Jonathan, we have a special friendship, pure and chaste and stronger than that of brother and sister, not that I would expect you to understand it, I said haughtily. You don't seem to be able to comprehend a relationship with a man that doesn't involve lifting your skirts. Think hard on it, Sophia Jacobs. It is your dilemma, and the outcome is in your hands. Choose the easiest path. Give Jeremiah a child, and do not approach Jonathan again. He doesn't wish to see you, I said firmly, then left the barn. On the path home, I trembled with fear and with triumph, burning from spent nerves despite the cold air. I had summoned all my courage to defend Jonathan, and had done so with a single-mindedness I didn't know I possessed. I had rarely ever raised my voice, and had never forced my position so vehemently on anyone. To know I had such an inner power was frightening, and yet also thrilling. I walked home through the woods, light-headed and flushed, confident that I could do anything. Chapter 9. It was the noise that woke me the next morning. A musket fired, ball and powder. A musket shot at this hour meant trouble. A fire at a neighbor's house, a raiding party, a terrible accident. This shot came from the direction of the Jacobses' farm. I knew it as soon as I heard it. I pulled the blanket over my head, pretending to be asleep, listening to the murmurs coming from my parents' bed below. I heard my father rise and dress and go out the door. My mother followed, probably wrapping a quilt around her shoulders as she went about the tasks she did every morning, stoking the fire and starting a pot of water to boil. I swung around to sit upright, reluctant to put the soles of my feet on the cold plank floor and start what seemed heralded to be a strange and ill-fortuned day. My father came back inside, his expression grim. "Get dressed, Nevin. You must come with me," he said to the groaning lump in the bed downstairs. "Must I?" I heard my brother ask in a voice heavy with sleep. "There's the cattle to feed." "I'll go with you, father," I called down from the loft, pulling on my clothing hastily. My heart was already beating so hard that it would be impossible to remain in the house and wait for news of what had happened. I had to go with my father. A snow had fallen in the night, the first of the season, and I tried to clear my mind as I walked behind father, concentrating only on stepping into the footsteps he made in the fresh snow. My breath hung in the crisp air, and a drop of mucus beaded on the tip of my nose. Sitting in the hollow before us was the Jacobses' farm, a brown salt box on the broad expanse of white snow. People had begun to congregate, distant, small, dark shapes against the snow, and more were coming to the farm from every direction, on foot and on horseback. The sight made my heart start to race again. "We're going to the Jacobses?" I asked of my father's back. "Yes, Lenore," a taciturn reply with his customary economy of words. I could barely contain my anxiety. "What do you think has happened?" "I expect we'll find out," he said patiently. There was a representative present from every family, except the St. Andrews, but they lived at the farthest reach of town and could scarcely have heard the shot. Everyone in mismatching layers of dress, dressing gowns, uneven hems of a nightshirt peeking out from beneath a coat, hair uncombed. I followed my father through the small crowd until we nudged our way to the front door, where Jeremiah kneeled in the muddied, chopped snow. He'd obviously shoved himself hastily into breeches, boots unlaced on his feet, and a quilt draped over his shoulders. His ancient blunderbuss, the gun that had fired the alarm, leaned against the clapboard siding. His great, ugly face contorted in agony, his eyes red, his lips cracked and bleeding. He was usually such an emotionless man that the sight was unnerving. Pastor Gilbert pushed his way to the front, then crouched low so he could speak softly into Jeremiah's ear. "What is it, Jeremiah? Why did you sound the alarm?" "She's missing, Pastor." "Missing?" "Sophia, Pastor. She's gone." The hush of his voice sent a wave of murmurs through the crowd, everyone whispering to the person on either side of them, except for me and my father. "Gone?" Gilbert placed his hands on Jeremiah's cheeks, cradling his face. "What do you mean she is gone?" "She is gone, or someone has taken her. When I awoke, she was not in our home, not in the farmyard, not in the barn. Her cloak is gone, but her other things are still here." Hearing that Sophia, angry, perhaps feeling she had naught to lose, had not revealed my visit to Jeremiah, eased a tightness in my chest that I hadn't realized was there. At that moment, may God forgive me, I was worried not so much for a woman wandering bereft in the great woods as I was for my own part in her undoing. Gilbert shook his white head. "Jeremiah, surely she has just stepped out for a bit. A walk, perhaps. She will be home soon and sorry to have caused her husband worry." But even as he spoke, we all knew he was mistaken. No one went walking for recreation in weather this cold, first thing in the morning. "Calm yourself, Jeremiah. Let us take you inside to warm yourself before you get a bone chill. Stay here with Mrs. Gilbert and Miss Hibbins. They'll see to you while the rest of us search for Sophia. Won't we, neighbours?" Gilbert said with false enthusiasm as he helped the big man to his feet and turned to the rest of us. Speculation passed in the sideways glances of husband to wife, neighbour to neighbour. So the new bride has left her husband? But no one had the heart to do anything but take up the pastor's suggestion. The two women escorted Jeremiah, stumbling and dazed, into his house, and the rest of us broke up into groups. We looked for a line of footprints in the snow leading away from the house, hoping that Sophia's path had not been trampled by those who had answered Jeremiah's shot. My father found one set of tiny footprints that could have been Sophia's, and the two of us began to trace her steps. With my eyes trained on the snow, my mind raced ahead, wondering what had drawn Sophia from her house. Perhaps Sophia had stewed over my words all night, and woke with her mind made up to have it out with Jonathan. How could our confrontation not have something to do with her disappearance? My heart beat fiercely as we followed the footprints that I feared would lead to the St. Andrew's house until the snow disappeared in the deeper woods, and with it Sophia's tracks. Now we followed no discernible path, my father and I. The forest floor, a dizzying patchwork of bare, hard ground, and thinly scattered scabs of snow and dead leaves. I had no idea if my father was picking up telltale signs of Sophia's path, snapped branches, crushed leaves, or if he pushed on out of a sense of duty. We traveled parallel to the river, the sound of the Allagash to my left. Usually, I thought the sound of water rushing over rock comforting, but not today. Sophia had to have been moved strongly by something to venture into the woods by herself. Only the hardiest villagers went into the forest alone because it was easy to lose your way in the sameness. Acre after acre of forest, unfurled in a repetition of birch and spruce and pine, and the regularity of boulders pushing their way up through the forest floor, all covered with extravagant mosses or crackled with celadon lichens. Maybe I should have spoken to my father earlier, to let him know that his neighborly sacrifice was unnecessary, and that in all likelihood Sophia had gone to see a man whose company she should not keep. She could be safe and warm in a room with this man while we tramped through the cold and damp. I pictured Sophia rushing along the trail, stealing away from her unhappy home to Jonathan, tender-hearted and confused, who would undoubtedly take her in. My stomach twisted at the thought of her tucked in Jonathan's bed, the thought that she had won and I had lost, and that Jonathan was now hers. Eventually, we turned toward the river and walked a ways, following its contours. My father paused at one point, breaking a hole through a thin patch of ice to dip his hand in for a drink. Between sips, he eyed me, not without curiosity. "I don't know how much longer we will need to search. You can go home now, Lanore. This is no place for a girl. You must be freezing with cold." I shook my head. No, Father. I'd like to keep on a while longer." It would be impossible to wait at home for news. I would go out of my mind, or abandon all propriety to race to Jonathan's house and confront Sophia. I could picture her, smug, triumphant. At that moment, I don't think I'd hated anyone as much as I hated her. It was Father who spotted her first. He had been scanning the way ahead while I had kept my eyes trained on the dizzying ground underfoot. He found the frozen body trapped in an eddy formed by a fallen tree, almost hidden in a tangle of reeds and wild vines. She floated prone, caught in a mass of frozen cattails, her delicate body outstretched, the folds of her skirt and her long hair bobbing on the surface of the water. Her cloak sat on the river bank, neatly folded. "Look away, girl," my father said, as he tried to turn me by the shoulders. I couldn't tear my eyes from her. Father sounded the call while I stared dumbly at her corpse. Other searchers came crashing through the woods, following my father's voice. 2 of the men waded into the frigid water to pull her body from the embrace of the frozen grasses and the thin shelf of ice that had started to claim her. We spread her cape on the ground and laid her body on it, the sodden fabric clinging to her legs and torso. Her skin was blue all over, and her eyes mercifully were closed. The men wrapped her in her cloak and took turns holding the edges, using it as a sling to carry Sophia's body back home while I walked behind them. My teeth chattered, and my father came up to me to rub my arms in an attempt to warm me, but it did no good, for I shook and shivered from fear, not cold. I held my arms tight to my stomach, afraid I would be ill in front of my father. My presence dampened the discussion among the men, and they refrained from speculating as to why Sophia had taken her life. They generally agreed, however, that Pastor Gilbert would not be told about the cape, set deliberately aside. He would not know that she had been a suicide. When my father and I made it home, I ran straight to the fireplace and stood so close that the fire toasted my face, but even that heat could not stop my shaking. "Not so close," my mother chided as she helped me take off my cloak, afraid no doubt that the cape might catch on a spitting ember. I would have welcomed it. I deserved to burn like a witch for what I'd done. A few hours later, my mother came up to me, squared her shoulders, and said, "I'm going to the Gilberts to help with the preparations for Sophia. I think you should come with me. It's time you started taking your place among the women in this town and learned some of the duties that will be expected of you." By now, I had changed into a heavy nightgown, curled by the fire, and had drunk a mug of hot cider with rum. The drink helped to numb me, to tamp down the urge to cry out loud and confess. But I knew that I would come undone if I had to confront Sophia's body, even in the presence of the other women in town. I rose up from the floor on an elbow. I couldn't. I don't feel well. Still cold." My mother pressed the back of her fingers to my forehead, then my throat. "If anything, I'd say you were burning with fever." She looked at me cautiously, skeptically, then rose from the floor, tossing her cloak over her shoulders. "All right, this one time, seeing what you went through earlier." Her words trailed off. She looked me over one more time, in a way I couldn't quite figure out, and then slipped out the door. She told me later what had happened at the pastor's house, how the women prepared Sophia's body for burial. First, they set it by the fire to thaw. Then they rinsed the river silt from her mouth and nose and gently combed out her hair. My mother described how white her skin had become from the time in the river, and how she'd been scraped with thin red scratches after the current had dragged her corpse over submerged rocks. They dressed her in her finest dress, a yellow so pale as to be almost ivory, embellished with embroidery by her own needle and tailored to her slender frame with pin tucks. No mention was made of Sophia's body, no abnormality, no remark of the faintest swell to the dead woman's abdomen. If anyone noticed anything, it would be attributed to bloat, no doubt, water the poor girl had ingested as she drowned. And then a linen shroud was tucked into a plain panel coffin. A couple of men who had waited while the women completed their work loaded the coffin into a wagon and escorted it to Jeremiah's house, where it would lie in wait for the funeral. As my mother calmly described the state of Sophia's body, I felt as though nails were being driven into me, exhorting me to confess my wickedness, But I held on to my wits, if barely, and cried as my mother spoke, my hand shielding my eyes. My mother rubbed my back as though I were a child again. "Whatever is it, Lanore, dear? Why are you so upset for Sophia? It is a terrible thing, and she was our neighbor, yes, but I didn't think you even knew her very well." She sent me up to the loft with a goatskin filled with warm water, and went to chide my father for taking me with him into the woods. I lay with the goatskin pressed against my stomach, though it brought me no comfort. I lay awake, listening to all the sounds of the night, the wind, the shaking trees, the dying embers, whisper Sophia's name. As had been the case at her wedding, Sophia Jacob's funeral was a mean affair, attended by her husband, her mother, and a few of her siblings, and not many others. The day was cold and overcast, snowfall promising to drift down from the sky, as it had every day since Sophia had killed herself. We stood and watched from a hilltop overlooking the cemetery, Jonathan and I. We watched the mourners press around the dark hollow plot. Somehow they had managed to excavate a gravesite, though the ground was beginning to freeze, and I could not help but wonder if it had been her father, Toby, who had dug the grave. The mourners, specks of black against a white field far in the distance, shifted to and fro restlessly as Pastor Gilbert pronounced words over the deceased. My face was tight, swollen from days of crying, but now, in Jonathan's presence, no tears came. It felt surreal to be spying on Sophia's funeral. I, who should be down there on my knees begging Jeremiah for forgiveness, for I was responsible for his wife's death as surely as if I'd pushed her into the river myself. Next to me, Jonathan stood silently. Snow began to fall at last, like the release of a long, pent-up tension. Tiny flakes swirling on the cold air before landing on the dark wool of Jonathan's greatcoat and in his hair. "I cannot believe she is gone," he said, for the 20th time that morning. "I can't believe she took her life." I choked on my words. Anything I could say would be too weak, too palliative, and altogether untrue. "It is my fault," he croaked, raising a hand to his face. "You mustn't blame yourself for this." I rushed to comfort him with the words I had said to myself over and over the past few days, as I'd hidden in feverish guilt in bed. You knew her life was miserable from when she was a child. Who knows what unhappy thoughts she carried with her, and for how long? She finally acted on them. It's hardly your fault. He took 2 steps forward as though longing to be down in the graveyard. "I can't believe she had been carrying thoughts of self-injury, Lanny. She had been happy with me. It seems inconceivable that the Sophia I knew was fighting the desire to kill herself." "One never knows. Maybe she had an argument with Jeremiah, perhaps after the last time you saw her." He squeezed his eyes shut. "If she was troubled by anything, it was my reaction when she told me of the baby. That is why I blame myself, Lanny, for my thoughtless reaction to her news." "You said—" Jonathan lifted his head, suddenly, looking in my direction, "that you might think of a way to dissuade her from keeping the baby. I pray, Lanny, that you didn't approach Sophia with any such plan." Startled, I jerked back. I'd thought these past few days about telling him everything, as I'd struggled with my guilt. I had to tell someone. It was not the kind of secret a body can keep without doing irreparable harm to the soul. And if anyone would understand, it would be Jonathan. I'd done it for him, after all. He'd come to me for help, and I had done what was required. Now I needed to be absolved for what I had done. He owed me that absolution, didn't he? But as he searched me with those dark, willful eyes, I realized I could not tell him. Not now. Not while he was raw with grief and capable of being carried away by emotion. He would not understand. "What? No, I came up with no plan. Why would I approach Sophia on my own anyway?" I lied. I hadn't intended to lie to Jonathan, but he surprised me, his guess like an arrow shot with uncanny precision. I would tell him one day, I resolved. Jonathan turned his 3-cornered hat in his hands. "Do you suppose I should tell Jeremiah the truth?" I rushed up to Jonathan, and shook him by the shoulders. That would be a terrible thing to do, for yourself as well as poor Sophia. What good would it do to tell Jeremiah now, except to appease your conscience? All you would accomplish would be to ruin Jeremiah's illusion of her. Let him bury Sophia, thinking her a good wife who honored him. He looked at my small hands, clasping his shoulders. It was unusual for us to touch each other now that we were no longer children, and then looked into my eyes with such sorrow that I couldn't help myself. I collapsed against his chest and pulled him toward me, thinking only that he needed comfort from a woman at that moment, even if it wasn't Sophia. I will not lie and say I didn't find the feeling of his strong, warm body against mine comforting too, though I had no right to comfort. I nearly wept with happiness at the touch of him, holding his body against mine. I could pretend that he had forgiven me for my terrible sin against Sophia, although of course he knew nothing of it. I'd kept my cheek against his chest, listening to his heartbeat beneath layers of wool and linen and breathing in his scent. I didn't want to release my hold of Jonathan, but I sensed he was looking down at me, and so I looked up at him too, ready for him to tell me again of his love for Sophia. And if he did, if he said her name, I resolved I would tell him what I had done. But he didn't. Instead, his mouth hovered over mine for an instant before he kissed me. The moment for which I'd waited went by in a blur. We slipped into the protection of the woods, steps away. I remember the wonderful heat of his mouth on mine, its hunger and forcefulness. I remember his hands pulling on the ribbon that closed my blouse over my breasts. He pressed my back against a tree and bit into my neck as he fumbled with the fall of his breeches. I lifted my skirt so he could claim me, his hands on my hips. I regret that I didn't have even a glimpse of his manhood for all the clothing between us, coats and cloaks, skirts and petticoats. But I felt him in me. Suddenly, a great firm hotness pushed up inside me, and him bucking against me, grinding me into the bark of the tree. And at the end, his groan in my ear sent a shiver through me, for it meant he had found pleasure with me, and I had never been so happy, and feared I would never be so again. We rode together on his horse through the woods, with me holding tight around his waist as we had as children. We took the least traveled trails, lest we be seen together without a chaperone. We didn't exchange a word, and I kept my hot face buried in his coat, still trying to come to grips with what we'd done. I knew of plenty of other girls in town who had given themselves over to a man before marriage, with Jonathan often the recipient, and had looked down on them. Now I was one of them. A part of me felt that I had disgraced myself, but another part of me believed I'd had no choice. It might have been my only chance to capture Jonathan's heart and prove that we were meant to be together. I couldn't let it pass. I slipped from the back of his horse, and after a squeeze of his hand hiked the short distance to my family's cabin. As I walked, however, doubts began to set in as to what our tryst had meant to him. He swived girls with no thought to any consequences. Why did I imagine he would attach consequences this time? And what of his feelings for Sophia? Or my obligation, for that matter, to the woman I had driven to take her own life? I had as good as murdered her, and here I was fornicating with her lover. Surely a more wicked soul did not exist. I took a few minutes before proceeding to my home to compose myself with deep breaths of cold air. I couldn't go to pieces in front of my family. I had no one with whom I could talk this over. I would have to keep this secret hidden inside until I was calm enough to think on it rationally. I pushed it down, all of it, the guilt, the shame, the self-hatred. And yet, at the same time, I was filled with tremulous excitement. For though I didn't deserve as much, I'd gotten what I'd wanted. I exhaled, dusted the fresh snow from the front of my cloak, squared my shoulders, and trudged the rest of the way to my family's cottage. Chapter 10. Aroostook County Hospital, present day. Sounds are heard out in the hall. Luke looks at his wristwatch. 4 a.m. The hospital will come to life before long. The mornings are busy with injuries common to farm country. A rib shattered by a kick from a dairy cow, a slip on a patch of ice while lugging a bale of hay, followed at 6 by the shift change. The girl looks at him the way a dog might regard an unreliable master. "Will you help me? Or are you going to let that sheriff take me to the police station?" "Well, what else can I do?" Her face glows pink. "You can let me go. Close your eyes while I slip out. No one will blame you. You can tell them you went down to the lab, left me alone for just a second, and I was gone by the time you returned." Joe says she's a murderer. Luke thinks, can I let a murderer walk out the door? Lanny reaches for his hand. "Have you ever been in love with someone so badly that you'd do anything for them? That no matter what you want their happiness more?" Luke is glad she can't see into his heart because he has never been that selfless. He's been dutiful, yes, but he's never been able to give without a tug of resentment, and he doesn't like how that makes him feel. "I'm not a threat to anyone. I told you why I did what I did to Jonathan." Luke looks into those ice-blue eyes filling with tears, and he tingles from his scalp to his gut. The pain from loss overcomes him quickly, as it tends to since his parents' deaths. He knows she is feeling the same sadness as he, and for a moment they are together in this bottomless grief. And he's so tired of being imprisoned by grief, the loss of his parents, his marriage, his entire life, that he knows he must do something to break free of it. Do it now, or he never will. He's not sure why he's going to do what he's about to do, but he knows he can't think about it in advance or he won't do it. "Wait here. I'll be right back." Luke slips down the narrow corridor to the doctor's locker room. Inside his dented gray locker, he finds a pair of scrubs, wadded up and forgotten. He rummages through a couple of other lockers and comes up with a white lab coat, a surgical cap, and from the pediatrician's locker, a pair of women's running shoes so old that they curl at the toes. Luke brings these back to the examination room. "Here, put these on." They take the shortest route to the back of the hospital, pushing through janitor's passages to the loading dock in the service area. An orderly coming in for the day shift waves as they cross the parking lot. But when Luke waves back, his arm feels rusted tight with anxiety. It isn't until they're in the parking lot, standing beside his pickup truck, that Luke remembers he's left his keys in his parka back in the doctor's lounge. "Damn it! I have to go back. Don't have my keys. Hide in the trees. I'll be right back." Lanny says nothing but nods, hunched against the cold in her thin cotton scrubs. The walk from the parking lot to the ambulance entrance is the longest of his life. Luke hustles because of the cold and his nerves. Judy or Clay may have already noticed he is gone. And if Clay is still asleep on the couch, Luke might wake him when he goes into the lounge to retrieve his keys, and then he'd be caught. Each step gets harder and harder until he feels like a water skier being dragged under the surface after something has gone horribly wrong with the tow line. He pushes back the heavy glass door, so on edge that his shoulders are pinched high around his ears. Judy at the nurse's station frowns at her computer, not even looking up when Luke walks by. "Where have you been?" "Having a smoke." Now Judy is paying attention, fixing Luke with the beady eyes of a crow. "When did you start smoking again?" Luke feels like he smoked 2 packs last night, so what he's told Judy doesn't feel like a lie. He decides to ignore her. "Is Clay up?" "I haven't seen him. The door to the lounge is still closed. Maybe you ought to wake him up. He can't sleep here all day. His wife will be wondering what happened to him." Luke freezes. He wants to make a joke, to act as though everything is normal in front of Judy, but then, of course, Luke has never joked with Judy in the past, and that in itself would seem abnormal. His inability to lie and cover his tracks only makes him more self-conscious. He feels like he's fallen through the frozen skin of a pond and is drowning, sucking frigid water into every crevice of his lungs. And Judy sees nothing. "I need coffee," Luke mumbles as he heads off. The door to the lounge is just a couple of steps away. He sees immediately that it is slightly ajar and dark within. He nudges it open another 10 degrees and plainly sees the empty sag on the couch where the policeman should be. Blood rises to his ears. The glands in his throat swell to 4 times their normal size. He can't breathe. It's worse than drowning. It feels as if he's being strangled. His parka hangs to the right from a hook on the wall, waiting for him to reach into the pocket. The jingle tells him that the keys are right where he expected them to be. On the way back, his walk is direct and purposeful. Head down, hands pushed deep into the pockets of his lab coat. He decides not to take the service hallway, it's too indirect, and marches toward the ambulance entrance instead. Judy's head jerks up as Luke passes the duty station. "I thought you were getting coffee." "Left my wallet in the car." He tosses over his shoulder. He's almost at the door. "Did you wake Clay?" "He's already up," Luke says, backing into the door to push it open. And at the far end of the hall, there is the deputy, seemingly having materialized at the mention of his name. He sees Luke in return and raises his arm the way he'd hail a bus. Clay wants to talk to him and starts jogging down the hall in Luke's direction, hand-waving, "Stop, Luke!" But Luke doesn't. Throwing all his weight into the hip check, Luke knocks the door back. Cold slaps his face as he bursts out on the other side, bobbing to the surface of his real life. "What am I doing? This is the hospital where I work. I know every tile and plastic chair and gurney as well as I know my own house. What am I doing? Throwing away my life by helping a suspected murderer escape? Have I lost my mind?" But he continues, compelled by a strange itching in his blood, ricocheting through his veins like a pinball, driving him forward. He speed walks across the parking lot, frantic and off-kilter, like a person trying to remain upright while descending a steep hill, knowing he must look like a lunatic. Luke squints anxiously at his truck, but the girl is gone. Not a speck of the telltale aqua of hospital scrubs to be seen. At first he panics. How could he have been so stupid, leaving her outside unattended? But a small kernel of hope expands in his chest as he realizes that if the prisoner is gone, so are his worries. The next minute she is there, wispy, ethereal, an angel dressed in hospital clothing, and his heart leaps at the sight of her. Luke fumbles with the ignition while Lanny slouches low, trying not to watch and further the doctor's nervousness. Finally, the engine turns over, and the truck leaps out of the parking lot, launching recklessly onto the road. The passenger stares directly ahead, as though her concentration alone is keeping them from being discovered. "I'm at Dunratty's hunting lodge. Do you know where that is?" Luke is incredulous. "Do you think it's smart to go there? I'd think the police would have tracked you to your hotel by now. We don't get many strangers this time of year." "Please just swing by. If it looks suspicious, we'll keep going. But all my things are there. My passport, money, clothing. I bet you don't have anything that would fit me." She is smaller than Tricia, but larger than the girls. "You'd win that bet," he confirms. "Passport?" "I came over from France, where I live." She curls on her end of the bench seat like a cat, trying to conserve its warmth. Suddenly, Luke's hands on the steering wheel feel large, outlandishly huge and clumsy. He's having an out-of-body experience from the stress and has to concentrate not to jerk the wheel and send them hurtling off the road. "You should see my house in Paris. It's like a museum, filled with all the things I've collected over many, many years. Want to go there?" Her tone is sweet and as warming as liquor, and the invitation is intriguing. He wonders if she's telling the truth. Who wouldn't like to go to Paris, stay in a magical house? Luke feels his tension start to melt. His spine and neck begin to relax. There are hunting lodges like Dunratty's all over this part of the woods. Luke has never stayed in one, but remembers seeing the inside of a couple when he was a kid. For some reason he can't recall now. Cheap cabins, dating back to the 1950s, nailed together from plywood and filled with thrift shop furniture and mold, cheap linoleum and mouse droppings. The girl directs Luke to the last cottage on Dunratty's gravel driveway, and the cabin's windows are dark and empty. She extends a hand to Luke. "Give me one of your credit cards, and I'll see if I can open the lock." Once inside, they draw the shades, and Lanny snaps on a light. There is a chill on every surface they touch. Personal belongings are strewn about, left out, as though the inhabitants had been forced to flee in the night. There are 2 beds, but only one is unmade. the crumpled sheets and dimpled pillows looking wanton and incriminating. A laptop with a digital camera attached to it via a cord sits on a shaky table that was once part of a kitchenette set. Open bottles of wine litter the side table, 2 tumblers smudged with fingerprints, lip prints. 2 bags, open, rest on the floor. Lanny crouches next to one, stuffing loose items into it, including the laptop and camera. Luke jingles his keys, nervous and impatient. The girl zips the bag shut, stands upright, then turns to the second suitcase. She fishes out an item of men's clothing and holds it to her nose, breathing in deeply. "Okay, let's go." As they go down the drive past the front office, surely closed at this hour of the morning, Dunratty Jr. upstairs asleep, Luke thinks he sees the red gingham curtains move, as though someone might have been watching them. He imagines Dunratty in his bathrobe, coffee cup in hand, hearing the sound of tires on gravel, and going to see who's driving by. Would he recognize my truck? Luke wonders. Forget it. It's nothing. Just a cat going by the window, or so Luke tells himself. No sense in looking for trouble. Luke is a little unnerved as the girl changes clothing while he drives until he remembers that he's already seen her naked. She slips on blue jeans and a cashmere sweater more luxurious than anything his wife had ever worn. She drops the scrubs to the car floor. "Do you have a passport?" she asks Luke. "At home, sure. Let's go get it." "What? We're going to fly off to Paris just like that?" "Why not? I'll buy the tickets, pay for everything. Money is not a problem. I think we should get you to Canada, now, before the police put out a bulletin on you. We're 15 minutes from the border." "Will you need your passport to cross the border?" "They've changed the regulations, haven't they?" the girl asks, a note of panic in her voice. Luke tightens his grip again on the wheel. "I don't know. I haven't crossed the border in a while." "Oh, okay. We'll go to my house, but only for a minute." The farmhouse stands in the middle of an open field, like a child too stupid to know to come in from the cold. His truck climbs and bucks over the churned mud, now frozen into peaks like cake frosting. They enter through the back door into a sad, shabby kitchen that hasn't been changed in the past 50 years. Luke flips on the overhead light and notices it makes no appreciable difference in the level of light in the room. Used coffee mugs sit on the dinette table, and crumbs crunch underfoot. He is disproportionately embarrassed by the disarray. "This was my parents' house. I've been living here since they died," he explains. "I didn't like the idea of the farm going to a stranger, but I can't run it like they did. Sold the livestock a few months ago. Have someone lined up to rent the fields to plant next spring. Seems a waste to let them go fallow." Lanny drifts around the kitchen, running a finger over the chipped formica countertop, the back of a vinyl-cushioned kitchen chair. She stops at a drawing hanging from a magnet on the refrigerator, made by one of his daughters when she was in preschool. A princess on a pony. The pony is recognizable as some type of horse-like creature, but the princess is an approximation, with bushy blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a pink gown to go horseback riding. Except for the long gown, it could be Lanny. "Who drew this? Do you have children at home?" "Not anymore." "Gone with your wife," she guesses. "No one taking care of the place for you?" He shrugs. "You don't have any reason to stay," she says, stating a fact. "I still have obligations," he says, because that is how he's used to thinking about his life. A farm he won't be able to sell in this economy. He has his practice, mostly elderly, as their children and grandchildren move out of town. His caseload shrinks every month. Luke goes up the stairs and to his bedroom and finds his passport in the drawers of a bedside table. He moved into his parents' old bedroom after his wife left him. The bedroom of his childhood had also been his marital bed, and he wants no part of that anymore. He flips the passport open. Never used. He's never had the time to travel. Not since his residency, and even then it was only in the U.S. He's never been to even one of the faraway places he used to dream about seeing when he was a teenager, spending long hours on the tractor, his daydreaming time. His empty passport makes him feel a little ashamed in front of somebody who has been to all these exotic places. His life was supposed to turn out differently. He finds Lanny in the dining room, inspecting the family pictures, placed on a low bookcase. His mother had the photos out for as long as Luke could remember, and he didn't have the heart to put them away. But his mother was the only one who knew who these people were and how they were related to him. Old black and white photographs, with stern, long-gone Scandinavians staring back, strangers to one another. There's one color picture in a thick wood frame, a photo of a woman and her 2 daughters, nestled among the relatives as though they belong there. Luke turns off the lights and sets the thermostat very low, just enough to keep the pipes from freezing. He checks the locks on the doors, though he doesn't know why he is being so careful. He plans to come right back after dropping this girl off over the border. But the touch of his hand on the light switch makes a lump rise in his throat. It feels like he is saying goodbye, which he hopes to do one day, for which he's planned and pictured in his more sensible moments, maybe in the spring when he can think more clearly. But right now, he's just helping a girl in trouble, a girl with no one else to turn to. As for today, he's coming right back. "Ready?" Luke asks, jingling the keys once more. But Lanny reaches into the bookcase and pulls out a small book, barely larger than her hand. The dust jacket is missing, and the hard covers are worn at the corners so that the cardboard is visible, like a bud among the fraying yellow fabric. It takes a minute before Luke recognizes the book. It had been his favorite as a boy, and his mother must have kept it all these years. The Jade Pagoda, a classic child's tale, like Kipling but not Kipling. A British expatriate story, set in a faraway locale. A story with a Chinese prince and a European princess, or a Caucasian girl, in any case, set with pen and ink illustrations, done by the author's own hand. Lanny flips through the pages. "Do you know the book?" he asks. "I used to love it. Well, you can see the use it got. The binding is just about shot. I don't think it's in print anymore." She is holding it out to him now, open, pointing to one of the illustrations. And he'll be damned if it isn't her. She's in a period dress, and her hair is pinned up like a Gibson girl's. But that is her heart-shaped face, and her slightly haughty, bemused eyes. "I met Oliver, the author, when we both lived in Hong Kong. He was just a British civil servant then, and known as a drinker, begging the officers' wives to pose for his little project, as he called it. I was the only one who would do it. They all thought it was scandalous and some kind of ruse, just an excuse to get one of us alone with him in his apartment." There's a stirring in his diaphragm. He feels his heart leap possessively. The girl in the illustration stands before him in the flesh, and it is like the strangest kind of magic to have something he's known only as incorporeal suddenly manifest itself before him. He is afraid for a moment that he might faint. In an instant, she is at his side, hurrying to the door. "I'm ready. Let's go." Chapter 11. St. Andrew, 1816. I'd gotten my heart's one desire, for Jonathan to behold me as a woman and his lover, but nothing more. I lived in a state of uncertainty because I hadn't been able to communicate with him since that thrilling, frightening afternoon. Winter had intervened. Winter was not to be denied in our part of Maine. We would endure blizzard after blizzard, snow piled waist-deep within a day or two, negating any possibility of travel. All attention and energy was directed toward keeping warm and fed and taking care of the livestock. Every common task outdoors required wading in snow, an exhausting prospect. By the time a path to the barn and pasture was cleared, a clearing chopped through the icy surface of the stream for both livestock and household use, and the cattle had gotten used to negotiating the snowdrifts in the field, and it looked as if life might return to normal, or at least routine, another storm would descend on the valley. I sat by the window and stared down the wagon trail, unsullied snow standing nearly 2 feet deep. I prayed fervently for the snow to settle and become compact enough for us to be able to travel on it, so that we would go to services on Sunday, my only opportunity to see Jonathan. I needed him to assuage my fears, to tell me he had not swived me only because he could not have Sophia, but because he desired me, perhaps because he loved me. Finally, after several weeks of being housebound, the snow had condensed to a passable depth, and Father said we would go into town on Sunday. While any other time of year such news would be met with mere tolerance, if not indifference, this time you would have thought Father had told us we were going to a ball. Maeve, Glynis, and I spent the days in a tizzy, deciding what we would wear, how to scrub a stain out of a beloved chemise, and which of us would fix the other's hair. Even Nevin seemed anxious for Sunday to come, so he could escape from our tiny cabin. My father and I deposited my sisters, brother, and mother at the Catholic church, and then drove to the congregation hall. Father knew why I went to service with him, so he must have had an inkling of why I was more anxious than usual as we approached the hall. And after service, as the snow was too deep on the common for socializing, the congregation remained indoors, packing the aisles, hallways, and staircases. The air was loud with the bright chatter of people who had been confined with their families for too long and were anxious to speak to someone new. I squeezed through the crowds, searching for Jonathan. My ears caught snippets of my neighbors' conversations. How dreary it had been, how boring, how sick everyone was of dried peas and molasses and salt pork, and they bounced off me like pellets of sleet. Through a narrow window, I caught sight of the churchyard and Sophia's grave. The recently turned ground had settled and sunk, and the snow over the grave dipped a good inch or two lower than the rest of the cover, leaving an irregularity on the landscape. Finally, I saw Jonathan, weaving through the crowd too, looking as though he might be searching for me. We met at the foot of the staircase to the balcony, packed shoulder to shoulder with our neighbors, aware that we couldn't speak freely. Someone was bound to overhear. "How charming you look today, Lanny," Jonathan said politely. A harmless statement. The casual eavesdropper might think. But the Jonathan of my childhood had never remarked on my appearance, any more than he would remark on the appearance of another boy. I couldn't return the compliment. I could only blush. He leaned forward and whispered in my ear, "The past 3 weeks have been unbearable. Go out to your barn an hour before sundown tonight, and I will contrive to meet you there." Of course, under the circumstances, I could ask him no questions, nor seek any reassurances from my uncertain heart. And to be honest, I don't think anything he could have said would have kept me from going to him. I burned to be with him. That afternoon, my fears were assuaged. For an hour, I felt I was the epicenter of his world, all I could wish for. The whole of his being was in his every touch, from the way he fumbled with the tapes and ties that bound my clothing to his fingers pulling gently through my hair and his kisses on my bare, goose-prickled shoulders. Afterward, we nestled together as we returned to our bodies, and it was bliss to be encircled in his arms, to feel him pressed tight against me, as though he too wanted nothing to come between us. No happiness can compare to the happiness of getting what you have begged and prayed for. I was exactly where I'd longed to be, but now was aware of every second ticking by and how my family would be wondering after me. Reluctantly, I pried his arms from my waist. "I can't stay. I must go back. Though sometimes I wish there was somewhere else for me, a place I could go rather than home. I had meant to say only that I wished I didn't have to leave the sweet harbor of his company, but this truth slipped out, a truth I'd kept smothered inside me. It felt shameful, a secret fear to which I should not admit. But the words had escaped, and there was no taking them back. Jonathan looked at me quizzically. "Why is that, Lanny?" "Well, sometimes I feel I have no place within my family." I felt a fool having to explain it to Jonathan, perhaps the one person in the village who had never gone unloved or had ever felt undeserving of happiness. Nevin's the only son, so he's invaluable to my parents, and he'll inherit the farm one day. Then there are my sisters. Well, they're so pretty, everyone in town admires them for their prettiness. Their prospects are good. But me, I couldn't say even to Jonathan the heart of my secret fear, that my happiness mattered to no one, that I mattered to no one, not even to my father or mother. He pulled me down next to him in the hay and drew me into his arms, holding me fast as I tried to pull away, not from him, but from my shame. "I can't bear to hear you say these things, Lanny." "Well, you're the one I choose to be with, aren't you? The only one I seem to feel comfortable with. The only person I reveal myself to. I would spend all my time in your company if I could. Father, mother, my sisters, Benjamin, I'd give them all up, all of them, for it to be just you, just the two of us together, forever." I ate up his pretty tribute, of course. It cut through my shame and went straight to my head like a draught of strong whiskey. Don't mistake what I am saying. At the time, he believed he loved me, and I was sure of his sincerity. But now, with hard-earned wisdom, I understand how foolish we were to say such dangerous words to each other. We were arrogant and naive, thinking we knew what we felt then was love. Love can be a cheap emotion, lightly given, though it didn't seem so to me at the time. Looking back, I know we were only filling in the holes in our souls, the way the tide rushes sand to fill in the crevices of a rocky shore. We, or maybe it was just I, bandaged our needs with what we declared was love. But eventually the tide draws out what it has swept in. It was impossible for Jonathan to give me what he'd claimed to wish for. He couldn't give up his family or his responsibilities. He didn't have to tell me that his parents would never let him settle for me as a wife. But that late afternoon in that cold barn, I possessed Jonathan's love, and having it, I was all the more ferocious to hold on to it. He'd declared his love for me. I was assured of mine for him, proof that we were meant to be together, and that of all the souls in God's universe, we were bound to each other, bound in love. We met that way only twice more over the next 2 months. A sorry record for lovers. On each occasion we spoke very little, except for him to confess how he'd missed me. Rushing to love-making, our haste owing to the fear that we would be discovered as well as due to the cold. We stripped each other as bare as we dared go, and used mouths and hands to knead, caress, and kiss. Each time we coupled as though it would be the last time for either of us. Perhaps we intuited an unhappy future, hovering at our elbow, counting down the seconds until it would wrap us in a dread embrace. Both times we parted in haste too, the scent of him slithering up from under my clothes, wetness between my legs, and a burn on my cheeks that I hoped would be mistaken by my family for a nip from the cold. Each time we parted, however, doubt began to nibble at the back of my mind. I had Jonathan's love. For now. But what did that mean? I knew Jonathan's past better than anyone. Hadn't he loved Sophia too? And yet I had made him forget about her. Or so it seemed. I could pretend that he would be true and faithful to me, choose to be willfully blind as many women do, and hope that in time this would come to pass. My blindness was aided by a stubborn conviction that a bond of love was ordained by God, and no matter how inconvenient, how unlikely or painful, it could not be changed by man. I had to have faith that my love would triumph over any imperfection in Jonathan's love for me. Love, after all, is faith, and all faith is meant to be tested. Now I know only a fool looks for assurances in love. Love demands so much of us that in return we try to get a guarantee that it will last. We demand permanence. But who can make such promises? I should have been happy with the love, companionable, abiding, that Jonathan had had for me since childhood. That love was eternal. Instead, I tried to make his feelings for me into what they were not, and in trying I ruined the beautiful, eternal thing that I had. Sometimes the worst tidings come as an absence. A friend who does not visit at the usual time, and who quickly thereafter withdraws from the friendship. An awaited letter that does not arrive, followed at some distance by news of an untimely death. And in my case, that winter, the cessation of my monthly flowers. First 1 month, then a second. I prayed there might be another cause. I cursed Sophia's spirit, sure that she was paying me back. Once bidden, however, Sophia's spirit was not so easy to contain. Sophia began visiting me in my dreams. In some, her face would merely appear in a crowd, jarring and accusatory, then disappear. In one recurring dream, I would be with Jonathan, only to have him leave me abruptly, turning from me as though by silent command, ignoring my pleas that he stay. He'd then reappear with Sophia, the two walking hand in hand in the distance, Jonathan without even a thought for me. I'd always wake from these dreams feeling hurt and abandoned. The worst dream would throw me out of sleep like a bucking horse, and I'd have to stifle my cries or risk waking my sisters. The other dreams might have been my guilty mind playing tricks, but this dream could be nothing else but a message from the dead girl herself. In this dream, I walk through an empty village, the wind rippling at my back as I travel down the main carriage trail. There's not another person to be seen, no voice or sound of life, no chopping of wood or clanging of the blacksmith's anvil. Soon I'm in the woods, white with snow, following the half-frozen Allagash. I stop at a narrows in the river and see Sophia standing on the opposite shore. She is the Sophia who committed suicide, blue, her hair frozen in clumps, heavy wet clothing weighing on her. She is the forgotten lover, mouldering in the grave, at whose expense I have made my happiness. Her dead eyes settle on me, and then she points to the water. No words are spoken, but I know what she is telling me. Jump into the river and end your life and the life of your child. I dared not speak to anyone in my family about my condition, not even my sisters, with whom I was normally close. My mother commented once or twice that I seemed moody and preoccupied, though she jested that I must be suffering greatly from the monthly curse, to judge by my behavior. If only I could have spoken to her about my situation. But alas, my loyalties were to Jonathan. I could not reveal our relationship to my parents without consulting him first. I waited to meet with Jonathan at Sunday services, while again nature intervened. Several weeks elapsed before the trails into town were passable again. By then I felt the press of time upon me. If I were forced to wait much longer, I would not be able to keep my secret to myself. I prayed during every waking moment for God to give me the opportunity to speak to Jonathan soon. The Lord must have heard my prayers, for at last the winter sun came out in its fullness for several days running, melting a goodly portion of the last snowfall. Finally, that Sunday, we were able to hitch up the horse, bundle ourselves in cloaks, scarves, gloves, and blankets, and pack ourselves together tightly in the back of the wagon for our trip into town. In the congregation hall, I felt conspicuous. God knew of my condition, of course, but I fancied everyone else in town did too. I feared that my abdomen had begun to swell, and all eyes were upon the unsightly bulge under my skirt, though surely it was too soon for that, and in any case it was doubtful that anyone could find anything amiss, given the layers of winter clothing. I pressed near my father and cowered behind a post throughout the service, wishing to be invisible, waiting for the opportunity to speak to Jonathan afterward. As soon as Pastor Gilbert dismissed us for the day, I hurried down the stairs, not waiting for my father. I stood on the last step, searching for Jonathan. He emerged soon enough and made his way through the crowd toward me. Without a word, I took his hand firmly and drew him behind the staircase where we'd have more privacy. The bold move made him nervous, and he glanced over his shoulder to see if anyone had taken notice that we'd stolen away. "Good God, Lanny! If you are thinking I should kiss you here, listen to me. I am with child," I blurted out. He dropped my hand, and his handsome face shifted through a series of expressions: shock, a flush of surprise, a creeping realization that brought on pallor. Although I hadn't expected Jonathan to be happy with my news, his silence frightened me. "Jonathan, speak to me. I do not know what to do." I tugged at his arm. He took a sidelong glance at me, then cleared his throat. "Dear Lanny, I am at a loss to know what to say. That is not what a girl wants to hear at a time like this." Tears strained at my eyes. Tell me I am not alone. Tell me you will not desert me. Tell me that you will help me figure out what to do next." He continued to behold me with great reluctance, but said stiffly, "You are not alone." You cannot imagine how frightened I've been, confined with this secret at home, unable to speak of it with anyone. I knew I had to tell you first, Jonathan. I owed you that. "Speak, speak," I willed him. "Tell me that you will confess your part in my downfall to our parents, and that you will do right by me. Tell me that you still love me, that you will marry me." I held my breath, tears rolling down my cheeks, almost faint with wishing to hear him speak those words. But Jonathan could look at me no longer. His gaze fell to the floor. "Lanny, I have something I must tell you. But believe me when I say I would rather die than have to share this news with you right now." I felt lightheaded, and a chill of fear broke over me like sweat. What could be more important than what I have just told you? I've been engaged. It was settled this week. My father is in the hall, making the announcement now, but I had to find you and tell you myself. I didn't want you to hear from anyone else. His words trailed off as he realized how little his courtesy meant to me now. As we were growing up, we'd sometimes made light of the fact that Jonathan had not been betrothed. This business of betrothal was difficult in a village as small as St. Andrew. The best prospective brides and husbands were snapped up early, marriages arranged for children as young as 6, so if your family hadn't acted promptly, there might not be a good choice to be had. One would think a boy of Jonathan's means and social stature would be an attractive candidate for any of the families in town with daughters. And he was. But a match had never been made, nor for his sisters either. Jonathan said it was due to his mother's social aspirations. She didn't think any family in town would be advantageous enough for her children. They would surely do better among his father's business associates, or through her own family's network in Boston. There had been flurries of inquiries over the years, some looking more solid than others, but they all seemed to peter out, and Jonathan had approached his 20th birthday with no bride in sight. I felt as though my stomach had been opened with a butcher's knife. To whom? He shook his head. Now is not the time to speak of these things. It is your condition we should be talking about. Who is it? I demand to know, I cried. There was hesitation in his eyes. It's one of the McDougal girls. Evangeline. Even though my sisters were close to the McDougal girls, I struggled to recall which of them was Evangeline, because there was no shortage of them. The McDougals had 7 daughters in all, a gaggle, all very pretty in a hearty Scots way, tall and sturdy, with ginger hair and coarse curls, and skin that freckled like copper trout in the summer. I could picture Mrs. McDougal, too, practical and good-natured, with her shrewd eye, perhaps more capable than her husband, who made a passing living as a farmer, but everyone knew it was Mrs. McDougal who made the farm turn a nice profit, and had raised their standing in the town. I tried to see Jonathan with a woman like Mrs. McDougal at his side, and it made me want to fall in a heap at his feet. "And you intend to proceed with the engagement?" I demanded. "Lanny, I don't know what to say. I don't know that I cannot." He took my hand and drew me back farther into a dusty corner. "The contract with the McDougals has been signed. The announcement's made. I don't know what my parents will make of our situation." I could argue with him, but knew that it would be futile. Marriage was a business arrangement, meant to enhance the prosperity of both families. An opportunity such as allegiance to a family like the St. Andrews would not just be given away, not for something as common as a pregnancy out of wedlock. It pains me to say this, but there would be objections to our marriage, Jonathan said as kindly as possible. I shook my head wearily. He did not have to tell me. My father may have been respected by his neighbors for his quiet good judgment, but we McIlvraes did not have much to recommend us to prospective spouses, being poor and half the family practicing Catholics. After a while I asked hoarsely, "And Evangeline? Is she the one after Maureen?" "She's the youngest," Jonathan replied. Then, after hesitating, he added, "She is 14. "The youngest. I could only picture the toddler, brought by her sisters when they came to visit our house and work with Maeve and Glynis on cross-stitch samplers. She had been a small, pink-white thing, a pretty doll with gossamer gold tendrils and an unfortunate tendency to cry. So, the betrothal is set, but the wedding date, if she is 14, that must be far off. Jonathan shook his head. Old Charles wants us to wed this fall, if possible, by the end of the year without fail. I gave voice to the obvious. He is desperate for you to continue the family name. Jonathan wrapped his arm around my shoulders, holding me up, and I wished to cling to his strength and warmth forever. Tell me, Lanny, what would you have us do? Tell me, and I will do my best to make it so. Do you want me to tell my parents and ask them to release me from the marriage contract? A cold sadness washed over me. He said what I wanted to hear, but I could tell that he was afraid of my answer. Although he had no desire to wed Evangeline, now that the inevitable had been arranged, he had reconciled himself to it. He didn't want me to take him up on his offer, and in all likelihood it would be unsuccessful anyway. I was unacceptable. His father may have wanted an heir, but his mother would insist on an heir who had been conceived in wedlock, a boy born free of scandal. Jonathan's parents would insist he go ahead with the marriage to Evangeline McDougall, and once word of my pregnancy got out, I would be ruined. There was another way. Hadn't I said as much to Sophia those few months ago? I squeezed Jonathan's hand. I could go to the midwife. A look of gratitude lit up his face. If that is what you want. I will find a way to visit her as soon as possible. I can help with the expense, he said, fumbling at his pocket. He pressed a large coin into my hand. I was sickened and resisted the urge to slap him, but I knew it was only out of anger. After staring at the coin for a second, I slipped it inside my glove. I am sorry, he whispered, kissing me on the forehead. They were calling for Jonathan, his name echoing from the cavernous congregation hall. He left to answer the summons before we were discovered together, and I crept back up the stairs to the loft so I could see what was going on. Jonathan's family stood in the aisle outside their box, the one closest to the pulpit as the place of honor. Charles St. Andrew was at the top of the aisle, arms raised as he made an announcement, but he looked more piqued than usual. He had been this way since the autumn, said it was exhaustion or too much wine. If anything, it would be a combination of too much wine and too much dallying with the servant girls. But it had been as though one day he suddenly turned older, grayer, and sagging of flesh. He tired easily, falling asleep in congregation as soon as Pastor Gilbert opened the Bible. He soon couldn't be bothered to attend the town council meetings and sent Jonathan in his place. None of us guessed at the time that he could be dying. He had forged the town with his own hands. He was indestructible, the courageous frontiersman, the prescient businessman. Looking back, that was probably why he'd pressed Jonathan to marry and start producing heirs. Charles St. Andrew sensed his time was running out. The McDougalls rushed down the aisle to join him in the formal announcement. Mr. and Mrs. McDougall like a pair of hairy ducks, followed by their ducklings, in a row, more or less descending in age. 7 girls, some properly tied and bowed, others windblown and tousled, with a hem or lace peeking from their garments. And at the very end, the baby of the family, Evangeline. A lump formed in my throat at the sight of her. She was that beautiful. No sturdy farm girl. Evangeline was just beginning to cross from child to woman. She was graceful and willowy, with modestly budding breasts and hips and a cherub's lips. Her hair was golden still and fell down her back in long ringlets. It was evident why Jonathan's mother had picked Evangeline. She was an angel sent to earth, a heavenly figure worthy of her eldest son's attentions. I could have wept there in the church. Instead, I bit my lip and watched as she brushed by Jonathan, giving him the faintest nod, stealing a glance up at him from under her bonnet. And he, pale-faced, nodded back. The entire congregation followed this minute exchange and understood what had transpired between the two young people in the fluttering of an eye. "It's about time they found a wife for him," someone behind me muttered. "Now maybe he'll quit chasing after the girls like a dog in heat. A scandal, I say. The girl is but a child. Hush now. The difference between their years is but 6, and a good many husbands are older than their women by more than that. True, in a few years' time it'll make no difference when the girl is 18 or 20, but 14? Think of our own daughter, Sarah Beth. Would you wish to see her married off to the St. Andrew boy? Good heavens, no!" Below, the rest of the McDougal girls formed a loose chain around Jonathan and their parents, while Evangeline stood shyly a pace behind her father. Now is no time to be coy, I thought at the time, straining to hear what was being said below. You are the one he will wed. That handsome man is to be your husband, the one who will take you to his bed every night. He is a hard man to give your heart to, and you must prove yourself up to the challenge. Go stand next to him. Eventually, with much urging from her parents, she stepped out awkwardly from behind her father, like a newborn foal trying out its legs. It wasn't until they stood side by side that it struck me. She was still a child. He towered over her, so much larger than she was. I pictured them lying together in bed, and he looked as though he could crush her. She was small and trembled like a leaf at his slightest attention. He took her hand and stepped closer to her. There was something gallant about the gesture, almost protective. But then Jonathan leaned over and kissed her. It was not his usual kiss, the one I had memorized, the one so powerful that you'd feel it down to your toes. But he'd signaled that he'd accepted the marriage contract by kissing her in full sight of their families and the congregation, and in front of me. I understood Sophia's message to me then, from the dream. She wasn't exhorting me to kill myself in recompense for what I had done to her. She was telling me that I had a life of disappointment before me if I continued to love Jonathan as I did, as she had. A love that is too strong can turn poisonous and bring great unhappiness. And then what is the remedy? Can you unlearn your heart's desire? Can you stop loving someone? Easier to drown yourself, Sophia seemed to be telling me. Easier to take the lover's leap. All this reverberated in my mind as I watched from the balcony, tears forming, my fingers digging into the soft pine railing. I was high above the congregation floor, high enough to take the lover's leap. But I didn't. Even then I was mindful of the baby inside. Instead, I turned and ran down the steps and away from the wrenching scene before me. Chapter 12. I rode home from church in silence in the wagon with my father. He kept an eye on me, wrapped in my cloak and scarf, but shivering and with teeth chattering, even though the winter sun had come out and painted us both in sunlight. He said nothing, undoubtedly attributing my ill appearance and reticence to the news of Jonathan's betrothal. We stopped at the tumble-down Catholic church and found my mother, sisters, and Nevin waiting in the snow, blue-lipped and chiding us for being late as they climbed into the wagon. "Hush now, we have good reason for the delay," my father said to them, in a tone that meant he would brook no nonsense. "Jonathan's betrothal was announced after the service today." Considerately, there was no merrymaking among the rest of them, only glances from my sisters and a sneer of, "Pity the girl, whoever she be," from my brother. When we arrived at our farm, Nevin unharnessed the horse while father went to check on the cattle, and my sisters took advantage of the sunny day to see to the chickens. I followed my mother desultorily into the house. She bustled around the kitchen, getting ready to work on the evening meal, while I sat on a chair in front of a window, still in my cloak. My mother was no fool. "Would you like a cup of tea, Lanore?" she called from the hearth. "I do not care," I said, careful to keep a warble of sadness out of my voice. My back to her, I listened to the clatter of a heavy pot hung on the hook over the fire, and the splash of water poured from the bucket of drawn water. "I see you are upset, Lanore. But you knew this day would come," She said at length, firmly but kindly, "You knew one day Master Jonathan would marry, as will you. We told you having such a strong friendship with a boy was inadvisable. Now you see what we meant." I let a tear dribble down my face since she couldn't see me. I felt weak, as though I'd been trampled on and battered by one of the bulls in the field. I needed to turn to someone. I knew at that moment, sitting there, that I would die if I had to keep this secret to myself any longer. The question was, who could I trust in my family? My mother had always been kind to us children, defending us when my father's upright sensibility got the better of him and his scolding grew too harsh. She was a woman and had been pregnant 6 times, with 2 babes buried in the churchyard. Surely she would understand how I felt and would protect me. "Mother, I have something I must tell you, but I am terrified of how you might react, you and Father. Please promise that you will still love me after I have said what I must," I said, my voice quaking. I heard a muffled cry escape my mother, followed by the sound of a mixing spoon clattering to the floor, and I knew I had to say no more. For all her advice to me, for all her pleading and nagging, her worst fear had come true. Nevin was made to hitch the horse up to the wagon again and go with my sisters to the Dales' house on the other side of the valley and stay there until our father fetched them. I was left alone with my parents in the darkening house, sitting on a stool in the middle of the room as my mother cried softly to herself by the fire and my father paced around me. I'd never seen my father so enraged. His face was red and bloated, his hands white from clenching them into fists. The only thing that kept him from striking me, I believe, were the tears flowing down my face. "How could you do it?" my father railed at me. "How could you give yourself to the St. Andrew boy? Are you no better than a common harlot? Whatever possessed you?" "He loves me, Father." My words were too much provocation for my father. He lashed out and struck me hard across my cheek. Even my mother sucked in her breath in surprise. The pain radiated sharply from my jaw, but it was the rawness of his anger that stunned me. "Is that what he told you? Are you stupid enough to believe him, Lanore?" "You're wrong. He really does love me." He drew his hand back to hit me a second time, but stopped himself. "Do you not think he said as much to every girl who'd listen to him, to get them to give in to his desire? If his feelings for you are true, why is he betrothed to the McDougal girl?" "I don't know," I gasped, wiping tears from my cheeks. "Kieran," my mother said sharply, "don't be cruel." "It's a hard lesson," my father said back to her, looking over his shoulder. "The McDougals have my pity, and 'tis a shame for the wee Evangeline, but I'd not have St. Andrew for a son-in-law." "Jonathan is not a bad man," I protested. "Listen to yourself, defending the man who made you pregnant and hasn't the decency to be standing here beside you, giving your family the news," my father bellowed. "I take it the bastard knows about your state." "He does." "And what about the captain? Do you think he had the spine to tell his father?" "I don't know." "I doubt it," my father said, resuming his pacing, his heels clattering loudly against the pine floorboards. "And it's just as well. I want no part of that family. Do you hear me? No part. I've made my decision, Lanore. You will be sent away to have your baby. Far away." He stared straight ahead, not even a glance in my direction. "We will send you to Boston in a few weeks when the road is passable, to a place where you can have your child, a convent." He looked to my mother, who stared at her hands as she nodded. "The sisters will find a home for it, a good Catholic home to ease your mother's heart." "You're going to take my child away from me?" I started to rise from the stool, but my father pushed me back down. "Of course. You cannot bring your shame back with you to St. Andrew. I won't have our neighbors knowing you are another of the St. Andrew boys' conquests." I started crying again, violently. The baby would be all I had of Jonathan. How could I give it away? My mother crept over to me and took my hands in hers. You must think of your family, Lanore. Think of your sisters. Think of the shame if word were to get out in town. Who would want their sons to marry your sisters after such a disgrace? I would think my failings should be no reflection on my sisters, I said hoarsely. But I knew the truth. The righteous townsfolk would make my sisters and my parents suffer for my misdeeds. I lifted my head. So, will you not tell the captain of my condition? My father stopped pacing and turned to face me. I'll not give the old bastard the satisfaction of knowing that my daughter could not resist his son. He shook his head. You may think the worst of me, Lanore. I pray that I am doing the right thing by you. I only know that I must try to save you from complete ruin. I felt no gratitude. Selfish as I was, my first thought was not of my family and their hurt, but of Jonathan. I would be forced to leave my home, and I would never see Jonathan again. The thought was a blade pushed into my heart. Must I leave? I asked, misery breaking my voice. Why can't I go to the midwife? Then I could stay. No one would know. My father's cold stare wounded me more deeply than another blow. I would know, Lanore. I would know, and your mother would know. Some families may condone it, but we cannot let you. It would be a monstrous sin, even worse than the one you've already committed. So, I was not only a bad daughter and a helpless puppet for Jonathan's desires, but I had it in my heart to be a godless murderer as well. I wanted to die at that moment, but shame alone was insufficient. I see, I said, wiping at the cold wetness on my cheeks, determined to cry no more in front of my father. Oh, the shame and the terror I felt that night. Today, looking back, it seems ridiculous to be so ashamed, so terrified. But then I was just another victim of propriety, shaking and crying in my parents' house, crushed under the weight of my father's demands, a helpless soul about to be exiled to the cruel world. It would take many years for me to forgive myself. At the time, I thought my life was over. My father knew me for a harlot and a monster, and he was taking me away from the only thing that mattered to me. I couldn't imagine going on. The worst of winter passed, the short, dark days lengthening, and skies that had been perpetually overcast, the color of old flannel, beginning to lighten. I wondered if I, too, was changing incrementally with the baby inside me, or if any changes to my body were all in my head. After all, I'd always been slender, and in my predicament had lost my appetite. My clothing did not bind me as I'd expected it would, but perhaps that was only guilt fanning my imagination. In odd moments, too, I wondered if Jonathan thought about me, if he knew I was being sent away, and was sorry for having abandoned me. Perhaps he assumed I'd done as promised, seen the midwife, and gotten purged. Perhaps he was distracted by his impending wedding. I had no way of knowing. I was no longer allowed to go to Sunday services, and so my only chance to see Jonathan was taken away from me. The days passed in dreary sameness. My father kept me employed every minute, from when he woke in the semi-darkness of a new day until I laid my head on my pillow at night. Sleep brought no respite, for I frequently dreamed of Sophia, rising from the frigid Allagash, standing like a plume of smoke in the graveyard, circling my house in the darkness as a restless ghost. Perhaps her ghost found some comfort in my suffering. I knelt at my bedside before retiring in the evening, and wondered if it would be blasphemous to ask God to extricate me from this predicament. If banishment was to be my punishment for my grievous sins, oughtn't I accept my lot, rather than petition God for clemency? My sisters grew sad as winter waned and the day of my leaving grew closer. They spent as much time as they could with me, not speaking of my departure, but sitting with me, hugging me, pressing their foreheads against mine. They worked furiously with my mother to mend my wardrobe, not wanting to send me away looking so rustic, and even made me a new cloak of last year's spring wool. The inevitable would not be delayed forever, and one night, when the thaw had settled on the valley in earnest, my father told me that the arrangements had been made. I would leave the next Sunday on the provisioner's wagon, escorted by the town tutor, Titus Abercrombie. From Presque Isle, we would ride in a coach to Camden, then travel by ship to Boston. The family's one trunk was packed with my belongings and left by the door, a paper with the name of all my contacts, ship's captain, Mother Superior of the convent, sewn into the lining of a petticoat, along with all the coin my family could spare. My sister spent that night huddled against me in our wide bed, unwilling to let go of me. "I don't understand why Father is sending you away." He wouldn't listen, no matter how much we begged. "We shall miss you." "Will we see you again? Will you come to our weddings? Will you stand beside us at our babies' baptisms?" Their questions brought tears to my eyes, too. I kissed them gently on their foreheads and held them tightly. "Of course you'll see me again. I'll only be gone a short while. No more tears, huh? So much will happen while I'm away. You won't notice my absence at all." They cried out in denial, promising to think of me every day. I let them cry themselves to exhaustion before lying awake the rest of the night, trying to find peace in the last few hours before dawn. When we arrived, the drivers were hitching the horses to the wagons, now empty, having delivered loads of dry goods, milled flour, bolts of fabric, fine needles, tea, to the Watford store the day before. 3 large wagons and 6 brawny men made the last adjustments to the harnesses and doubletrees, and watched sheepishly as my family huddled around me. My sisters and mother were pressed tight, tears streaming down their faces. My father and Nevin stood to the side, gruff and emotionless. One of the drivers coughed, reluctant to impose but anxious to depart on schedule. "Time to be going," Father said. "Into the carriage with you, girls." He waited while my mother embraced me a last time, as Nevin helped the driver load my trunk into the empty wagon bed. My father turned to me. "This is your opportunity to redeem yourself, Lenore. God has seen fit to give you another chance, so do not be frivolous with his beneficence. Your mother and I will pray that you safely deliver your child, but do not think about refusing the sister's assistance in placing the baby with another family. I am ordering you to not keep the child, and if you see fit not to heed my orders, you would do just as well to not return to St. Andrew. If you do not transform yourself into a proper, God-fearing Christian, I wish never to hear from you again." Stunned, I went to the wagon, where Titus waited for me. With a chivalrous dignity, he helped me climb onto the bench next to him. "My dear, it is my pleasure to chaperone you as far as Camden," he said in the stiffly formal though friendly tone I'd heard Jonathan mock. I didn't know Titus well, as I'd never taken a class with him, and only had stories from Jonathan by which to judge him. He was an older gentleman, on the delicate side, with the constitution of a scholar, bandy arms and legs, a little pot-belly that had grown over the years. He'd lost most of his hair, and what was left had turned grey, leaving his bald pate with a wispy fringe in the style of Benjamin Franklin. He was one of the few men in town to wear spectacles, a spindly pair of wire frames that made his pale grey eyes seem smaller and even more watery. Titus spent the summer months in Camden tutoring his cousin's children in Latin in exchange for his keep, since all of his students in St. Andrew worked on their family farms until school began in the fall. As the wagon lurched to life, I cried copiously, returning my mother's and sister's frantic waves through my tears. As the town rolled by, the aching in my throat and heart intensified as I watched the only place I'd ever known shrink into the distance, and said goodbye to everyone and to the only one I'd ever loved. Chapter 13. Fort Kent Road, present day. The border crossing is not far away. Although Luke hasn't driven there in years, not since taking the family on some half-assed vacation to the Appalachian Range Trail, he's pretty sure he can still find it without looking at a map. He takes back roads, which are slower and will take longer, but he figures they'll be less likely to run into any state troopers or other police officers. There are too few of them to watch secondary roads or bother with small towns. The highway, that's where the trouble is. Speeders and overweight long-haul truckers, the money offenses that will bring in revenue for the state. He grips the steering wheel in the dead center and steers with one hand. His passenger stares doggedly at the road in front of them, biting her lower lip. She looks even more like a teenager, burying concern under a veil of impatience. "So," he says, trying to warm the air between them, "do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?" "Be my guest." "Well, can you tell me what it feels like to be, what you are?" "It doesn't feel like anything special. Really." She leans back in her seat and puts her elbow on the armrest. "I don't feel any different. Not that I can remember, anyway. I don't notice change on a day-to-day basis, and not in the ways that matter. It's not like I have any superpowers or anything. I'm not a character in a comic book." She smiles to let him know that she doesn't think it's a stupid question. "That thing you did in the ER, cutting yourself, did that hurt?" "Not really. The pain is very minor. Just feels sort of dull. Maybe like how surgery would feel if you got a low dose of anesthesia. Only the person who made you like this can hurt you, can really make you feel pain. It's been so long I've forgotten what pain feels like, almost." "A person did this to you?" Luke asks, incredulous. "How did it happen?" "I'm getting to that," she answers, still smiling. "Be patient." The revelation that this miracle is man-made almost makes Luke dizzy, like suddenly looking at a landscape from a different perspective. It seems all the more impossible, more the chance that this is a deception by a pretty and manipulative young woman. "Anyway," she continues, "I'm pretty much the same as I was before, except I don't really get tired. I don't get exhausted physically, but I get emotionally tired." "Depressed?" "Yeah, that's probably what it is. There are a lot of reasons, I suppose. Mostly it just gets to me every once in a while, the futility of my life, having no choice but to live through every day, day after day. What is the point of enduring all this time alone, I wonder, except to make me suffer, to be reminded of the bad things I've done, or the way I might have treated people? It's not like I can do anything about it. I can't go back in time and undo the mistakes I've made." This is not the answer he expected. He repositions his hand on the wheel while it vibrates hard in his palm as they travel over a rough patch of macadam. "Do you want me to prescribe something for you?" She laughs. "Antidepressants, you mean? I don't think it would do much good." "Medications have no effect on you?" "Let's just say I've built up a pretty high tolerance." She shifts away from him now, facing the window. "Obliteration is the only way out of your head sometimes." "Obliteration? You mean alcohol? Drugs? Can we stop talking about this?" Her voice wavers at the end. "Sure. Are you hungry? It's probably been a while since you've eaten. Want to stop for a bite? There's a place that makes good donuts over near Fort Kent." She shakes her head non-committally. "I'm never hungry anymore. I can go for weeks before I think about eating. Or drinking, for that matter. And what about sleeping? Do you want to take a nap?" "Don't sleep much either. I just forget about it. After all, the best part of sleeping is having someone next to you, isn't it? A warm body, a heavy weight leaning against you. It's very comforting, don't you think? How your breathing falls into a rhythm together, gets synchronized. It's heavenly." Did that mean there hadn't been a man in her bed in a while? Luke wondered. Then what of the dead man in the morgue? The mussed sheets at the cabin? What did it all mean? Or maybe she was playing him, covering up what she is really like. "Do you miss having your wife with you in bed?" she asks, after a beat, prodding him. Of course he did, even though his ex-wife had been a light, restless sleeper and frequently jolted him awake when she tried to get comfortable or acted out in a dream. By the same token, he loved seeing her asleep in their bed when he came home from a late evening at the hospital, her long, elegant body draped by the covers, all gently rising and falling curves. The crush of golden hair looped about her head, her mouth slightly open. There was something about seeing her, unaware, that made her beautiful to him. The memory of those intimate scenes forcing a knot to rise in his throat. That is too much to confide to a stranger, his loneliness and regret, so he says nothing. "How long has she been gone, your wife?" Lanny asks. He shrugs. "Nearly a year now. She's going to marry her childhood sweetheart. She moved back to Michigan, took our 2 daughters." "That's terrible. I'm sorry." "Don't waste your sympathy on me. It sounds as though you're dealing with something much, much worse." He has that feeling again, the same one he had outside the morgue, disorientation at the clash of her story with the world as he knows it. How could she possibly be telling the truth? Just then, he thinks he sees the flash of a black and white patrol car in the rear-view mirror as he makes a right turn. Had it been following them the whole time? Luke wonders, and he hadn't noticed? Could the police be after them? The thought carries a special kind of discomfort for a man who has never been in trouble with the law. "What is it?" Lanny asks, suddenly straightening up. "Something's happened. I can tell by the look on your face." Luke keeps his eye on the rear-view mirror. "Take it easy. I don't want you to be alarmed, but I think we're being followed." Part 2. Chapter 14. Boston, 1817. The trip south in the provisioner's wagon took 2 weeks. It skirted the eastern edge of the great North Woods, went wide enough of Mount Katahdin to keep us from seeing the snow-capped mountaintop, then picked up the Kennebec River, which we followed down to Camden. It was a lonely trip through that part of the state. Not widely settled now, it was practically empty then. We'd passed trappers and occasionally camped with them for the night, the wagon drivers anxious to have someone to share a bottle of whiskey with. The trappers we met were generally French-Canadians and were often either stoic or strange, the trade suiting those who were hermits or fierce independents at heart. A few of them seemed to me to be half mad, gibbering to themselves in an unsettling way as they cleaned and oiled their tools before settling down to work on the game they'd caught. Frozen animals would be set by the campfire until they'd thawed enough to be malleable, and then the trappers would take out their narrow-bladed knives and set to skinning. Watching the men peel back the skin and reveal the wet, red bodies made me nauseous and uneasy. Having no desire to sit with them, I'd slink away to the wagons with Titus and leave the drivers to pass the bottle with the trappers in the warm embrace of the campfire. While unhappy about my exile, I'd always wanted to see something of the world outside my village. St. Andrew might not have been sophisticated, but I had assumed it was civilized in comparison with most parts of the territory, which were largely unsettled. Aside from the trappers, we saw few other people on our journey to Camden. The Indians, who were native to the area, had moved on years before, though there were a few living in the white settlements or working with the trappers. There were tales of settlers who'd gone native, leaving their towns to set up camps in imitation of the Indians, but they were few, and generally surrendered during their first winter. The trip through the great North Woods promised to be dark and mysterious. Pastor Gilbert warned of evil spirits that lay in wait for travelers. The axemen claimed to have seen trolls and goblins, to be expected as most of them were from Scandinavian lands where such folklore was common. The great North Woods represented the wild, the part of the land that had resisted man's influence. To enter was to risk being swallowed up, reverting to the wild man who was still inside each of us. Most of the people of St. Andrew would claim not to put much stock in this talk in public, but it was a rare soul who went into the woods by himself at night. Some of the drivers liked to try to frighten one another by telling tales around the campfire, stories of ghosts seen in graveyards or demons encountered in the woods while driving a route. I tried to avoid them at such times, but often there was nothing for it, as we'd have only one fire burning, and all the men were hungry for entertainment. Judging from the drivers' frightening stories, I suppose they were either very brave or terrible liars, because despite their tales of wandering ghosts and banshees and such, they were still willing to drive a wagon through lonely stretches of wilderness. Most of the stories were about ghosts, and as I listened, it struck me that all the ghosts seemed to have one trait in common. They haunted the living because they had unfinished business on this earth. Whether they were murdered or died by their own hands, the ghosts refused to move on to the afterlife because they felt they belonged in this world rather than the next. Whether to exact vengeance on the person responsible for their death, or because they couldn't bear to leave a loved one, the ghost remained close to the people from its last days. Naturally, I thought of Sophia. If anyone had a right to come back as a ghost, it was she. Would Sophia be angered when she came back and found that the person most responsible for her suicide had left town? Or would she follow me? Perhaps she had cursed me from the grave and was responsible for my current unhappy situation. Listening to the driver's stories only reinforced my belief that I was damned for my wickedness. And so I was cheered and relieved when we started to come across small settlements with more frequency. It meant we were approaching the more populated southern part of the territory, and I would not be at the mercy of the wagon drivers much longer. Indeed, within a few days of finding the Kennebec River, we arrived in Camden, a big town on the seacoast. It was the first time I would see the ocean. The wagon dropped me and Titus off at the harbor, as that was the agreement with my father, and I ran out on the longest pier and stood staring at the green water for a long time. What a singular smell, the smell of the ocean, salty and dirty and coarse. The wind was very cold and very strong, so strong that it was almost impossible to catch my breath. It buffeted my face and tangled my hair as though it were challenging me. Then, too, I was taken with the vastness of the ocean. I'd known water, yes, but only the Allagash River. Wide as it was, you could see the riverbank on the far side and the trees beyond that. In contrast, with its never-ending horizon, the flat expanse of ocean looked like the very end of the world. You know, the first explorers to travel to America believed they might fall off the edge of the world, Titus said, reminding me that he was at my elbow. I found the raking green tide frightening, but mesmerizing as well, and I couldn't tear myself away until I was nearly frozen to the bone. The tutor escorted me to the harbor master's office, where we found an old man with frightening leathery skin. He pointed the way to the small ship that would take me down to Boston, but cautioned me that it wasn't sailing until near midnight, when the tide would be going out. I wouldn't be welcome on board until shortly before it would make sail. He suggested I spend the time in a public house, get something to eat, and perhaps convince the innkeeper to let me pass the hours napping on a spare bed. He even gave me directions to a tavern close to the harbor, taking pity on me, I suspect, because I could barely make myself understood, tongue-tied from nerves and so obviously unsophisticated. If Camden were this big and intimidating, how in the world would I find my way in Boston? Miss McIlvrae, I must protest. You cannot stay unescorted in a public house, nor can you walk the streets of Camden by yourself at midnight to find your ship, Titus said. But I am expected at my cousin's house, and can scarcely remain with you the rest of the day. What other choice do I have? I asked. If it would ease your conscience, walk me to the public house and see for yourself if it is respectable, and then do as your mind dictates. That way you won't feel as though you've betrayed your assurances to my father. The only public house I knew was Daugherty's tiny homespun place in St. Andrew, and this public house in Camden dwarfed Daugherty's, with 2 barmaids and long tables with benches, and hot food for purchase. The beer was considerably tastier, too, and I realized with a pang that the people back home were deprived of so many things. The unfairness of it struck me, although I didn't feel privileged for being introduced to it now. Mostly I felt homesick and sorry for myself, but I hid this from Titus, who, anxious to be on his way, agreed that it didn't seem to be a place of ill repute, and left me to the innkeeper's care. After I'd eaten, and had my fill of gawking at strangers who came into the pub, I accepted the invitation of the innkeeper to nap on a cot in the storage room until my ship was ready for boarding. Apparently, it was common for passengers to pass the time at this particular inn, and the innkeeper was used to providing this service. He promised to wake me after the sunset, in plenty of time for me to get to the harbor. I lay on the cot in the windowless storage room and took stock of my situation. It was then, curled up in the dark, arms hugged tight around my chest, that I became aware of how alone I was. I had grown up in a place where I was known to all, and there was no question of where I belonged or who would take care of me. No one here or in Boston knew me or cared to know me. Heavy tears rolled down my face in self-pity. I didn't imagine at the time that my father could have come up with a more brutal punishment. I awoke in darkness to the rapping of the innkeeper's knuckles on the door. "It's time you got up," he called from the other side of the door, "or you'll be missing your ship." I paid with a few coins I pried out of the lining of my cloak, took his offer of an escort as far as the harbour master's office, and retraced my steps down the waterfront to the pier. Evening had fallen quickly, along with the temperature, and a fog started to roll in from the ocean. There were few people on the street, and the ones who were about hurried home to get out of the chill and the fog. The overall effect was eerie, as though I was walking through a town of the dead. The innkeeper was friendly enough despite the late hour, and we followed the sound of the lapping ocean to the harbor. Through the fog, I saw the ship that would take me to Boston. Its deck was dotted with lanterns, illuminating the preparations being made to set sail. Seamen clambered on the masts, unfurling some of the sails. Casks were rolled up a gangplank for storage in the hold, the ship buoying gently under its shifting weight. I know now that it was a common cargo ship, but at the time it was as exotic as a full-masted British ship of the line, or an Arabi bagla, the first real sea-going vessel I'd ever seen up close. Fear and excitement rose up in my throat. They would be my ever-constant companions now, fear of the unknown and an irrepressible willingness for adventure, as I strode up the gangplank to the ship, another step further away from all I knew and loved, and another step closer to my mysterious new life. Chapter 15. Several days later, the ship closed in on Boston's harbor. By afternoon we had docked, but I waited until dusk to creep out on the ship's deck. It was quiet now. The other passengers had disembarked as soon as the ship was made fast in its berth, and most of the cargo, it appeared, had been unloaded. The crew members, at least those faces I remembered, were nowhere to be seen, probably out rediscovering the benefits of being on land by visiting one of the taverns that faced the harbor. To judge by the number of such establishments on the street, taverns were an integral part of the business of shipping, more important than timber or sailcloth. We had docked far ahead of schedule, owing to good winds, but it was only a matter of time before the convent was notified and dispatched someone to fetch me. As a matter of fact, the captain had eyed me curiously once or twice as I lingered below decks, wondering why I hadn't left already, and even offered to find transportation to take me to my destination if I was unsure of the way. I didn't want to go to the convent. In my mind, I'd built it up to be something between a workhouse and a prison. It was to be my punishment, a place designed to correct me by any means possible, to cure me of being in love with Jonathan. They would take my baby away from me, my last and only connection to my beloved. How could I allow such a thing? On the other hand, I was terrified of striking out on my own. The uncertainties I'd faced in Camden were 100 times worse in Boston, which seemed like a vast, teeming city. How would I find my way about? To whom would I turn for help? A place to stay, particularly in my condition? I suddenly felt every inch the unschooled country girl from the wilderness, completely out of her depth. Cowardice and indecision had kept me from fleeing the ship immediately, but in the end, it was the thought of losing my child that made me decide to leave. I would rather sleep in a filthy alley and earn my keep scrubbing floors than let someone take this baby away from me. Thoroughly worked into a frenzy, I took to the streets of Boston with only my little satchel, abandoning the trunk to the harbor master's office. Hopefully I would find it later when I had secured a residence. That is, if the convent didn't confiscate it on my behalf when they found out I was missing. Even though I'd waited till dusk to sneak off the ship, I was surprised and frightened by the amount of activity still going on. People spilled out of public houses and into the streets. They packed the sidewalks or rattled by in carriages. Wagons loaded with barrels and boxes as big as coffins rolled through the busy streets. I trudged up one street and down another, sidestepping other pedestrians, ducking wagons, unable to absorb the layout of the roads in any meaningful way, unable to tell after 15 minutes of walking which way the harbor lay. I began to think Boston a cheerless and harsh place. Hundreds of people had streamed past me that night, but no one took notice of my fear-struck expression, the lost look in my eye, my aimless wandering. No one asked if I needed help. Dusk gave way to darkness. Street lamps were lit. Traffic began to thin as people hurried home for the evening, while shopkeepers drew curtains and locked doors. Panic bloomed in my chest again. Where would I sleep that night? And the next night? And the night after that, for that matter? No, I told myself, I mustn't think too far ahead or else I'd fall into despair. Getting through that first night was worry enough. I needed a good plan, or I would start to wish I'd surrendered to the convent. The answer was a public house, or an inn, the cheapest possible, I thought, fingering the few coins I had left. The neighborhood I had stumbled into seemed residential, and I struggled to recall where I had last passed a public establishment. Had it been closer to the docks? Probably. Yet I hesitated to backtrack, thinking that would only confirm that I didn't know what I was doing, and that I'd put myself in the worst possible situation. I was unsure of which direction I'd come from anyway. Psychologically, it was best to keep moving into new territory. So frazzled was I that I stood in the middle of the road pondering my next move, oblivious to the traffic that in a busier part of the city would have run me over. In my preoccupation, it took me a minute to realize a carriage had pulled beside me and that I was being hailed. "Miss? Hello? Miss?" A voice called from inside the coach. And a handsome coach it was, finer by degrees than any coarse country wagon I'd ever seen. The dark wood glistened with oil, and all its appointments were extremely delicate and well-crafted. It was drawn by a pair of heavy bays, groomed as ornately as circus horses, but fitted with black harnesses like a funeral trap. "I say, don't you speak English?" A man appeared at the window of the coach, wearing an extraordinary fancy three-cornered hat, edged with burgundy plumes. He was pale and blond, with a long aristocratic face, but had a withering pinched set to his mouth, as though he was eternally displeased. I looked up at him, surprised that such a fine stranger was addressing me. "Oh, let me try," a woman said from within the coach. The man in the hat withdrew from the window, and a woman took his place. If the first man was pale, she was far paler, her skin the color of snow. She wore a very dark dress of maroon moiré taffeta, which was perhaps what gave her skin its bloodless quality. She was lovely, but frightening, with pointed teeth concealed behind lips stretched in a tight, insincere smile. Her eyes were of a blue so pale that they appeared lavender, and what I could see of her hair, she too sported an ornate hat, riding high on her head at a daring angle, was the color of buttercups, but heavily dressed and worn close to the skull. "Don't be frightened," she said before I even realized that I was. A little. I stood back as she opened the carriage door and descended to the street, rustling as she moved, owing to the stiffness of the fabric and the fullness of her skirt. Her dress was the fanciest garment I'd ever seen, adorned with miniature ruffles and bows drawn tightly around her tiny wasp's waist. She wore black gloves and reached a hand toward me slowly, as though she was afraid of scaring away a timid dog. The hatted man was joined by a second man who took her place in the carriage window. "Are you all right? My friends and I couldn't help but notice as we passed that you seem at a loss." Her smile warmed by a degree. That is," I hemmed, embarrassed that someone had found me out, while at the same time desperate for any assistance and a touch of human kindness. "Are you newly arrived in Boston?" the second man in the carriage asked from his perch. He seemed infinitely nicer than the first, with dark features and exquisitely kind eyes, and a gentleness that invited trust. I nodded. "And do you have a place to stay? Forgive me for presuming, but you have the air of an orphan about you. Homeless. Friendless?" The woman stroked my arm while he asked this. "Thank you for your concern. Perhaps you could point me in the direction of the nearest public house?" I began, shifting the weight of the satchel in my hand. By then, the tall, haughty man had descended from the carriage, too, and snatched my bag away from me. "We'll do better than that. We'll give you a place to stay. Tonight." The woman took my arm and steered me toward the coach. "We're going to a party. You like parties, don't you?" I don't know," I stammered, my senses tingling in warning. How could 3 people of means just come from out of nowhere to rescue me? It seemed natural, prudent even, to be skeptical. "Don't speak of nonsense. How can you not know if you like to go to parties? Everyone likes a parties. There will be a food and a plenty of drink and fun. And at the end of it, there will be a warm bed for you." The haughty man heaved my satchel into the coach. "Besides, do you have a better offer? Would you rather sleep on the street? I think not." He was right, and intuition aside, I had no choice except to obey. I even convinced myself that this chance meeting was a matter of good fortune. My needs had been answered, at least for the time being. They were expensively dressed, and it stood to reason, well off. They could hardly be planning to rob me. Nor did they look like murderers. Why they were so eager to take a stranger to a party with them was a complete mystery, however, but it seemed risky to question my good fortune too strenuously. We rode along in tense silence for a few minutes. I sat between the woman and the convivial dark-haired man, and tried not to notice as the blond man picked me over with his eyes. When I couldn't contain my curiosity any longer, I asked, "Excuse me, but why is it exactly that you require my attendance at this party? Won't the host be annoyed to receive an unexpected guest?" The woman and the haughty man snorted as though I'd told a joke. "Oh, don't worry about that. The host is our friend, you see, and we happen to know for a fact that he enjoys entertaining pretty young women," the blond man said with another snort. The woman wrapped her fan across the back of his hand. "Don't mind these 2, the dark-haired man said. "They are making merry at your expense. You have my word that you will be entirely welcome. As you said, you need a place to stay the night, and, I suspect, to put your troubles aside for one evening. Perhaps you'll find something else you need there as well," he said, and he had such a gentle way about him that I softened. There were many things I needed, but most of all, I wanted to trust him. Trust that he knew what would be best for me when I myself didn't know. We rattled up and down streets in the dark trap. I kept watch out the window and tried to memorize the route like a child in a fairy tale who might need to find her way home. It was a waste of time. I couldn't hope to retrace my journey, not in the state I was in. Eventually, the carriage pulled up in front of a mansion of brick and stone, lit up for a party, so grand it took the breath from me. But apparently, the party hadn't started. There was no activity to be seen, no men and women in evening dress, no other carriages pulling up to the curb. Footmen opened the doors to the mansion, and the woman led the way as though she was the mistress of the house, pulling her gloves off finger by finger. "Where is he?" she snapped at a liveried butler. His eyes briefly rolled skyward. "Upstairs, Mom." As we climbed the stairs, I felt more and more self-conscious. Here I was, dressed in a shabby homemade frock. I reeked of the ship and of seawater, and my hair was tangled and tossed with salt spray. I looked down at my feet to see my simple rustic shoes crusted with mud from the streets, the toes curling up from hard use. I touched the woman's arm. "I shouldn't be here. I'm in no state for a fancy affair. I'm not even fit to be a kitchen girl in this fine house. I will take my leave." "You will stay until we give you permission to leave." She whirled and dug her fingernails into my forearm, making me gasp at the pain. "Now stop being a ninny and come along. I guarantee you will enjoy yourself tonight." Her tone told me that my enjoyment was the last thing on her mind. The four of us burst through a set of doors into a bedchamber, a massive room as big as my family's entire house back in St. Andrew. The woman led us straight into the dressing room, where a man stood with his back to us. He was obviously the master of the house, a valet waiting at his side. The master was dressed in bright blue velvet breeches and white silk stockings, fancy slippers on his feet. He wore a lace-edged shirt and waistcoat to match the breeches. He hadn't donned his frock coat, so I had a clear view of his true form without a tailor's tricks to enhance his build. He wasn't as tall and athletic as Jonathan, my yardstick for the masculine ideal, but nonetheless possessed a magnificent physique. A broad back and shoulders blossomed from his narrow hips. He'd be terrifically strong, judging from those shoulders, like some of the axemen back in St. Andrew, stocky and powerful. And then he turned around, and I tried not to show my surprise. He was much younger than I expected. In his 20s, I would have guessed. Older than I by only a few years. And he was good-looking, in an unfamiliar way, vaguely savage. He had an olive complexion which I'd never seen before in our village of Scots and Scandinavians. His dark mustache and beard were wispy along a square jaw, as though they'd not been growing in for long. But his strangest feature was his eyes, olive-colored and struck through with grey and gold. They were like two jewels in their beauty, and yet his stare was wolfish and mesmerizing. "We've brought another entertainment for your party," the woman announced. His appraising gaze was as rough as a pair of hands. After one look, I felt I had no secrets from him. My throat went dry, my knees soft. "This is our host." The woman's voice drifted over my shoulder. "Curtsy, you simpleton. You are in the presence of royalty. This is the Count Chelro." "My name is Adair." He stretched a hand toward me, as though to keep me from bowing. "We are in America, Tilde. I understand Americans will not have royalty in their country, and so they will not bow to anyone. We must not expect Americans to bow to us." "You've just arrived in America?" Somehow I found the courage to speak to him. "A fortnight ago." He dropped my hand and turned back to his valet. "From Hungary," the short dark man added. "Do you know where that is?" My head swam. "No, I'm afraid not." More snorts of laughter sounded behind my back. "It's not important." This Adair, the master of the house, snapped at his minions. "We cannot expect anyone to know of our homeland. Home is farther away than the miles of land and sea we have put behind us. It is another world from this place. That is why I have come here, because it is another world." He gestured toward me. "You? Do you have a name?" "Lanore." "You are from here?" "From Boston? No, I just arrived today. My family—" I stumbled over a hitch in my throat. "Lives in the Maine Territory to the north. Have you heard of it?" "No," he answered. "Then we are even." I don't know where I found the nerve to joke with him. "Perhaps we are." He let the valet adjust his cravat, eyeing me curiously before addressing the trio. "Don't just stand there," he said. "Get her ready for the party." I was led to another room, this one filled with trunks, stacked on more trunks. They threw back lids, rummaging until they found clothing that would fit me. A nice dress in a red cotton and a pair of satin slippers. It made for a mismatched outfit, but the clothing was still much finer than anything I'd ever worn. A servant had been ordered to prepare a hasty bath, and I was instructed to scrub thoroughly, but quickly. "We'll burn these," the blond man said, nodding at my homemade clothes, now lying discarded on the floor. Before leaving me to my bath, the frightening blonde woman pressed a goblet in my hand, good red wine sloshing inside. "Drink up," she said. "You must be thirsty." I drained it in 2 gulps. I could tell the wine had been drugged by the time I left the washroom. The floors and walls seemed to shift, and I needed all my powers of concentration to make it down the hall. By then, guests had begun to arrive, mostly well-dressed, bewigged men with masks obscuring their faces. The trio had vanished, and I had been left alone. In my daze, I went from room to room, trying to grasp what was going on, the raucous bacchanalia spilling all around me. I remember seeing card games in a huge room, men sitting 4 or 5 to a table, amid roars of laughter and anger as coins flashed as they were tossed in the pot. I continued to roam, randomly drifting in and out of room after room. As I stumbled through the halls, a stranger would try to take my hand, but I would pull away and run off as best I could, given my disorientation. There were confused young men or women without masks, all very pretty, being led off by partygoers in all directions. I began to hallucinate. I was convinced I was dreaming, and that I dreamed myself into a maze. I couldn't make myself understood. Words came out in mumbles, and no one seemed inclined to listen to me anyway. There seemed to be no way out of this hellish party, no way to the relative safety of the street. Just then, I felt a hand alight on my elbow, and then I passed out. When I woke up, I was lying on a bed on my back, and I was nearly being suffocated by the man hovering over me. His face was unnaturally close to mine, his hot breath raking my face. I shuddered under his weight and the insistent slamming of his body against mine, and heard myself moan and cry in pain. But the pain was detached, blunted for now by the drug. I knew instinctively that it would all come back to me later. I tried to call out for help, and a sweaty hand covered my mouth, salty fingers pushed past my lips. "Quiet, pet," the man on top of me grunted, eyes half closed. Over his shoulder, I saw we were being watched. Masked men sat in chairs, pulled up to the foot of the bed, goblets in hand, laughing and urging the man on. Sitting in the middle of the group, one leg crossed over the other, was the host, the Count, Adair. I awoke with a start. I was in a large bed, in a dark, quiet room. Just the act of waking sent bright sparks of pain shooting through my body. I felt as though I'd been turned inside out, stretched and raw and stiff, numb from the waist down. My stomach churned, a sea of bile. My face was puffy, my mouth too, with lips dry and cracked. I knew what had happened to me last night. My pain, all the evidence I needed. What I needed now was to survive it. Then I saw him lying next to me on the bed, Adair. His face was almost beatific in sleep. From what I could see, he was naked, though covered by sheets from the waist down. His back was exposed to me and mottled with old scars, hinting of a horrific beating once upon a time. I leaned over the edge of the bed and, clutching the mattress, threw up on the floor. My retching woke the host. He moaned at his hangover, or so I assumed, and raised a hand to his temple. His green-gold eyes blinked uncertainly. "Good God, you're still here," he said to me. I lunged at him in anger, raising a fist to strike him, but he knocked me aside with a lazy, powerful arm. "Don't behave stupidly," he warned me, "or I'll break you in half like a stick." I thought of the other young men and women I'd seen last night. "Where are they, the others?" I demanded. Paid and gone, I hope, Adair muttered, running a hand through tangled hair. He wrinkled his nose at the smell of my fresh vomit. "Get someone in here to clean that up," he said, as he lurched off the bed. "I'm not your servant, and I'm not a—" I groped for a word I didn't know existed. "Not a whore." He pulled a blanket off the bed and wrapped it around his body. "You are not a virgin either." "That doesn't mean I want to be drugged and savaged by a group of men." Adair said nothing. He held the blanket closed at his hip, walked to the door, and bellowed for a servant. Then he turned to face me. "So, you think I wronged you? What will you do about it? You could tell your story to the constable and he will lock you up for being a prostitute. So I suggest you take your pay and get a meal from the cook before you go." Then he cocked his head as he looked me over a second time. "You're the one Tilde found on the street, the one with no place to go? Well, let it never be said that I am not a generous man. You can stay a few days with us. Rest up and get your bearings if you like." "And am I to sing for my supper, the same as last night?" I asked tartly. "You are impertinent, aren't you, to speak to me like this? All alone in the world. No one knows you're here. I could eat you up like a little rabbit in a stew." "Doesn't that frighten you in the least?" He smirked at me, but with a glimmer of approval. "We'll see what comes to mind." He sank onto a sofa, wrapping the blanket around him. For an aristocrat, he had the manners of a ruffian. I tried to stand and search for my clothes, but my head went light and the room swirled. I fell back onto the bed as a servant came in with rags and a bucket. He paid no attention to me as he got down on his knees to attend to my puddle of sick. It wasn't until then that I felt the throbbing pain at my gut. Just one sensation lost amid an ocean of hurt. I was covered head to toe in scratches, welts, and bruises. The pain inside had undoubtedly come the same way as the pain outside, at the hands of a brute. I intended to flee the mansion if I had to crawl on my hands and knees. But I didn't make it beyond the foot of the bed. I collapsed, dead away, in a faint of exhaustion. Months would pass before I'd leave the house. Chapter 16. Aroostook County, present day. The dawn this time of year has a characteristic hue, the dusty yellow-gray like the rime on the yolk of a boiled egg. Luke could swear it hangs over the land like a miasma or a ghost's curse, but knows it's probably nothing more than a trick of light playing on the water molecules in the morning air. Whether it is light waves or an ancient curse, it gives the morning a peculiar appearance. The yellow sky, a low ceiling of clouds in ominous shades, against which nearly bare trees stand in grays and browns. After seeing the police car in the rearview mirror, Luke decided that they can't continue the trip to the Canadian border in his truck. It's too recognizable, with its MD plates and bumper sticker from Jolene's former school proclaiming the driver's child to be an honor roll student at Allagash River Elementary. Since when, Luke had wondered, when Tricia insisted they put the sticker on his old truck, were there honor rolls in elementary schools? So, they have spent the past half hour backtracking to St. Andrew, hurtling over single-lane roads to get to the house of someone he believes he can trust. He called on his cell phone first to see about borrowing a car, but mostly he wants to see if the police have been asking around about him. He stops in front of a large, reconditioned farmhouse outside the St. Andrews city limits. The house is a beauty, one of the biggest and best kept, with touches like pussy willow wreaths decorating the wraparound porch and solar lanterns lining the driveway. The house belongs to a new doctor at the hospital, an anesthesiologist named Peter, who moved up from the city so he could raise his children in the country, where he believes there is no crime or drugs. He is a pathologically nice guy, even to Luke, who, prickly and still grieving from all his recent trouble, had withdrawn from everyone in the past few months. When Luke knocks at the front door, Peter answers it in bathrobe and slippers, a grave look on his face. He seems to have been rousted out of bed by Luke's phone call, for which Luke is inwardly embarrassed. Peter puts a hand on Luke's arm as they stand in the doorway. "Is everything all right?" "I'm sorry to ask. It's a strange request, I know," Luke says, shuffling from foot to foot, head down. He's practiced this lie in his head for the last 10 minutes. "It's just, my cousin's daughter has been staying with me for a few days, and I promised her mother I'd get her home in time to make the bus for some school trip. Only my truck is acting up, and I'm afraid it won't make it up there and back." Luke's tone blends the right amounts of ineptitude and apology for inconveniencing a friend, projecting a sort of bumble-headed, well-intentioned haplessness that only an ogre would refuse. Peter looks over Luke's shoulder at the truck parked at the end of the long driveway, where, Luke knows, he will see Lanny standing beside the truck, her suitcase at her feet. She is too far away for Peter to get a good look at her in case the police come by later with questions. She gives Peter a little wave. "Didn't you just get off shift?" Peter peers back at Luke, so closely that he might be inspecting him for fleas. "Aren't you tired?" "Yeah, but I'm okay. It was a quiet night. I got a little sleep," he lies. "I'll be careful." Peter pulls the keys from a pocket and drops them in Luke's hand. When Luke tries to give him the keys to the truck in return, Peter balks. "You don't need to leave your keys with me. You're not going to be gone long, are you?" Luke shrugs, trying to appear nonchalant. "Just in case you have to move it or something. You never know." The door to the 3-bay garage rises slowly, and Luke checks the key fob to find that Peter is entrusting him with a new luxury SUV, gleaming steel gray. Heated leather seats and a DVD player for the second row to keep the children appeased on long road trips. He recalls how people at the hospital gave Peter a hard time the first day he drove up in it, as the vehicle was so uncharacteristic for the area, its shiny coat likely to be eaten up by road salt by the end of its 3rd winter. Luke backs the car out of the garage and waits at the mouth of the driveway for Lanny to scramble into the passenger seat. "Nice car," she says as she reaches for the seatbelt. "You know how to trade up, don't you?" She hums to herself as Luke guides the car down the road, once again headed for the Canadian border crossing station, this time half hidden behind darkly tinted windows. He feels guilty for what he's done. He can't quite put his finger on why, but he suspects he will not be turning right around once they've crossed the border, which is why he left the keys to his dented old pickup with his friend. Not that Peter needs the truck. He obviously has other vehicles if he must go somewhere. Still, it makes Luke feel better, as if he has posted bond or left a token in good faith, because he knows Peter will think less of him soon enough. Lanny catches Luke's eye as they coast into an empty intersection. "Thank you," she says, with heartfelt gratitude. "You seem like the kind of man who doesn't like to ask for favors, so I want you to know that I appreciate what you're doing for me." Luke just nods, wondering how far he will go and at what cost to help her escape. Chapter 17. Boston, 1817. I woke in a different bed, in a different room. The dark-haired man from the carriage sitting at the bedside with a bowl of water and a cold compress for my forehead. "Ah, you're back among the living," he said when I'd opened my eyes. He lifted the compress from my brow and dropped it into the water to soak. A cold light was visible through the window behind him, so I knew it was day. But which day? I checked under the coverlet to see that I was dressed in a plain night shift. They had given me a room for myself that was clearly meant for a senior member of the household staff, small and dutifully appointed. "Why am I still here?" I asked, groggy. He ignored my question. "How are you feeling?" The pain came on dully, sour and hot in my abdomen. "Like I've been stabbed with a rusty blade." He frowned slightly, then reached for a soup bowl sitting on the floor. "The best thing for you is rest. Complete rest. You've likely got a puncture in you somewhere. In there." He pointed obliquely to my stomach. "And you need to heal as quickly as possible, before infection sets in. I've seen it before. It can become serious. The babe. I pulled myself upright. I want to see a physician, or a midwife. He pushed a spoon through clear broth, metal ringing against china. Too soon for that. We'll watch a while to see if it gets worse. Between daubs of the compress and spoonfuls of clear soup, he answered my questions. First, he told me about himself. His name was Alejandro, and he was the youngest son of a fine Spanish family from Toledo. Being the youngest son, he had no hope of inheriting the family's property. The second oldest had joined the military and was captain of a fierce Spanish galleon. The third oldest served in the court of the Spanish king and would shortly be sent as an emissary to a foreign land. Thus, the family had fulfilled its customary obligations to king and country. Alejandro was free to decide his own way in the world, and through various incidents and twists of fate, he eventually found himself with Adair. Adair, he explained, was bona fide royalty from the old world, as wealthy as some minor princes, having managed to hold on to property that had belonged to his family for centuries. Tired of the old world, he'd come to Boston for the novelty, to experience the new world for himself. Alejandro and the other two from the carriage, Tilde, the woman, and Donatello, the blond man, were Adair's courtiers. "Every royal keeps a court," Alejandro said, the first of many circular arguments. "He must be surrounded by educated people of breeding, who can see that his needs are met. We are the buffer between him and the world." Donatello, he explained, had come from Italy, where he had been an assistant and muse to a great artist whose name I'd never heard. And Tilda, her background was a mystery, Alejandro confessed. The only thing he knew about her was that she'd come from a northern land as snowy and cold as mine. Tilda had already been with Adair when Alejandro joined the court. "She has his ear, and her temper can be formidable, so be careful around her at all times," he warned, dipping the spoon for more broth. "It's not like I'll be here a minute longer than I need to," I said, reaching with my mouth for the spoon. "I'll be gone as soon as I'm feeling better." Alejandro made no comment, appearing to be concentrating on conveying the next spoonful of broth to my open mouth. "There is one more member of Adair's court," he said, then hastened to add, "but you probably won't meet her. She is, reclusive. Just don't be surprised if you think you see a ghost flit by." "A ghost?" The hairs rose on the back of my neck, memories of the wagon driver's ghost stories rushing back to mind, the sad dead looking for loved ones. "Not a real ghost," he chided, "though she might as well be one. She keeps to herself, and the only way you'll see her is to stumble across her, like coming upon a deer in the wood. She doesn't speak, and she won't pay any attention to you if you try to talk to her. Her name is Uzra." As grateful as I was to Alejandro for sharing his knowledge, each bit of his information sat uncomfortably with me, as each was further evidence of my ignorance and isolated upbringing. I'd never been told about any of these foreign lands, didn't know the name of one famous artist. Most unsettling was this Uzra. I didn't want to meet a woman who had made herself a ghost. And what had Adair done to keep her from speaking? Cut out her tongue? I didn't doubt he was cruel enough to do it. "I don't know why you bothered to tell me these things," I said. "I'm not staying." Alejandro observed me with the beautiful smile of an altar boy and a glittering eye. "Oh, it's just a way to pass the time. Shall I get you more soup?" That night, when I heard Adair and his minions sweep down the hallway, preparing to depart for the evening, I crept out of my bed and to the landing to watch. How beautiful they were, swathed in velvets and brocades, powdered and coiffed by servants who had spent hours fussing over them. Tilda, with jewels pinned in her yellow hair, her lips painted red. Donna, with a spotless white cravat wound up to his jaw, accentuating his aristocratic neck and his long chin. Alejandro, in a black frock coat and forever sorrowful look, nattering at one another in their sharp-tongued way, and to flutter like regally plumed birds. But mostly I gazed at Adair, for he was captivating, a savage buttoned up in a gentleman's finery. Then it struck me. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, going hunting tonight with his pack of jackals to flush out the quarry. They hunted for fun, as they'd hunted for me. He had been the wolf, I the rabbit, with the tender, downy neck easily snapped by that remorseless maw. The valet placed the cloak on Adair's shoulders, and as Adair turned to leave, he glanced up at me as though he'd known I'd been there all along, and flashed me a look and a slight smile that sent me staggering backward. I should have been afraid of him. I was afraid of him, and yet I was transfixed. A part of me wanted to be one of them, wanted to be on Adair's arm as he and his minions went out to enjoy themselves, to be fawned on by admirers as was their due. That night I was half awakened by the party as they returned home, and not surprised when Adair came into my room and carried me to his bed. Despite my illness, he had me that evening, and I let him, surrendered to the thrill of his weight over me, his thickness in me, and the feel of his mouth on my skin. He whispered in my ear as we coupled, more moans than words, and I couldn't make out what he was saying aside from "cannot deny me" and "mine," as though he was staking a claim to me that night. Afterward I lay next to him, shaking as the thrall passed through me. The next morning, when I awoke in my quiet little room, the pain in my lower body was markedly worse. I tried to walk, but each step was punctuated with a sharp jab in my abdomen, and I leaked blood and feces. I couldn't imagine getting as far to the front door, let alone finding someone to take me in. By evening, I became consumed by a fever, and over the next few days dropped in and out of sleep, each time waking up weaker than before. My skin grew pale and tender, my eyes rimmed in pink. If my bruises and scratches were healing, it happened more slowly than could be perceived. Alejandro, the only person who came to my bedside, delivered his prognosis with a shake of his head. A puncture of the bowels. "Surely that is a trifling illness?" I asked, hopefully. "Not if it goes septic." Ignorant as I was of the complexities of anatomy, if pain was an indication of the severity of the problem, the baby had to be in peril. "A physician?" I begged, squeezing his hand. "I'll speak to Adair," he promised. A few hours later, Adair burst into the room. I didn't see even a flicker of acknowledgement of the pleasure we'd shared the previous night. He dragged a stool beside the bed and began examining me, pressing fingers to my forehead and cheeks to judge my temperature. "Alejandro said your condition has not improved." "Please send for a physician. I'll pay you back someday as soon as I am able." He clicked his tongue as though to say that the cost was of no consequence. He lifted one of my eyelids, then felt the pouches of flesh under my jaw. After he finished, he rose from the stool. "I'll return in a moment," he said, and swept out of the room. I'd nodded off by the time he returned, with an old pitted tankard in his hands. He pulled me into a sitting position before handing me the tankard. The contents smelled like dirt and weeds stewed in warm liquid and looked like swamp water. "Drink it," he said. "What is it?" "It will help you feel better." "Are you a doctor?" Adair gave me a look of mild disgust. "Not what you'd consider a doctor, no. You might say I've made a study of traditional medicine. If that had simmered longer, it would be much more palatable. But there was no time for it," he added, as though he didn't want me to think less of his prowess because of the taste. "You mean you're like a midwife?" It should go without saying that midwives, though they were often the only practitioners of medicine in any village, had no training, as women were not allowed to attend medical classes at college. The women who became midwives learned about childbirthing and ways with herbs and berries through apprenticeship, often learning from their mothers or other relatives. "Not quite," he said sourly, apparently not taking midwives any more seriously than doctors. "Now drink up." I did as he ordered, thinking he wouldn't agree to bring in a doctor if he was piqued at me for not trying his remedy. I thought I would throw it all up in front of him. The concoction was so grassy and bitter, with a grit that I couldn't clear from my mouth. "Now get some more rest, then we'll see how you're doing," he said, reaching for the tankard. I put my hand on his wrist. "Tell me, Adair." But then I was at a loss. "Tell you what?" "I don't know what to make of your behavior toward me last night." He twisted his handsome mouth into a cruel smile. "Is it so hard to understand?" He helped me to ease back against the pillows, and then he drew the blanket up to my chin. He smoothed the blanket down across my chest and touched my hair very gently. His mocking expression softened, and so for a moment all I saw was his boyish face and a trace of kindness in his green eyes. "Did you not think that I have grown a little bit fond of you, Lanore? You have turned out to be a bit of a surprise. Not just a ragamuffin Tilda dragged in from the street. I sense something about you. You're a kindred spirit in some way that I haven't figured out yet. But I will. First, you must get well. Let's see if that elixir does any good. Try to rest now. Someone will check on you later." I was surprised by his revelation. To judge from that one night, what existed between us was mutual attraction. Lust, to put it simply. On one hand, it went to my head that a nobleman, a man with wealth and a title, might be interested in me. But on the other hand, he was also a sadist and egotist. Despite the warning signs, I accepted Adair's affection, even if it was a substitute for that which I desired from another man. My stomach calmed, the taste of the bitter elixir forgotten. I had a new conundrum to puzzle over. My curiosity was no match for Adair's curative, though, and before too long I'd fallen peacefully asleep. Another night and day dragged by, but no doctor came to see me, and I began to wonder what game Adair was playing. He hadn't been back since his confession of interest in me. He sent servants to my room with additional servings of the elixir, but no doctor materialized at my door. After 36 hours had passed, I'd become suspicious again of his motives. I had to get out of this house. If I stayed, I would die in this bed, the baby dying with me. I had to try to find a doctor or someone else who would bring me back to health, or at the very least, keep me alive until the baby could be delivered. This child would be the only proof of Jonathan's love for me, and I was adamant that this proof should live on after my own death. I stumbled out of bed to search for my satchel, but as I groped under the bedstead and in a cupboard, I became aware of the icy wetness of my underclothes clinging to my legs. They'd taken away my linen and swaddled me in a length of fabric instead to catch the foul discharge coming out of me. The fabric was soiled and evil-smelling. There was no way I could travel on the streets like this without being mistaken for a lunatic and taken to an asylum. I needed clothing, my cloak, but they had taken everything away. Of course I knew where I might find something to wear. The room full of trunks where they'd taken me on the first fateful night. Outside my room it was quiet, only the murmur of a conversation between a couple of servants wafting up the stairwell. The hallway was empty. I staggered to the stairs, but was so weak and feverish in my limbs that I had to resort to my hands and knees to climb to the next floor. Once there, I leaned against the wall to catch my breath and regain my bearings. Which corridor led to the room of trunks? The corridors looked all the same, and there were so many doors. I didn't have the strength or time to try them all. And as I stood there, near tears from frustration and pain, struggling to hang on to my resolve to escape, I saw her. I saw the ghost. I saw movement from the corner of my eye. I assumed it was a kitchen girl on her way to the servants' loft in the highest part of the attic, but the figure who stood on the landing was no common servant. She was very small. If not for her full bosom and curvy hips, you might mistake her for a child. Her womanly shape was draped in an exotic costume made of tissue-thin silk, billowing pantaloons, and a sleeveless tunic, too small to fully cover her breasts. And gorgeous breasts they were, perfectly round and firm and high. You could tell by looking at them how heavy they'd be in your hand, the kind of breasts that could make any man's mouth water. In addition to her luscious form, she was aesthetically beautiful. Her almond-shaped eyes were made to look all the bigger by a ring of kohl. Her hair was a multitude of shades of copper, auburn, and gold, and hung in untamed ringlets all the way to the small of her back. Alejandro had described the color of her skin perfectly, cinnamon, seemingly flecked with mica to make her glisten, as though she was made of some precious stone. I recall all this now, with the benefit of having seen her many times after this episode, and knowing she was made of flesh and blood. But at the time, truly she could have been an apparition, conjured up by the male mind as the perfect sexual fantasy. The sight of her was startling and breathtaking. I feared that if I moved, she'd dart away. She stared back at me cautiously as I stared at her. "Please don't go. I need your help." Tired from standing, I leaned on the banister. She took one step backward, her bare feet silent on the carpet. No, please don't leave me. I'm ill and I need to get out of this house. Please, I need your help if I'm going to stay alive. Your name is Uzra, right?" At the sound of her name, she danced backward a few steps more, turned, and disappeared in the gloom at the top of the attic stairs. I don't know if my strength gave out at that moment, or if it was my resolve that faltered as she ran away from me, but I slipped to the floor. The ceiling spun overhead like a lantern twirling free on a twisted cord, first spinning in this direction, then in the other direction. Then everything went dark. Then, murmuring, and the touch of fingers. "What is she doing out of her room?" It was Adair's voice, gruff and low. "You said she wouldn't be able to leave her bed." "Apparently, she is stronger than she looks," Alejandro muttered. Someone lifted me, and I felt weightless, buoyed. "Put her back in there, and lock the door this time. She's not to leave this house." Adair's voice began to drift away. "Is she going to die?" "How the bloody hell should I know?" Alejandro muttered under his breath, then called out much stronger so Adair could hear. "I suppose that's up to you." Up to him? I wondered, even as I was slipping back into unconsciousness. How could it be up to him whether I lived or died? I had no time to further contemplate this perplexing conversation, however, as I sank back into the vacuum of a lightless, soundless oblivion. Chapter 18. "She's dying. She won't make it through the day." It was Alejandro's voice, his words not meant for my ears. My eyelids fluttered. He stood next to Adair at my bedside. Both had their arms crossed over their chests in resignation, grave looks on their faces. Here it was, the absolute end, and I still had no idea what they meant to do with me. Why Adair had bothered to mislead me with a declaration of affection, or ply me with homeopathic potions, but refuse me a doctor's care. At that point, his strange behavior made no difference. I was about to die. If it was my body they were after, for medical dissection or experimentation, to use in a satanic ritual, there would be no one to stop them. After all, what was I but a penniless and friendless vagrant? I wasn't even their servant. I was less than that, a woman who let strangers do what they pleased with her in exchange for shelter and a meal. I would have cried for what I'd become, but the fever had dried me up, leaving me without tears. I couldn't help agreeing with Alejandro's conclusion. I had to be dying. A body could not feel this bad and live. Inside, I was on fire, every muscle burning. I ached. With each breath, my rib cage creaked like a rusty bellows. If I weren't sorry to be taking Jonathan's baby with me and so afraid of the heavy weight of the sins for which I would be judged, I would have prayed for God to show me mercy by letting me die. I had only one regret, which was that I'd never see Jonathan again. I'd believed so strongly we were destined to be together that it seemed inconceivable we could be separated, that I would die without being able to reach out and touch his face, that he would not be holding my hand as the last breath escaped me. The gravity of my situation became real to me at that moment. My end was here. There was nothing I could do. No entreaty to God that would change that. And the thing I wanted above all else was to see Jonathan. "It's your decision," Alejandro said to Adair, who hadn't spoken a word. "If she pleases you. Donna and Tilde have made their positions clear." "It's not up for a vote," he growled. "None of you has a say in who joins our household. You all continue to exist at my pleasure." Did I hear him correctly? I thought not. His words slurred and boomed in my head. "You continue to serve me at my pleasure." Adair stepped beside me and ran a hand over my sweaty brow. "See the look on her face, Alejandro? She knows she is dying, and yet she fights. I saw that look on your face, until this. It is always the same." He cupped my cheek. "Listen to me, Lanore. I am about to give you a rare gift. Do you understand? If I do not intervene, you will die. So this is to be our bargain. I am ready to catch you as you die and bring your soul back to this world. But that means you will belong to me entirely, more than just your body. To own your body, that is an easy thing. I can do that now. I want more from you. I want your fiery soul. Do you agree to this?" he asked, searching my eyes for a reaction. "Prepare yourself," he said to me. I had no idea what he was talking about. He leaned close, like a priest about to hear my confession. He held a silver vial as slender as a hummingbird's beak and pulled a stopper out, more like a needle than a stopper. "Open your mouth," he commanded. But I was frozen with fright. "Open your damn mouth," he repeated, "or I will crack your jaw in two." In my confusion, I thought he might be offering last rites. I was from a Catholic family, for all intents and purposes, and I wanted absolution for my sins. So I opened my mouth and closed my eyes, waiting. He smeared the stopper against my tongue. I didn't even feel it. The instrument was minute, but my tongue immediately went numb and was seized with the most vile taste. My mouth watered, and I began to convulse. He pushed my mouth shut and held it, pinning me to the bed as I was racked with seizures. Blood welled in my mouth, made bitter and sour by the potion he had put on my tongue. Had he poisoned me to hasten my dying? I was lost in my own blood and could feel nothing else. In the back of my mind, I heard Adair mumble, words that made no sense. But panic had replaced all else, especially logic. I didn't care what he was saying, or why he was doing this. I was completely in shock. My chest squeezed, the pain and panic excruciating. My lungs no longer worked. Pump rusted bellows, for God's sake. I couldn't breathe. I know now that my heart was stopping and was unable to make my lungs work. My brain flailed. I was dying. But I wouldn't die alone. My hands went instinctively to my belly, cupping the small mound that had just begun making itself undeniably evident. Adair froze. Realization breaking on his face. My God. "She is pregnant! Did no one know she was with child?" he roared as he spun around, flinging an arm at Alejandro behind him. My body was shutting down, piece by piece, and my soul was terrified, searching for a place to go. And then it ceased to be. I woke up. Of course, the first thing I thought was that the terrible episode had been a dream, or that I'd passed the peak of my illness and was recovering. I found momentary comfort in these explanations, but I couldn't deny that something terrible and irrevocable had happened to me. If I concentrated very hard, I remembered blurred visions of being held against the mattress, of someone carrying away a large copper basin filled with thick, foul-smelling blood. I woke in my pauper's bed in the tiny room, but the room was ghastly cold. The fire long since died out. The curtains over the sole window were drawn, but there was a sliver of overcast sky visible where the panels met. The sky had that gray cast of a New England autumn to it, but even those tiny chinks of light were bright and chalky and painful to look at. My throat burned as though I'd been forced to drink acid. I decided to go searching for a draught of water, but when I sat up, I was thrown immediately to my back as the room circled and spun. The lights, my equilibrium. I felt terribly sensitive, like an invalid altered by a prolonged illness. Aside from my throat and my fiery head, the rest of me was cold. My muscles no longer burned with fever. Instead, I moved sluggishly, as though I'd been left to float in cold water for days. One very important thing had changed, and I didn't need anyone to tell me what it was. I no longer carried my baby with me. It was gone. It took me about a half hour to leave the room, slowly acclimating to standing, then walking. As I inched down the hall toward the courtier's bedchambers, I heard the quotidian noises of the household quite precisely, with an animal's keenness, whispered conversations between lovers in bed, the snoring of the head butler napping in the linen closet, the sound of water being drawn from the giant cauldron, perhaps for someone's bath. I stopped in front of Alejandro's door, swaying on my feet, steeling myself to go in and demand that he explain what had happened to me and to my unborn child. I raised my hand to knock, but stopped. Whatever had happened to me was serious and irrevocable. I knew who had the answers, and I decided to go right to the source, the one who had placed poison on my tongue, spoken magical words in my ear, and made everything change. The one who, in all likelihood, had taken my child from me. For my lost child's sake, I had to be strong. I turned and strode to the end of the hall. I raised my hand to knock and again thought better of it. I wouldn't come to Adair as a servant, asking for permission to speak with him. The doors parted with one push. I knew the room and the habits of its occupant, and went straight to the bower of cushions where Adair slept. He lay under a sable blanket, unmoving as a corpse, his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. "You've rejoined us," he said, more a declaration than an observation. "You're back among the living." I was afraid of him. I couldn't explain the things he'd done to me, or why I hadn't run from Tilda's invitation at the carriage, or why I'd let any of this happen. But the time had come to confront him. "What did you do to me? And what happened to my baby?" His eyes shifted, settling on me, as baleful as a wolf's. "You were dying from infection, and I decided not to let you leave. Not yet. And you didn't want to die. I saw it in your eyes. As for the baby, we didn't know you were with child. Once you'd been given the unction, there was nothing to be done for the child." My eyes welled with tears, that after everything, the exile from St. Andrew, surviving despite the hellish infection, my baby had been taken away from me so thoughtlessly. "What did you do? How did you keep me from dying? You said you were not a doctor." He rose from the bed and slipped on a silk robe. He grabbed my wrist, and before I knew what was happening, whisked me out of the room and down the stairs. "What has happened to you cannot be explained. It can only be shown." He dragged me to the common rooms in the back of the house. As we passed Donna in the hall, Adair snapped his fingers at him and said, "Come with us." He took me to the room behind the kitchen, where the giant cauldrons used to cook for crowds, and the other pantry oddities were kept. Fish grills, shaped to fit a fish like an Iron Maiden, cake tins and forms, and the half-barrel of water drawn from the cistern for household use. The water glinted, black and cold in the barrel. Adair shoved me into Donna's arms and gestured to the barrel with a toss of his head. Donna rolled his eyes as he yanked up the sleeve on his right arm, and then, as swiftly as a housewife snatching up the chicken that is to be the evening supper, he grabbed the back of my neck and plunged my head into the water. I had no time to prepare, and swallowed a lungful of water immediately. By the strength of his grip, I could tell he didn't mean to let me go. All I could do was thrash and struggle in the hope I might knock the barrel over, or that he'd relent out of pity. Why had Adair saved me from infection and a fever if he meant to have me drowned now? He shouted at me. I heard his voice through the splashing, but couldn't make out his words. A long stretch of time seemed to pass, but I knew this must be an illusion. The dying were said in their panic to experience each of their last seconds clearly and distinctly. But I had depleted the air in my lungs. Surely death would come at any moment. I hung from Donna's hand in the water, numb with cold and terror, waiting for my end, wanting to join the lost child, wanting, after all that had happened to me, to give up, to be at peace. Donna yanked my head from the barrel, and water coursed from my hair, down my face and over my shoulders, spattering all over the floor. He held me upright. "So, what do you think?" Adair asked. "You tried to kill me just now, but you didn't drown, did you?" He handed Donna a towel, which he used to wipe his wet arm disdainfully. "Donna held you under for a good 5 minutes, and here you stand alive. The water didn't kill you. And why do you think that is?" I blinked the frigid water from my eyes. "I don't know." His grin was like a skeleton's. "That's because you're immortal. You can never die." I crouched by the fire in Adair's bedchamber. He gave me a glass and a bottle of brandy and lay on his bed while I stared at the flames and avoided the hospitality of his alcohol. I didn't want to believe him, and I didn't want anything he might give me. If I couldn't kill him for taking my baby from me, then I wanted to run away from him and out of the house. Again, however, fear kept me from thinking clearly, and the last shreds of my common sense warned me that I shouldn't leave. I had to hear him out. Next to the bed was a curious instrument with tubes and chambers made of brass and glass. I now know it to be a hookah, but at the time it was only an exotic contraption that bellowed sweet smoke. Adair drew on the pipe and exhaled a long stream toward the ceiling until his eyes grew glassy and his limbs were languid. "Do you understand now?" he asked. "You are no longer mortal. You are beyond life and death. You cannot die." He offered the hookah's mouthpiece to me, then pulled it back when I didn't take it. "It doesn't matter how someone might try to kill you. Neither bow nor rifle, knife nor poison, fire nor water, a mound of earth piled on top of you. Neither disease nor famine." "How can that be?" He took another long draught on the pipe, holding in its narcotic smoke for a moment before releasing it in a thick cloud. "How this came to be, I cannot tell you. I've thought on it, prayed on it, tried to dream on it using all manner of drugs. No answer has come to me. I can't explain it, and I've come to stop looking for answers." "You're saying you cannot die?" "I'm saying I've been alive for hundreds of years." "Who in God's universe is immortal?" I asked of myself. "Angels are immortal." Adair snorted. "Always the angels, always God. Why is it that when one hears a voice speak to them, they always assume it is God talking?" "Are you saying it's the work of the devil?" He scratched his flat stomach. "I'm saying I have searched for answers and no voice has spoken to me. Neither God nor Satan has taken the trouble to explain to me how this miracle fits into his plans. No one has commanded me to do his bidding. From this, I can only deduce that I am no one's minion. I have no master. We are all immortal, Alejandro, Udra, and the rest. I have made all of you. Understand?" Another long draw on the pipe, a gurgle of water, and his booming voice lowered. "You have transcended death." "Please stop saying that. You're frightening me." "You will get used to this, and very soon you'll never be frightened again. There will be nothing to be frightened of. There is only one rule for you to follow now. One person you must obey, and that person is me. Because I have your soul now, Lanore. Your soul and your life." "I must obey you now? Does that mean you are God?" I snorted too, being as brazen as I felt I could be with him. "The God you were raised on has given you up. Do you remember what I said before you received the gift? You are my possession now and forever. I am your God. And if you do not believe me and care to test what I tell you, I invite you to try to defy me." By then, I had let him lead me to the bed and didn't protest as he lay beside me. He fed me the mouthpiece and stroked my damp hair as I sucked in the heavy fumes. The narcotic wrapped around me, cradled me, and my fear collapsed like an exhausted child. Now that I was worn down and sleepy, Adair was almost tender. "I have no explanation to give you, Lanore, but there is a story. I'll tell you that story, my story. I'll tell you how I came to be, and perhaps then you'll understand." Chapter 19. Hungarian Territory, A.D. 1349. As soon as Adair saw the stranger, he knew with the unmistakable chill of premonition that the old man had come for him. The end of the day was the time when they celebrated the nomadic laborers with whom Adair's family traveled. As night descended, they built giant campfires to enjoy the one piece of the day they could call their own. Their long hours working in the fields were over, and so they gathered to share food and drink and entertain one another. His uncle would not yet be drunk, and so would play folk tunes on his peasant's violin, accompanying Adair's mother and the other women as they sang. Someone would bring a tambourine, another would bring a balalaika. Adair sat with his whole family, his 5 brothers and 2 sisters, along with the older brothers' wives. His happiness that night was complete when he saw on the far side of the leaping fire Katerina approach the circle with her family. He and his family were wanderers, as were Katerina's family and everyone in the caravan. Once upon a time they had been serfs to a Magyar lord, but he had deserted them, leaving them to bandits. They fled from the villages in their wagons and had lived in their wagons ever since, following the harvest as itinerant workers, digging ditches, tending fields, taking whatever work they could find. The Magyar and Romanian kingdoms were fighting then, and there were too few Magyar nobles spread over the countryside to protect the vagabonds, should they even be inclined. Still, it hadn't been so long ago that they had been forced from their home that Adair couldn't remember what it was like to sleep inside a house at night, to have that small bit of security. His brothers, Istvan and Radu, had been babies, though, and had no recollection of the earlier, happier life. Adair felt bad that his younger brothers had never known those times, but then they seemed in their own way to be happier than the rest of the family, and were perplexed by the melancholy that haunted their siblings and parents. The stranger had appeared suddenly at the edge of the gathering that evening. The first thing Adair noticed about him was that he was very old, practically a shrunken corpse leaning on his walking stick, and as he got closer, he looked older still. His skin was papery and wrinkled and dotted with age spots. His eyes were coated with a milky film, but nevertheless had a strange sharpness to them. He had a thick head of snow-white hair, so long that it trailed down his back in a plait. But most notable were his clothes, which were of Romanian cut and made of costly fabrics. Whoever he was wealthy, and even though an old man had no fear of stepping into a gypsy camp alone at night. He pushed through the ring of people and stood in the center of the circle next to the bonfire. As his gaze rippled over the crowd, Adair's blood stood in his veins. Adair was no different from every other boy in the encampment, uneducated, unwashed, underfed. He knew there was no reason for the old man to single him out, but his sense of foreboding was so strong that he would have leaped to his feet and run from the circle if his youthful pride hadn't stopped him. He hadn't done anything to this old man, so why should he run? After a silent search of the faces, illuminated in the fire's lambent glow, the old man smiled unpleasantly, lifted his hand, and pointed directly at Adair. Then he looked over at the group of elders. By now, all activity had stopped. The music, the laughter, all eyes fell on the stranger, and then moved to Adair. His father broke the silence. He pushed through Adair's brothers and sisters and grabbed Adair by the forearm, nearly yanking it from its socket. "What have you done, boy?" he hissed through his gaping teeth. "Do not just sit there. Come with me." He pulled his son to his feet. "The rest of you, what are you staring at? Go back to your storytelling and your foolish singing." And as he dragged Adair away, Adair felt the stares of his family and Katerina on his back. The two went to a dark overhang under a tree, out of earshot of the campfire, followed by the stranger. Adair tried to deflect whatever trouble had found him. "Whoever you are looking for, I swear it is not me. You've mistaken me for another." His father slapped him. "What did you do? Steal a chicken? Take some potatoes or onions from the fields?" "I swear," Adair sputtered, holding the fiery spot on his cheek and pointing at the old man. "I don't know him." "Do not let your guilty imagination run away with you. I'm not accusing the boy of any crime," the old man said to Adair's father. He beheld both Adair and his father with contempt, as he might beggars or thieves. "I have chosen your son to come work for me." To his credit, Adair's father was suspicious of the offer. "What use could you have for him? He has no skills. He is a field hand." "I need a servant. A boy with a strong back and sturdy legs." Adair saw his life taking an abrupt, unwelcome turn. "I've never been a house servant. I wouldn't know what to do." A second slap from his father stopped Adair short. "Do not make yourself out to be more worthless than you are," his father snapped. "You can learn, even if learning is not among your strengths." "He will do, I can tell." The stranger walked around Adair slowly, appraising him like a horse for sale in the thieves' market. He trailed a scent in his wake, smoky and dry like incense. "I do not need someone with a strong mind, just someone to help a fragile old man with the demands of life." But here his eyes narrowed, and his countenance became fierce again. "I live a distance away, and will not make this trip again. If your son wants the position, he must leave with me tonight." "Tonight?" Adair's throat tightened. "I am prepared to pay for the loss of your son's contribution to your family," the stranger said to Adair's father. With those words, Adair knew he was lost, for his father would not turn down money. By this time, his mother was approaching them, keeping to the tree's shadow, wringing her skirts in her hands. She waited with Adair as his father and the stranger haggled over a price. Once a sum was settled upon, and the old man left to ready his horse, Adair's mother flew to her husband. "What are you doing?" she cried, even though she knew her husband would not change his mind. There would be no arguing with him. But there was more at stake for Adair, and he had nothing to lose, so he turned on his father. "What have you done to me? A stranger walks into camp and you sell one of your children to him? What do you know of him?" "How dare you question me?" he said, lashing out, knocking Adair to the ground. The rest of the family had come down from the bonfire by now and stood beyond their father's reach. It was nothing new for them to watch a sibling being beaten, but it was unsettling all the same. "You are too stupid to know a good opportunity when you see it. Obviously this man is wealthy. You'll be the servant of a rich man. You'll live in a house, not a wagon, and you will not have to work in the fields. If I thought the strange man would agree to it, I'd ask him to take one of the others as well. Maybe Radu. He is not so blind that he cannot see when a good thing falls in his lap." Adair picked himself off the ground, shamefaced. His father cuffed him again on the back of the head for good measure. "Now pack your things and say your goodbyes. Do not make this man wait for you." His mother searched her husband's face. "Ferenc, what do you know of this man you are entrusting with our son? What has he told you of himself?" "I know enough. He has a physic to account. He lives in a house on the Count's estate. Adair will be indentured to him for 7 years. At the end of 7 years, Adair can choose whether to leave or remain in the physic's employ. Adair calculated the figures in his mind. In 7 years, he would be 21, halfway through his life. As it was, he was just coming into marrying age and was impatient to follow in his older brother's footsteps and take a bride, start a family, be accepted as a man. As a house servant, he wouldn't marry or be allowed to have children. His life would go into suspension during this most crucial time. By the time he was free, he would be old. What woman would want him then? And what about his family? Where would they be in 7 years? They were itinerants, moving to find work, shelter, to escape the bad weather. Not one of them could read or write. He would never be able to find them. To lose his family was unthinkable. They were the lowest class of society, shunned by everyone else. When he left the stranger's employ, how would he survive without them? A cry broke in his mother's throat. She knew as well as Adair what this meant, but his father stood firm in his decision. It is for the best. You know it is. Look at us. We can barely earn enough to feed our children. It is better if Adair took his burden on himself. You mean that we are all burdens to you? Radu wailed. 2 years younger than Adair, Radu was the sensitive one in the family. He ran up to Adair and wrapped his thin arms around his brother's waist, blotting his tears on Adair's ragged shirt. Adair is a man now, and has to make his own way in the world, their father said to Radu. Then to all of them, Now, enough of these hysterics. Adair must pack his things. Adair traveled all that night, riding behind the stranger as instructed. He was surprised to find that the old man had a magnificent horse, the sort of horse a knight would own, heavy enough for its hoofbeats to shake the ground. Adair could tell they were headed west, deeper into Romanian territory. Toward morning, they passed the castle of the Count, by whom the physic was employed. There was nothing lyrical about it. It was meant for siege. Squat and solid, foursquare, surrounded by a scattering of dwellings and pens of sheep and cattle. Cultivated fields stretched off in all directions. The two rode for another 20 minutes through a dense forest before coming upon a small stone keep, almost hidden by trees. The keep itself looked dank, overgrown with moss that ran wild without sunlight to keep it in check. To Adair, the keep appeared more dungeon than house, seemingly without even a door cut into its daunting facade. The old man dismounted and instructed Adair to take care of the horse before joining him inside. Adair lingered as long as he could with the giant equine, stripping off the saddle and bridle, fetching water for it, rubbing its sweaty back with dry straw. When he could avoid it no longer, he picked up the saddle and went into the keep. Inside it was almost too smoky to see, a small fire burning in the fire pit, and only a miserly narrow window to let the smoke escape. Looking around, Adair saw that the keep was one large circular room. A woman slept next to the door on a bed of straw. She was easily 10 years older than Adair and matronly, with large florid hands and almost sexless features. She slept surrounded by the tools of her gender, mixing bowls and clumsy wooden spoons, pots and buckets, a slab of a wooden table, worn and greasy, stacks of wooden chargers that served as plates, crocks of wine and ale. Garlands of peppers and garlic hung from hooks in the stone walls, along with ropes of sausage and a string of hard circlets of rye bread. On the far side of the room was a desk covered with bottles and jars, sheaves of paper, an inkstand and quills, and an oddity Adair had never laid eyes on before. Books, bound with wooden covers. Baskets, holding strange artifacts from the forest, stood ready behind the desk. Dusty dried roots, cones, handfuls of nettles, tangles of weeds. Beyond the desk, Adair spied a staircase leading downward, possibly to a cold cellar. The old man was suddenly at Adair's side, peering at the peasant boy. I suppose you want to know my name. I am Ivor Cheldrow, but you shall refer to me as Master." As he took off his heavy cape and warmed his hands at the fire, the Physic explained that he came from a line of landed Romanian nobles, the last male in his family. Although he would one day inherit the family's castle and property, as a young man he decided to pursue a career and had gone to Venice to study medicine. In his decades as a physician, he'd served several counts and even kings. He was now at the end of a long career in the service of Count Chelbatrin, the Romanian nobleman who owned the castle they had passed. The Physic explained that he had not hired Adair to teach him the healing arts, but expected Adair to assist him by gathering herbs and other ingredients for salves and elixirs, in addition to doing chores and helping the housekeeper Marguerite. The old man rummaged through an open chest until he found a tatty old blanket of rough, woven wool. "Make up a bed of straw by the fire. When Marguerite awakes, she will give you food and your orders for the day. Try to rest some, too, because I will want you to be ready tonight when I awaken. Oh, and do not be surprised when Marguerite neither heeds you nor speaks to you. She is deaf and dumb, and has been since birth." And then the old man took a candle, which had been burning on the kitchen table in wait for him, and hobbled toward the dark stairwell. Adair followed his orders and curled by the fire, and was asleep before the light from the Physic's candle had faded down the stairs. He woke to the stirrings of the housekeeper. She stopped what she was doing to stare at Adair openly as he rose from the floor. Adair found her a disappointment, more so than when she'd been asleep. Worse than plain, she was ugly, with a mannish face and the broad body of a field worker. She gave Adair a meal of cold gruel and water, and when he'd finished, led him to the well and gave him a bucket, pantomiming her instructions. In this way, she had him chop firewood, as well as haul water for the kitchen and the livestock. Later, when she went to scrub clothing in a big wooden tub, Adair tried to nap, remembering the old man's admonition. The next thing Adair knew, Marguerite was shaking him by the shoulder and pointing to the stairway. Evening had fallen, and the old man was rising downstairs in his chamber. The housekeeper went about lighting candles around the main room, and presently the old man came up the stairs, carrying the same stubby candle from the early morning hours. "You have risen, good," the Physic said as he shuffled by Adair. He went straight to his desk and rifled through pages of indecipherable writing. "Build up that fire," he ordered, "and fetch a cauldron. I must make a potion tonight, and you will help me." Ignoring his new servant, the Physic started searching the rows of jars, each covered with waxed cloth and string, and turned each in the firelight to read its label, putting a few aside. After the cauldron had been hung and heated above the flames, Adair helped the old man carry the jars to the fire pit. Sitting to the side, he watched the Physic measure ingredients in his withered hand, then toss them into the pot. Adair recognized some plants and herbs, now dried to ash, but others were more mysterious. A bat's claw? Or was it a mouse's paw? A rooster's comb? 3 black feathers. But from what bird? From one tightly lidded jar, the Physic poured an oozing, dark syrup that emitted a foul smell as soon as it was exposed to air. Lastly, he poured in a pitcher of water, and then he turned to Adair. "Watch this carefully. Let it come to a full boil, but then knock the fire down and take care that the unction does not seize up. It must be thick like pitch. Do you understand?" Adair nodded. "May I ask what is this potion for?" "No, you may not ask," he answered, then seemed to think better of it. "In time, you will learn, when you have earned such wisdom. Now I am going out. Mind the pot as I instructed you. Do not leave the keep and do not fall asleep." Adair watched as the old man took his cloak from a peg and slipped outside. He did as he was told, sitting close enough to inhale the foul fumes coming off the bubbling liquid. The keep was quiet except for Marguerite's snores, and Adair watched her for a while, the rise and fall of her broad stomach under the blanket, straw crackling as she turned in her sleep. When he tired of this miserly entertainment, he went to the physics desk and studied the pages of handwriting, wishing he had the ability to read them. He thought about trying to persuade the old man to teach him to read. Surely the physic would find it helpful for his servant to have this skill. From time to time, Adair poked at the contents of the pot with a wooden spoon, gauging its consistency, and when it seemed right, he took the poker and knocked down the burning logs, scattering them to the edges of the pit so only the embers remained under the cauldron. At that point, Adair felt it was safe to relax. So he wrapped himself in the threadbare blanket and leaned against the wall. Sleep nibbled at his ear, a delicious ale of which he'd been given a sip but knew he could drink no more. He tried everything he could think of to keep awake. He paced the floor, gulped cold water, did handstands. After an hour of this, he was more exhausted than ever, and on the verge of falling to the floor in a stupor, when suddenly the door was pushed open, and the old man entered. He appeared invigorated by his excursion, his milky eyes almost bright. He peered into the cauldron. "Oh, very good. The unction looks fine. Take the cauldron off the spit and let it cool on the hearth. In the morning you will pour the unction into that urn and cover it with paper. Now you may rest. It's almost dawn." Several weeks passed like this. Adair was glad for the routine to keep his mind off the loss of his family and his lovely Katerina. Mornings he assisted Marguerite, and the afternoons he rested. Evenings were spent preparing potions or salves, or being taught by the old man to recognize and gather ingredients. He would lead Adair into the woods to hunt for a specific plant or seed by moonlight. Other evenings, Adair bundled cuttings and hung them from the rafters near the fire pit. Almost every night, the physic would disappear for a few hours, always returning before daybreak, only to withdraw to his chamber underground. After a month or two had passed, the physic began to send Adair into the village that surrounded the castle walls to exchange a crock of ointment for goods, some cloth or ironwork or pottery. By this time, Adair was desperate for the company of people, even to hear his own voice. But the villagers invariably kept their distance once they learned he worked for the physic. If they saw that Adair was lonely and desperate for company and a few kind words, they were unmoved and kept the transactions curt and unfriendly. Around the same time, a change occurred between Adair and Marguerite, to his shame. One afternoon, when he'd woken from a nap and started to dress, she came up to his bed and put her hands on him. Without waiting for encouragement, she pushed him on his back onto the straw, feeling his chest under his tunic, then went to his breeches and searched for Adair's manhood. Once she'd gotten it sufficiently engaged, she lifted her dusty skirts and squatted over him. There was no tenderness in her movements, nor in Adair's, no pretense that it was anything other than a physical release for them both. As Adair grasped handfuls of her flesh, he thought of Katerina. But there was no way to pretend that this great bear of a woman was his delicate, dark-eyed love. When it was over, Marguerite made a guttural noise in her throat as she rolled away from Adair, lowered her skirt, and went about her business. He lay back against his straw bed, looking up at the ceiling and wondering if the physic might have heard them, and if so, what he would do. Perhaps he took his own pleasures with Marguerite. No, that didn't seem possible, and Adair figured the old man visited a wench in the village to satisfy that itch during his nocturnal prowling. Perhaps in time he would be able to do the same. For now, he seemed to have fallen into a strange way of life. But it wasn't as difficult as working in the fields had been, and there was the promise of betterment, perhaps, if he could persuade the old man to teach him about the healing arts. Though Adair still missed his family terribly, he took comfort from these facts and decided to stay a while longer and see what his fortune might hold. Chapter 20. After months had passed in the physic's employ, with only the sparest contact with anyone besides the old man and Marguerite, the night came for Adair's first visit to the castle. Not that Adair wanted to go to the stronghold of a Romanian nobleman. He had nothing but hatred for the devils who raided Magyar villages, destroyed their homes, and captured their land. He couldn't easily dismiss his curiosity, however. Adair had never been in the abode of a rich man, never been inside castle walls. He'd only worked the fields. He figured he would be able to bear it if he pretended the owner of the castle was Magyar, not Romanian. Then he could marvel at the grand rooms and finery all the same. His job that night was to carry a huge jar of a potion they had worked on the previous evening. As usual, the potion's purpose was kept secret from him. Adair waited by the door as the physic fussed over his appearance, finally choosing to dress in a fine tunic embroidered with gold threads and studded with colored cabochon, signifying that it was a special occasion. The physic rode his charger, and Adair trudged behind, lugging the urn on his back like an old grandmother who could no longer walk upright. The drawbridge over the moat was lowered for them, and they were escorted into the great hall by a squad of the Count's soldiers. Guards lined the walls. A feast was in progress in the great hall. The physic joined the Count at the head table, and Adair squatted in the back of the room against the wall, still hugging the jar. He recognized some of the emblems on the shields decorating the walls. They were from the estates where he'd worked. The Count's dialect sounded familiar, but Adair couldn't understand what they were talking about because the conversation was peppered with Romanian. Even a simple boy like Adair understood what this combination of facts meant. This Count was originally a Magyar, but he had allied himself with the Romanian oppressors to save his own skin and preserve his fortune. That had to be why the villagers shunned him. They figured Adair was a Romanian sympathizer as well. He'd just stumbled on this realization when the old man summoned him over with the urn. Dismissed with a wave of the physic's hand, Adair went back to his place at the wall. The physic removed the oiled cloth cover so the Count could inspect the contents. The nobleman closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, as though the foul-smelling stuff was as sweet as a field of wildflowers. The Count's courtiers laughed with anticipation, as though they knew something exciting was about to happen. Adair was holding his breath at the prospect of learning the purpose of at least one of the physic's mystical potions, when the old man's sharp gaze fell on him. "This is not the place for the boy, I think," he said, motioning to a guard. "Perhaps you can find something better to occupy his time. Teach him a thing or two about soldiering. He may have to help defend this castle one day, or at the very least save my old and worthless head." Adair was led away, amid mocking laughter from the onlookers, and taken to a courtyard where a handful of guards lazed about. These were not knights or even professional soldiers, just simple guards, though far more experienced with a sword or a spear than Adair. Under the guise of training, they took brutal pleasure in abusing Adair for 2 hours as he tried to defend himself with these unfamiliar weapons. By the time he was allowed back into the great hall, his arms ached from swinging a dull broadsword, the heaviest one the guards could find, and he was nicked and bruised. The scene in the great hall was not what he'd expected. The Count and his vassals seemed to be merely intoxicated, lolling in their seats or fallen to the floor, eyes closed, childish smiles on their faces, ropey muscles gone slack. They paid little notice as the physic made his farewells, leading Adair through the courtyard. In the gray pre-dawn, they picked their way over the drawbridge and through the forest. Adair trudged behind the old man's horse, and exhausted as he was grateful not to be carrying the urn. The mystery of the physic's ways slowly began to coalesce in Adair's mind. On one hand, Adair was grateful for the warm, dry place to sleep, and not to be working himself to daily exhaustion and an early grave as a field hand. Unlike his family, he had 3 meals a day, nearly all he could eat: stew, eggs, the occasional strip of roasted meat. He had sexual companionship, so he would not go insane with unsatisfied desire. On the other hand, Adair could not help but see it as a deal with the devil. Even if it had been made against his will, There was a price to pay for a life of relative ease, and he sensed he would be given the bill eventually. He received the first hint of the payment due one evening when the Physic took Adair and Marguerite to the woods. They walked for a long time, and since they were engaged in nothing more than putting one foot in front of the other, Adair saw the opportunity to ask a few questions of the old man. "May I ask, master, why it is that you do all your work at night?" he asked, careful to sound as timid and guileless as possible. At first the old man harumphed, as though he wouldn't dignify the question with an answer. But after a few moments, for who doesn't like to talk about himself, no matter how trivial the questions, he cleared his throat to answer. "It is a habit, I suppose. It is the sort of work best done away from the prying eyes of others." The Physic breathed heavily as they went up a slight incline, and it wasn't until they reached a level path that he continued. "The fact of the matter is, Adair, that this work is best done at night. For there is a power in the darkness, you know. It is from the darkness that these potions draw their strength." He said this so matter-of-factly that Adair felt it would only reveal his ignorance to ask the old man to explain, and so he resumed his silence. Eventually they came to a place so wild and overgrown that it looked as if it had never been seen by human eyes. Around the roots of the poplars and larches was a proliferation of a strange plant, the broad and fan-shaped leaves standing on willowy stems high above the ground cover, waving to the trio of visitors. The Physic motioned for Marguerite to follow him. He led her to one of the plants, wrapped her hands around it, and then signaled for her to wait. Then he walked away from her, calling Adair to come with him. They walked until the maidservant had almost disappeared in the dimness, her white smock glowing in the moonlight. "Cover your ears and be sharp about it, or you will be the worse for it," he instructed Adair. Then he pantomimed for Marguerite to pull, which she did, throwing all her weight into one jerking movement. Despite having his hands clasped tight over his ears, Adair swore he heard a muffled noise erupt from the plant as it was ripped from the ground. Adair looked at the Physic and lowered his hands, feeling conspicuous. Marguerite trotted up like a dog following its master, carrying the plant in her hands. The Physic took it from her, brushing away the dirt clinging to the hair roots. "Do you know what this is?" he asked Adair as he inspected the thick, five-pointed knob, bigger than the span of a man's hand. "This is a mandrake root. See how it's shaped like a man? Here are the arms, the legs, the head. Did you hear it scream just now, as it was pulled from the ground? The sound will kill any man who hears it." The Physic shook the root at Adair. It did look like a stubby, misshapen man. "This is what you need to do to gather more mandrake root. Remember this well when I send you out for more. Some Physics use a pure black dog to pull up the root, but the dog will die when he hears the scream like any man. We don't have to bother with killing dogs since we have Marguerite, do we?" Adair didn't like that the Physic had included him in his comment about Marguerite. He wondered, ashamed, if the old man knew about their trysts and condoned Adair's casual treatment of her. Indeed, the Physic might liken it to his own brusque treatment of the housekeeper, using her like an ox to pull a stump from a field, and though she was deaf and dumb, he clearly had so little regard for human life that it didn't matter to him if she lived or died by pulling out the root. Of course, it was possible that the mandrake's shriek wouldn't really kill her, even if she had been able to hear it, and that the old man had only told Adair the story to frighten him. But Adair filed the tidbit of knowledge about the mandrake away in his memory, with the other morsels of wisdom the Physic had shared with him, for use another day. What little enjoyment Adair took from his new life began to fade as he grew increasingly unhappy with his solitary routine. Boredom gave way to curiosity. He made a thorough inspection of the bottles and jars in the Physic study, then took inventory of the wider room until he knew every inch of the upper floor of the keep. He had enough common sense not to venture into the cellar. Without asking the Physic's permission, Adair started taking the horse on afternoon rides into the countryside. He reasoned that it was good for the horse to be exercised between the physic's infrequent rides. But sometimes, when he'd put many miles between him and the keep, a voice would tempt him to flee, to keep riding, and never return. After all, how would that old man find Adair without a horse to carry him? However, Adair also knew that with the time that had elapsed since he'd arrived at the keep, he wouldn't be able to find his family, and without a family to return to, there was no point in leaving. Here he had food and shelter. If he ran away, he'd have nothing, and would be a fugitive for the time he still owed the physic. After a long moment, looking at any road that led away from his prison, he would reluctantly turn the horse around and ride back to the keep. Over time, Adair thought the physic was beginning to warm to him. At night, as they worked on a potion, he'd catch the old man staring at him less harshly than usual. The physic started to tell Adair a little bit about the things in the jars, as he crushed dried seeds or separated the herbs for storage, such as the names of the more obscure plants and how they might be put to use. There was to be a second visit to the castle, over which the old man was practically ebullient, rubbing his hands as he paced around the keep. "We have a new order from the Count, for which we shall start preparations tonight," he chortled, as Adair hung up the old man's cloak on a peg by the door. "Start what, master?" Adair asked. "A special request from the Count. A very difficult task, but one I have performed before." He scurried back and forth across the timber floor, gathering jars of ingredients on the work table. "Fetch the large cauldron, and build up the fire. It has almost gone out." Adair watched from the hearth. First the physic selected a sheet from his hand-written recipes, and read it over quickly before propping it against a jar to consult. He glanced at the paper from time to time as he measured ingredients into the warming pot. He took down things from the shelves that he'd never troubled with before, mysterious bits of animals, snouts, leathery pieces of skin, mummified nubs of flesh. Powders, shiny crystals of white and copper. He poured in an exact amount of water and then had Adair hang the heavy pot from the spit. As the water began to boil, the physic took a handful of yellow powder from a vial and threw it on the fire. It flamed in a puff of smoke, emitting the unmistakable stench of brimstone. "I've never seen this mixture before, have I, master?" Adair asked. "No, you have not." He paused. "It is a potion that makes anyone who drinks it invisible." He searched Adair's face for a reaction. "What do you think of that, boy? Do you believe that can truly happen?" "I have never heard of such a thing." He knew better than to disagree with the old man. "Perhaps you will get to see it with your own eyes. The Count will have some of his best men drink this potion, and they will become invisible for one night. Can you imagine what an army can do when it cannot be seen?" "Yes, master," Adair replied, and from that moment he began to think of the physic spells and potions in a different way. "Now you must watch this cauldron, and let the water boil down, as you have done before. When it has boiled down, you must take it off the fire and let it cool. When you've done that, you may go to sleep, but not before. These ingredients are rare, and that is the last of a few of them, so we cannot afford to ruin this batch. Watch the pot carefully," he said over his shoulder as he descended the staircase. "I will see how well you've done at dusk tonight." Adair had no trouble staying awake that night. He sat bolt upright against the hard stone wall, realizing that the old man had lied to him and his father. The old man was not a physic, but an alchemist, maybe a necromancer. No wonder the people in the village avoided him. It wasn't just because of the turncoat noble. They were frightened of the old man, and with good reason. He was very likely in league with the devil. God knew what they suspected of Adair. This potion was not like the previous ones, and took forever to shed its moisture. Dawn started to break before an appreciable amount had evaporated. But through the last hours of the night, as he watched a slow vapor rise from the cauldron's depths, Adair's gaze kept wandering back to the stack of handwritten papers on the desk. Surely there were formulas in that pile more intriguing and more profitable than the ability to turn men invisible for one night. The old man probably knew how to make fail-safe love potions and talismans to bring great wealth and power to the owner. And surely any alchemist should know how to turn base metal into gold. Even though Adair couldn't read the recipes, he didn't doubt that he could find someone who would, for a piece of the profits. The longer he thought about it, the more restless he became. He could hide the papers in the sleeve of his tunic and sneak past Marguerite, who would rise at any minute. Then he'd walk all day and get as far from the keep as he could. He thought fleetingly about taking the horse, but there his courage failed. To steal property as valuable as a horse was a death offense. The old man could justifiably seek Adair's life. But the recipes? Even if the old man could track his servant down, he probably wouldn't dare take Adair before the Count. The physic wouldn't want the villagers to know how powerful he really was, or that his mystical knowledge was written down where it could be stolen or destroyed. Adair's heart pounded until he could no longer ignore its wild exhortation. It was almost a relief, giving in to this desire. Adair tightly rolled as many papers as he dared take at once and slid them up his sleeve, just as Marguerite began stirring. Before leaving, he hoisted the cauldron off the spit and left it to cool on the hearth. Once outside, he chose a path he knew, one that would take him to Hungarian territory, to a stronghold where Romanian sympathizers would hesitate to go. He walked for hours, cursing his impetuousness, for he hadn't thought to bring provisions. When he started to get light-headed, and the sun had started to slip on the horizon, Adair figured he'd traveled far enough and took refuge in a barn in the middle of a hayfield. It was a desolate place with nothing about, not even livestock, so Adair felt he'd traveled a safe distance, and no one would search for him here. He fell asleep in the hay, a free man. He was jarred awake by a hand at his throat, jerking him to his feet, and then inexplicably off the ground. Adair couldn't see at first who had him, the air thick with night, but as his eyes adjusted, he refused to believe them. The figure holding him was slight, wizened, but in less than a minute Adair knew it was the old man, by the smell of him, the stink of brimstone and decay. "Thief! This is how you reward my patronage and trust?" The physic roared with outrage and threw Adair to the ground with such force that he skidded all the way to the back of the barn. Before he could regain his breath, the old man was on him again, clutching him by the shoulder and again lifting him off the ground. Adair was aflame with pain and confusion. The physic was ancient. How could a weak old man lift him so easily? It had to be an illusion, or a fantasy induced by a blow to the head. Adair had only a minute to ponder this before the old man threw him to the ground a second time, then began hitting and kicking him. The blows were tremendously powerful. Adair's head chattered in pain, and he was sure he would black out. He felt himself carried, felt the movement of air all around. They were traveling at a great rate of speed by horseback, but it seemed unlikely that the old charger would be capable of such speed. Surely it must all be a delusion, he told himself, produced by some elixir the old man had forced on him in his sleep. It was too magical and frightening to be real. Still in a stupor, Adair felt the air slow, their bodies again take on a human weight. Then the smells came to him, the musty dankness of the keep, the residue of burning herbs and brimstone hanging in the air. He felt curdled with fear. Dropping to the floor, he opened his eyes a crack and was crushed to see that he was indeed back in the keep, returned to his prison. The old man walked toward him. He had changed. Perhaps it was a trick of angle and perception. But he seemed tall and foreboding, not the old physic at all. The physic's hands snaked out for the poker, and then he leaned over to fish the ratty blanket from Adair's straw pallet. Slowly, deliberately, he wound the blanket around the poker as he advanced on Adair. Adair watched the arm rise, but averted his gaze as the poker came down. The blanket cushioned the blow, kept the iron from breaking the boy's bones outright. But the blows were like nothing he'd felt before. not the punches and slaps he'd endured from his father, not like willow switches or the lash of a leather strap. The iron bar compressed muscle, smashed the flesh until the bar came in contact with bone. It came down again and again across his back, shoulders, and spine. He rolled to escape the blows, but the weapon caught him anyway, striking his ribs, his stomach, his legs. Soon Adair was beyond pain, no longer able to move or even to flinch as the poker continued to rain down. It hurt to breathe. White-hot lashings of flame laced his sides with every breath, his insides awash in runny, hot liquid. He was dying. The old man was going to beat him to death. "I could cut off your hand, you know. That is the punishment for thieves." "But what good would you be to me then, with only one hand?" The physic stood upright stiffly, throwing the poker to the floor. "Maybe I'll chop off your hand when your service is over, so that everyone will know what you are. Or perhaps I won't release you when your 7 years are over. Perhaps I'll take another 7 years as punishment for your crime. How could you ever think you'd escape me and steal from me what is mine?" His words made little difference. The old man was deluded, Adair decided, to think his servant would live. He'd not see the sunrise, let alone 7 years. Hot liquid worked its way around his intestines and organs, up Adair's throat into his mouth. Blood seeped over his lips and onto the wooden floor, oozing toward the old man's feet in a dark, trickling stream. Blood was escaping from every orifice in Adair's body. Adair's eyes flickered. The old man had stopped talking and was staring at him again in that intense way of his. He began creeping on the floor toward the boy like a snake or lizard, close to the ground until he was very near Adair, his mouth open, his tongue inching forward, straining. He took one long, bony finger and dipped it in the stream of blood flowing from Adair's mouth. A long red trail dribbled down his finger as he brought it to his face and wiped it over his tongue. He rolled his tongue in his mouth, and a faint, excited sigh passed over his lips. At that point Adair passed out and was relieved for it. But the last thing he discerned, as consciousness left for what he was sure would be the last time, was the old man's fingers stroking the side of his face and running through Adair's sweat-soaked hair. Chapter 21. Marguerite found Adair in the morning in a terrible state. In the night, his body had prepared for death. His bowels evacuated, his blood-soaked clothing had stuck to the floor so stubbornly that the housekeeper had to swab the spot with rags steeped in warm water to pry him loose. He lay on his straw pallet, unconscious for several days, and when he awoke he found he was covered with large patches of black and violet, edged with yellow and green, his skin hot and tender to the touch. But somehow Marguerite had cleaned away all outward traces of blood and dressed him in a fresh linen nightshirt. Adair drifted in and out of consciousness, his thoughts incoherent as they danced in his head. In the worst of the twilight moments, he imagined someone was touching him, that fingertips glided over his face and lips. Another time he fancied he was being rolled onto his stomach and his clothing disturbed. The latter could be explained if Marguerite was cleaning him as he was unable to move with sufficient coordination to use the chamber pot. Incapacitated, he couldn't move or resist, could do nothing but accept this violation, real or imagined. Smell was the first sense to return, and then taste, the tang of iron from blood and the unctuousness of beef tallow. Once his eyes opened, and it took a few moments for his vision to focus and to be assured that he hadn't lost his sight. His surroundings became real again, and the sensation of pain came back to him. His ribs ached. His gut went wobbly and loose, and every breath stabbed into splintered ribs. With pain came his voice. He flailed at the blanket, attempting futilely to rise. Marguerite hurried to his side and felt Adair's forehead, and flexed his feet and hands, looking for signs of discomfort that foretold broken bones, to see which parts he could move by himself and which parts were injured. After all, What good was a laborer without the use of arms or legs? She fetched broth, and then ignored Adair for the rest of the afternoon while she moved through her chores. He had no alternative but to stare at the ceiling and watch time mark its passage as a square of sunlight working its way down the wall, counting off the hours until nightfall when the old man would awaken. Adair spent the time in fearful anticipation. It would have been better to have died that night, Adair decided, than to awake, trapped in a wrecked body. How long would it take to recover, he wondered. Would he be whole when his bones had mended? Would the parts mesh correctly? Would he limp or be hunchbacked? At least his face seemed free of scar or disfiguration. The old man had spared his head. Had he struck it with a poker, he would have split Adair's skull open. When the square of light faded, signaling the end of daylight, Adair knew his time had run out. He decided to pretend to be asleep. Marguerite, too, sensed a confrontation was near, and she tried to hurriedly prepare for bed as the old man came up the stairs, but the physic interrupted her, catching her arm and pointing toward Adair's bed inquisitively. But she had seen Adair close his eyes and settle into a pose of unconsciousness, so she only shook her head and withdrew into her bed, pulling a blanket over her shoulder. The old man went to Adair's bed, crouching low. Adair tried to keep his breathing even and calm and to control his trembling, waiting to see what the old man was going to do. He didn't have to wait long. The old man's cold, bony hand touched the young man's cheek, then his Adam's apple, then slid down his chest, but only briefly before settling on Adair's flat stomach. He barely touched the bruised spots, and yet it was all Adair could do to keep from curling up in pain. The hand did not stop, but continued gliding downward, to the abdomen, then lower still, and the shock almost caused Adair to cry out. Somehow he managed to lie stoically while the old man's fingers found what they were looking for, caressing the irregular piece of flesh, massaging, kneading, coaxing. But before Adair's manhood could respond, the fingers withdrew, and without a backward look, the old man turned and drifted through the door and into the night. The panic was almost enough to cause Adair to leap out of bed despite his condition. He was seized by the urge to flee, but could not. He had little control of his arms, and his legs were entirely unresponsive. The old man was considerably stronger than he appeared. Adair was defenseless against him in good health, never mind in his current state. He couldn't even crawl across the room to find a weapon to use to defend himself. Sour with despair, Adair realized there was nothing he could do for himself. Not now. He could only endure whatever the physic wished to inflict upon him. He passed the days by thinking of the work he'd done for the physic, the elixirs and salves he'd made, wondering if perhaps there might be something there he could use for his defense. Such thoughts were hopeless, though they served to strengthen his memory of the ingredients that went into these powerful things, as well as the proportions and smells and textures. He was still ignorant of their purpose, for all except the one that conferred invisibility. He managed to keep up the charade for 2 more days before the physic realized Adair had regained consciousness. He tested his limbs and joints in the same way Marguerite had done, and prepared an elixir that he poured down the young man's throat. It was the elixir that gave Adair away, for the potion burned and stung, and he couldn't help but choke on it. "I hope you have learned the lesson, so at least some good may come from your deceit," the physic growled as he stumped around the desk. "And the lesson is that you can never escape from me. I can find you no matter where you go. No journey would be far enough, no hiding spot deep enough to elude me. The next time you try to cheat me out of the service I have paid for or steal any of my things, this little episode will seem like the lightest of punishments. If I so much as sense you are being disloyal, I will chain you to the walls of this keep, and you will never again see the light of day. Do you understand?" The old man wasn't disturbed in the least by the hateful look Adair gave him. Within a few weeks, Adair was able to rise from bed and hobble around the room with the use of a walking stick. As his ribs creaked with pain every time he lifted his arms, he was still worthless to Marguerite, but he could again assist the physic in the evening. However, all conversation between them ceased. The old man barked his orders, and Adair slinked from his sight as soon as he had fulfilled them. After a couple of months, with regular doses of the burning elixir, Adair had healed considerably, to the point where he could fetch water and chop wood. He could run, though not for long, and was sure he would be able to ride if the chance arose. Sometimes, when he gathered herbs in the woods and strayed to the edge of the hill, he'd look over the valley and think about trying to escape again. He wished fiercely to be free of the old man, and yet a sickening feeling came over Adair at the prospect of punishment, and with near-suicidal thoughts, he would turn back to the keep. "Tomorrow, you are to go to the village and find a young girl child. She must be a virgin. You are not to ask anyone for information or draw attention to yourself in any way. Just find this child, return, and tell me where she lives." Panic clawed at Adair's throat. "How am I to know if a child is unspoiled? Am I to examine?" "Obviously, you must find one who is very young. As for any examination, you will leave that to me," he said chillingly. The old man gave no explanation, and by then Adair needed none. He knew any order from the physic was surely a diabolical request, and yet Adair was not in a position to refuse. Usually, he viewed trips to the village as rare treats, when he got to be around the familiar bustle of family life, even if not his own family. But this trip portended no good. In the village, Adair lingered near the houses as inconspicuously as he could to spy on the villagers. But the village was small, and he was not unknown to them. As soon as he found some children playing or attending to chores, the parents would usher their children away or threaten Adair with menacing stares. Afraid of the physic's reaction to his failure, he took an unfamiliar path on his way back to the keep, hoping it might bring him luck. The trail took him to a clearing, where, to his surprise, a number of wagons stood. Wagons not dissimilar to the one his own family had lived in. A troop of Roma had come to the village, and Adair's heart swelled with the hope that his family had come looking for him. As he searched through the itinerant workers, he soon realized that he recognized not one member of this group. There were children of every age, however, red-cheeked boys and sweet-faced girls, and because he was of the same descent, he could move freely among them, though he was obviously unknown. Could he do such a terrible thing, he asked himself, heart pounding as he cast about, glancing from face to face. He was about to flee, overcome with self-hatred. How could he choose which one was to be delivered into the hands of that monster? When he ran abruptly into a child, a little girl who reminded him so much of his own Katerina. The same creamy white skin, the same piercing dark eyes, the same winsome smile. It was as though fate had made the decision for him. The physic was delighted with the news and instructed Adair to go to the Roma encampment that evening when all were asleep and bring the girl back to him. "It is fitting, is it not?" the old man cackled, perhaps thinking it would make Adair feel better for what he was about to do. "Your people cast you out, gave you away without a second thought. Now is your chance for revenge." Instead of persuading Adair that it was within his rights to steal the child, it only made him bristle. "Why do you require this girl? What will you do with her?" "It is not your place to think, only to obey," the old man growled. "You have just started to heal, haven't you? It would be a shame to break your bones all over again." Adair thought to beg God to intervene, but at that moment, prayers were useless. Adair had every reason to believe that he and the girl were doomed and that nothing would save either of them. So late that evening, he went back to the encampment. He went from wagon to wagon, peering through windows or through the tops of open Dutch doors until he found the girl curled up like a kitten on a blanket. Holding his breath, he pushed back the door and scooped up the sleeping child, half wishing she would cry out and alert the mother and father, even if it meant he would be caught. But the child slept in his arms as though bewitched. Adair heard nothing behind him as he ran off, No footsteps, no telltale noise of any kind coming from the parents' wagon. No cry of trespass from the encampment. The child grew restless and began to fuss, and Adair didn't know what to do except hold her closer to his wildly beating heart in hopes that it would calm her. As much as he wished for the courage to disobey the old man's ominous orders, Adair crashed through the woods, crying the entire way. However, as he approached the keep, a desperate courage came to him. He simply could not fulfill the physic's wishes, no matter what it meant for his own safety. His feet slowed of their own accord, and within steps he had turned around. By the time he reached the edge of the clearing, the girl was awake, though trustingly quiet. He set her on her feet and knelt next to her. "Go back to your parents. Tell them they must leave this village immediately. There is great evil here, and it will bring tragedy if they do not heed this warning," he said to the girl. The girl reached up to his face and touched his tears. "Who should I tell them has given them this message?" "My name is not important," he said, knowing that even if the Roma had his name and came for him, looking to exact punishment for stealing into their encampment and kidnapping a child, it wouldn't matter. He would be dead by then. Adair remained kneeling in the grass as he watched the girl run toward the wagons. He wished he could run too, run toward the open forest and keep running, but he knew that it would do no good. He might as well return to the keep and accept his punishment. When Adair pushed back the door to the keep, the old man was sitting at his desk. The slight eagerness on the physic's face gave way quickly to the familiar expression of scorn and displeasure when he saw that Adair was alone. The physic drew himself up, suddenly very tall like a towering tree. "You failed me, I see. I can't say I'm surprised. I may be a slave to you, but you can't make me a murderer. I will not do it." "You're still weak. Fatally weak. Cowardly. I need you to be stronger. If I thought you were incapable of this, I would kill you tonight. But I am not convinced, not yet. So I will not kill you this evening, merely punish you." The physic struck his servant so hard that he fell to the floor and blacked out. When Adair came to, he realized the old man had lifted his head and was shoving a goblet to Adair's mouth. "Drink this." "What is it? Poison? Is this how you will kill me?" "I said I would not kill you tonight. That doesn't mean I do not have other plans. Drink this," he said, eyes glinting ruthlessly. "Drink this and you will feel no pain." Adair would have welcomed poison at that point, so he gulped the contents the physic fed into his mouth. A strange feeling overtook Adair quickly, not unlike the dizzy stupor brought on by the old man's healing elixirs. It started with a tingling in his limbs, then quickly overtook him. Unable to control his muscles, Adair fell slack, eyelids drooping like a victim of palsy. His breathing labored. By the time the tingling had reached the base of his skull, a numbing buzz foretold that something supernatural was about to take over. The old man stood in front of his servant, appraising him in a cold, unsettling way. Adair felt himself be lifted and carried, felt his weight drop with every step. Down, down the stairs to the cellar where he had never been, the old man's chamber. And the realization filled Adair with cold panic. It was dank and airless, a true dungeon, and filthy. Vermin crawled busily in the corners. The old man dropped the young man on a bed, a stinking old mattress of mildewed down. Adair wanted to crawl away, but was trapped in a body that would not respond. Unmoved, the old man climbed on the bed and began undressing his captive, pulling the tunic over his head, loosening the belt at his waist. "Tonight, you will cross the last threshold of your reserve. From tonight, there will be nothing I cannot make you do." He pushed the young man's breeches down and reached for the thin linen covering his groin. Again, Adair closed his eyes as the physic searched with his fingers, digging through the pubic hair. Adair fought not to be aroused as the old man manipulated his penis. After what seemed a very long time, the old man released his plaything, but let his hands travel up to Adair's face. His fingers pressed against Adair's cheekbones, then in the valley under his eyes. The young man fought as best he could in this narcotic state against this horrific trespass. "Now, foolish boy, I'll smother you if you do not obey me. You have to breathe, do you not?" He closed a hand over Adair's nose, cutting off all air. Adair held out as long as he could, wondering in a disoriented state if he would die or black out. But in the end, reflex took over and he gasped for air. Once his mouth was open, the old man forced himself past his captive's slackened jaw. Mercifully, the drug began to pull the shade of incoherency over Adair's horror and humiliation, and the last thing he would recall was the old man saying that he knew about the trysts with Marguerite, and that they would stop. He would not have Adair expending his energy and wasting his seed on another. Chapter 22. In the morning, Adair awoke on the upper floor on his skimpy pallet of straw, his clothes in disarray. Racked with nausea and traces of the narcotic, he recalled the old man's warning, but had no idea if other liberties had been taken. He was seized with the urge to rush downstairs and stab the old man to death in his bed, the idea flaming up in his mind for a dazzling second. He knew something mysterious and supernatural was afoot, however. The old man's strength and powers were beyond reasonable expectation, and he would be powerful enough not to let himself be killed in his own lair. He spent the day trying to summon the courage to flee, but a familiar fear chained Adair to the spot, the cold ache in his knitted bones a reminder of the price of disobedience. So when the sun had traveled across the sky, and darkness began to settle in, Adair sat in a corner, gaze fixed on the top of the staircase. The old man wasn't surprised to find his servant still there. A sly smile crossed his face, but he didn't try to approach Adair. He went about his business as before, retrieving his cloak from the peg. "I'm going to the castle tonight for a special function. If you know what is good for you, you will be here when I return." When he left, Adair collapsed by the fire, wishing he had the courage to throw himself into it. Life continued like this for countless months. The beatings became routine, though the old man didn't use the poker again. Adair quickly saw that there were no reasons behind the beatings. He was so docile that there could be no excuse for them. The beatings merely served to keep him obedient, and so there would never be an end to them. The molestations continued, unevenly. The physic had Marguerite drug Adair's food or drink to facilitate these sessions, until the young man became wise to this tactic and refused to eat. Then the old man would beat him and force him to swallow debilitating narcotics until he was in a helpless state. The physic's decadence accelerated. Perhaps he'd opened some sort of floodgate. Now that he'd indulged in these immoral acts, there was no stopping him. Or maybe this was how the old man had always been. Adair wondered if the old man had killed his last servant and had sought out Adair to start over again. The Count began to send a maid occasionally for the old man's enjoyment. Some unfortunate young woman, captured by the Count's men during their raids into the Hungarian countryside. The young woman would be taken to the physic's chambers and chained to his bed. The maid's cries would waft upstairs during the day, haunting Adair, punishing him for not going down to the physic's lair to help her escape. Occasionally, after the old man had left on his nightly wanderings, Marguerite would send Adair below with food for the poor prisoner. He remembered the first time, creeping reluctantly into the chamber to see the poor woman, naked under the bedding, shivering in shock and fear, and unable to acknowledge his presence. This first one didn't beg the young man to release her. Paralytic with fear, she didn't move toward the food. Adair was ashamed to find he was aroused, staring at her feminine form under the blanket, her flat stomach rising and falling with each terrified breath. His sympathy for her plight and his own horrible memories of what had happened to him in this bed were not enough to keep him from filling with lust. He didn't dare force himself on her, as she was the old man's property, and so, shaking with desire, left her untouched and retreated upstairs. The maidens usually died within 3 days, and the old man made Adair dispose of them, retrieving their cold bodies from the bed and carrying them into the woods. They would lie on the ground like toppled statues as he dug their graves, sprinkled them with lime, covered them over with dark earth. The first maiden's death filled him with shame, self-hatred, and despair, so much so that he couldn't look at her as she waited for her anonymous grave. But after the first one, and the third, and the fourth, Adair found that something had changed within him, and his yearning, which he knew to be abominable, outstripped his fear of trespass into the profane. His hands trembled as he surrendered to the desire to touch their breasts, now hard and inhuman, or run his hands over their curving bodies. Each time he lowered one of them into the ground, he brushed against the torso and thrilled at the stiffening in his body. But he never went further, never committed an act he found more repulsive than fascinating, and so the bodies were spared further molestation. Several years passed like this. The beatings and rapes dwindled, perhaps because Adair had grown bigger and stronger and gave the old man pause, or perhaps because he was no longer a boy. He didn't appeal to the physic. After one particularly brutal winter, the old man announced they were traveling to Romania to visit his estate. Word was sent ahead to the vassal who ran the property, so the accounts could be put in order and everything made ready for the physic's review. Leave was secured from the count, and a second horse was purchased for Adair to ride on the journey. When it was time to go, only a few provisions were packed, some clothing, and 2 small locked trunks. They departed after the sun had set, riding eastward into the night. At the end of 7 nights of travel, they were deep in Romanian territory, having traveled through a pass in the foothills of the Carpathian Mountains to get to the old man's estate. "Our journey is over," the physic told Adair, nodding toward a light glowing faintly from a castle in the distance. The castle had high turrets at each corner, the forbidding shape sharply visible in the moonlight. The last stretch took them through fertile fields, vineyards clinging to the mountainside, cattle sleeping in the fields. The huge gates were thrown open as the pair approached, and a coterie of servants waited in the courtyard, torches held overhead. An older man stood at the head of the group, holding a fur robe that he wrapped around the physic's shoulders as soon as he dismounted. "I trust your lordship had a safe journey," he said, with the solicitousness of a priest, following the physic up the broad stone steps. "I am here, am I not?" the old man snapped. Adair drank in details of the estate as they made their way inside. The castle was massive, old but well tended. Adair saw that the servants wore the same look of terror he fancied he did. One servant took his arm and led him to the kitchen, where Adair was given a meal of fancy roast meats and fowl, and afterward was taken to a small chamber. He sank into a real feather bed that night, nestled under a fur-edged blanket. Adair came to love this time away, living more grandly than he ever imagined possible for anyone, let alone a peasant boy. Freed from the regime of life in the keep, he spent most days roaming the castle, as the physic was immersed in the running of the property and lost interest in Adair's whereabouts. The overseer, Laktu, took a liking to Adair. He was a kind man, and seemed to recognize the unspoken burden the physic's servant carried. Because Laktu also spoke Hungarian, Adair was able to have a real conversation for the first time in all the years he'd worked for the physic. Laktu had come from a line of servants who had been in the physic's employ for generations. He explained that he didn't find it strange that the physic was away most of the time. The lords of this property had been absentee landowners for generations, traditionally taking up service to the Romanian king instead. In Laktu's experience, the physic returned only every 7 years or so to tend to important matters. Through the overseer, Adair gained entrance to all the special chambers in the castle. He got to see the room that held the old man's ceremonial robes, packed away in chests, and the buttery, filled with stocks of all the foods made on the estate. The most eye-popping, however, was the treasure room, filled with the Chelroe family's share of conquest. Crowns and scepters, gem-studded adornments, coins of strange mint. The sight of so much property and so many possessions put Adair in mind of the written alchemic recipes. The gigantic castle in the faraway land was such a waste. It was criminal to have such treasure and not put it to good use. Weeks passed, with Adair rarely seeing the Physic, though one night the Physic sent word for Adair to attend a ceremony in the Great Hall. The young man watched as the Physic signed declarations that would have a binding effect on everyone who lived on the estate. Next to the old man's right hand stood a heavy seal. Laktu brought out each proclamation, read it aloud, and then laid the sheet before the Physic for his signature. Then the overseer would drip scarlet wax below the Physic's scrawl, into which the old man would press the seal with the family crest, a dragon wielding a sword. Later, Laktu explained to Adair that it was the seal that conveyed the Chelroe rule of law. Because the lords often died while away from the property, and without their heirs properly introduced to the Romanian authorities, or even the overseer, signatures were meaningless. Whoever held the seal was recognized as lord of the estate. Weeks turned into months. Adair would have been happy never to return to Hungary. He enjoyed the dual benefit of being treated like a favored son while escaping the Physic's attentions. In his free time, he practiced swordplay with the guards or rode through the hamlets. He discussed what he saw with the overseer, deepening his understanding of the property and its many aspects, such as the cultivation of crops, the production of wine, the care of livestock. Adair believed Laktu came to hold him in regard, but the young man didn't dare share any details of life back in the keep. He returned Laktu's affection tenfold, but greatly feared what the overseer would think of him if he knew what he had suffered, or that he helped the old man in his practice of the dark arts. He longed to tell Laktu of their master's evil nature, but couldn't think of a way to do so without implicating himself, and he was loath to lose the overseer's affection. One night, late in the season, Adair was woken by a presence in his bedchamber. He knew as he lit a candle that he wasn't alone, but nonetheless was startled to find the Physic standing at the foot of the bed. His heart pounded at the memory of the horrors the man was capable of. "Master, you surprised me. Are you in need of my services?" "I have not seen you in so long, Adair. I wanted to look upon you. But I swear, I would almost not recognize you," he said in his brittle rasp. "Life here has agreed with you. You've grown. You're taller and stronger." There was a look, a flash of the old temptation in the Physic's eyes that Adair didn't wish to see. "I've learned much in my time here," Adair said, wanting to show the Physic that he hadn't been idle while out of the old man's gaze. "Your estate is magnificent. I do not understand how you can bear to be away from it." "Life here is too quiet for my tastes. I think you would find it so yourself in time. But that is why I have come tonight, to tell you that we will not stay much longer. Summer is fast approaching, and I am needed back in Hungary." The old man's words alarmed Adair. He'd known this time would end, but somehow had deluded himself into believing that it would go on forever. Adair tried to keep the panic from showing on his face. In the meantime, the old man glided to his servant's bedside, searching his features. He reached over and drew the blanket away, exposing Adair's chest and abdomen. Adair steeled himself for the touch, but it did not come. Instead, the old man looked at the young man, his hunger palpable, but he seemed content with just the sight of Adair's body. Or maybe Adair's maturity gave him pause, for after a long minute he turned and left the room. Chapter 23. Upon returning to the Physic's keep, Adair expected that life would continue as it had before, but that proved to be impossible. Too much had happened to him. He was controlled by a notion that he could not expunge from his head, especially during the daylight hours when the Physic wasn't around to dominate his thoughts. Adair could not forget what he'd seen at the old man's estate. The massive stronghold itself, the bountiful fields, the treasure, the servants, the serfs. The only part missing was a liege, and all that stood in his way were two simple things: the seal, now hidden somewhere in the keep, and the old man's death. The seal could be found with a little persistence. Killing the old man was another matter. Adair had thought about it many times during his years of imprisonment, turned it over in his mind, and tinkered with each detail, but dismissed it in the end as a mad dream. Every time the old man had laid a hand on Adair, either in anger or lust, the servant had smothered his humiliation by vowing that one day he'd make the physic pay. But it was the memory of that brutal attack with the poker and the months of agonizing recovery that had kept Adair from acting. Years had passed since that beating, however, and Adair had grown considerably. The physic was no longer quick to raise his hand, and while he continued to look at Adair with desire, his approaches were few and calculated, and Adair's hatred of the old man had been with him for so long it was as natural as breathing. His thoughts had grown more precise, the need for revenge more ferocious and undeniable. He hadn't realized how completely he had changed until one evening as he buried another dead wench. He looked on her lovely body and realized that this last taboo had fallen away. He could easily assault that empty form, but what he really wanted was to ravish the lifeless body of the physic before burying him in the wet ground. And what's more, he would be glad for having done it. He felt no fear and no revulsion. He had forsaken the last shred of his humanity. All reserve had been stripped away, layer by layer, like an animal skinned by a hunter. He had become a ready match for the old man, and the thought made Adair happy for the first time in years. The first step was to secure assistance. Adair needed allies, villagers who already hated the physic, who was in league with their Romanian oppressor. Adair had to find those villagers who held a grudge against their overlord and would be willing to take their fury out on the physic, an easier target than the Count. If he could prove the physic had committed crimes against the villagers, crimes the Count could not defend, then the Count would be forced to look the other way if their vengeance took the form of murder. It was a matter of finding the right people, choosing the right trespass, and producing the necessary proof. Adair went into the village one day to look for the religious authorities, who seemed a likely choice for his purpose. In the abbey, Adair found a young monk, spared from the rigors of the field and pink all over like a newborn. The cleric seemed surprised to find the wicked physic servant standing in his doorway. But when Adair fell to the cleric's feet, begging his counsel, the young monk could hardly refuse. They sat together in the solitude of the abbey, and he listened as Adair poured out his remorse for being a servant of the village's oppressor. Adair explained that he was forced to serve against his will. Without dwelling on the circumstances, Adair went on to express repulsion for serving such a wicked and unrepentant despot. When the monk started to reassure him, hesitantly at first, but then the words coming more freely, Adair knew he'd found the ally he was looking for. As a final touch, Adair hinted at dark sins the physic and the Count had committed. The monk assured Adair that he could return at any time to further unburden himself. And so Adair did. The second time he went to see the monk, he described how he'd been sent by the physic to kidnap a child. The monk's face grew pale, and he drew back as though confronted with a viper. When Adair described the location of the gypsy wagons, the monk confirmed that the gypsies had fled without an explanation. "I assume he intended to use the child for one of his fiendish potions, but to what effect, for what cause, I cannot say. It must be the devil's work, mustn't it? To require a human sacrifice?" Adair asked in an incredulous voice, making himself sound as innocent and repentant as he could muster. At that point, the monk begged him to stop, not wanting to believe what he was being told. "I swear it's true," Adair said, dropping to his knees. "I can bring proof. The parchment on which the spells were written, would that be proof enough?" The monk, stricken, could only nod his head. Adair knew it was a simple enough trick to smuggle the papers out of the keep during the day while the physic was asleep. But the next day, as he went to gather his evidence, his hands still trembled as he reached for them. "Don't be foolish," he chastised himself. "It's been years. Are you a man or still a frightened boy?" Tired of being haunted by fear and humiliation, he snatched up the papers with a certain ruthlessness, rolling them tightly before slipping them in his sleeve. Without a word to Marguerite, he set out for the abbey. The young monk's eyes lit up when he read the faded words written on the parchment. He apologized to Adair for doubting him as he handed the papers back and instructed Adair to return them swiftly to the keep and alert him should the physic begin planning another murderous crime. However, he needed time to work up a scheme to capture the heretic, who was, after all, an ally of their liege. Adair protested. The physic was in league with the devil and didn't deserve one more day of freedom. But the monk's resolution was tottering. He was obviously having trouble screwing up his courage for so bold a move against the Count. To shore up the monk's resolve, Adair promised to be back with more proof of witchcraft. That evening, the physic's company was agony. Adair jumped whenever the old man gave him the slightest look askance, sure the physic could sense that Adair had touched his precious parchments. While the old man searched through his papers for the spell he needed, Adair fidgeted, certain that the physic would find something amiss: a bent corner, a smudge, the smell of burning lavender and incense from the abbey. But the old man continued calmly about his work. Shortly after midnight, the old man looked up from the work table. "Do you still wish to read, boy?" he asked, pleasantly enough. It seemed strange to Adair that the old man would bring this up so suddenly. Still, if Adair gave any other response, the old man would know something was wrong. "Yes, of course." "I suppose tonight is as good as any to begin. Come over here, and I will teach you some of the letters on this page." The physic crooked a finger at him. Chest squeezing, Adair rose from the floor and walked to the old man. The physic eyed the small space left between them. "Closer, boy. You will not be able to see the paper from there." He pointed to the spot next to him on the floor. Sweat broke out across Adair's brow as he sidled closer. No sooner had he slid next to the old man and bowed toward the paper than the old man reached up and grasped Adair's throat with an iron claw. He couldn't breathe as the fist closed around his windpipe. "Tonight will be a very important night for you, Adair, my fine boy. Very important," he crooned, rising from his seat, lifting the young man into the air by the throat. "I did not think I would keep you in my employ this long. I had planned to kill you long ago, but despite your one serious offense, you have grown on me. You've always had a certain savage beauty, but you have also been more loyal than I thought possible. Yes, you've done better than I would have guessed from that first night I saw you. And so I've decided to keep you as a servant. Forever!" He slammed Adair into the stone wall as though he were a rag doll, Adair's head cracking against the rocks. The strength left his body. The old man lifted him, carrying him down the stairs again to the privacy of the subterranean chamber. Adair fluttered in and out of consciousness as he lay on the bed, aware of the old man's hands on his face. "I have a precious gift to give you, my rebellious peasant boy. Did you think I could not see it in your eyes? But of course I could." Adair panicked at the old man's words, worried that the physic could read his mind and knew of the pact with the monk. "But once you have received this gift, you will be unable to refuse me anything ever again. This gift will bind us together, you will see." The old man drew very close, studying his servant in a terrifying way. It was then that Adair noticed an amulet hanging from a leather cord on the physic's neck. The old man wrapped his hand around the amulet and snapped the cord, protecting the amulet with his two hands from Adair's view. But Adair had gotten a glimpse of it in the meager candlelight. It was a tiny silver vial, detailed with the minutest fretwork and its own miniature lid. Somehow, with his withered fingertips, the physic managed to pull off the lid, revealing a long needle that served as a slender stopper. A viscous copper-colored fluid clung to the needle, forming a fat droplet on the tip. "Open your unworthy mouth," the physic ordered, holding the stopper over Adair's lips. "You are about to receive a precious gift. Most men would kill for this gift, or would pay fast sums, and here I am about to waste it on a clod like you. Do as I tell you, you ungrateful dog, before I change my mind." He needn't have struggled. The needle was slight enough to force over Adair's lips, and he jabbed the needle into Adair's tongue. It was more the shock than the pain that made Adair thrash against the physic, the shock of a strange numbness taking over his body. It froze the young man's heart in terror, and with the instantaneous appreciation that he was in the grasp of something demonic. As pressure dropped in his body, his heart began to beat more and more rapidly, desperate to push the dwindling supply of blood to his starving limbs, his brain, his heart. All the while the old man pressed down on him, heavy as stone, mumbling unintelligibly and certainly in the devil's tongue as he performed another strange act on him, this time with needles and ink. Adair tried to throw off the old man, but could not budge him, and within a minute no longer had the strength to try. His lungs collapsing, he could no longer draw breath. Convulsing, choking, bucking against the bedding in the throes of death and bluing cold, Adair felt as though he were being buried alive, locked inside a body that was spiraling downward, failing. A fierce will inside Adair resisted death. If he died, the old man would never be punished, and more than anything else, Adair wanted to see that day. The physic studied Adair's face in the throes of death. "So strong. You have a strong will to survive. That is good. Glower with hatred for me. That is what I expect, Adair. Your body will go through the final stages of dying. That will hold your attention for a while. Lie still." When Adair's body could not save itself, it began dying. It started to stiffen, trapping Adair's consciousness inside. As he lay there, the physic spoke of how he'd been drawn into alchemy. He didn't expect Adair, a peasant, to understand the allure of science, how his training as a physic had opened the door. But beyond alchemy, he had joined the few, the most astute, who moved beyond the secrets of the natural world to the supernatural world. Changing base metals to gold was an allegory. Did Adair understand? The true seers sought not to change materials of the earth into finer things, but to change the nature of man himself. Through mental purification and applying himself solely to the knowledge of alchemy, the physic had moved into the ranks of the most knowledgeable, the most powerful men on earth. "I can command water, fire, earth, and wind. You've seen as much. You know it's true," he boasted. "I can make men invisible. I have the strength of my youth." That has surprised you, hasn't it? Actually, I am stronger than I used to be. Sometimes I feel as strong as 20 men. And I have command over time, too. The gift I've given you." His face broke into a hideous display of superiority and self-satisfaction. "Is immortality. You, my near-perfect servant, will never leave my employ, will never fail me, will never die." Adair heard the words as he was dying and hoped he'd misunderstood. To serve the physic forever? He begged for death to take him away. In his panic, he blocked out the rest of what the physic was telling him. But it didn't matter. There was a last thread he heard as the blackness swallowed him up. The physic was saying there was only one way to escape from eternity. There was only one way to be killed, and that was by the hand of the one who had transformed him. By his maker, the physic. Chapter 24. When Adair awoke, he found he was still in the physic's bed, the old man lying close in a death-like slumber. Adair sat up, feeling peculiar. It was as if everything had changed in his sleep, but he couldn't say precisely how. Some changes were evident. Vision, for instance. He could see in the dark. He saw rats milling about in the corners of the room, climbing over one another as they ran the length of the wall. He could hear every single sound as though he were right beside the source of the noise, each sound separate and distinct. Smell was the most overpowering of all, though. Odors clamored for his attention, most of all something sweet and rich, with a hint of copper on the air. He couldn't identify it, no matter how it teased him, Within a few minutes, the physic stirred, then bolted awake. He noticed Adair was in a stupor and laughed. Part of the gift, you see. Wonderful, isn't it? You have the senses of an animal. What is that smell? I smell it everywhere. Adair looked at his hands, the bedding. It is blood. The rats, they are fat with it, and they are all around you. Marguerite, sleeping above. You can also smell minerals in the rocks, in the walls surrounding you. The sweet dirt, the clear water. Everything is better, cleaner. It is the gift. It elevates you above men. Adair dropped to his knees on the floor. And what about you? Are you also like me? Is that where you got your powers? Can you see everything? The old man smiled mysteriously. Am I the same as you? No, Adair, I have not put myself through the transformation that you have gone through. Why not? Don't you wish to live forever? He shook his head as though he was talking to a fool. It's not as simple as granting a wish. It might be beyond your comprehension. In any case, I am an old man, and suffer the indignities of age. I would not wish to live through eternity in this form. If that is the case, then how do you propose to keep me now, old man? Now that you've made me strong, there will be no more beatings. God knows there will be no more violations. How can you hope to keep me in your company? The old man walked to the staircase, looking archly over his shoulder. Nothing has changed between us, Adair. Do you think I would have given you the sort of power that would set you free? I am still stronger. I can extinguish your life like the flame of a candle. I am the only vehicle of your undoing. Remember that. The physic disappeared in the gloom. Adair remained on his knees, shaking, not knowing at that moment if he believed what the old man had told him, if he believed the strange power that surged through his limbs. He looked at the spot on his arm where he'd seen the physic at work with needles and ink, thinking he might have dreamed it. But no, there was a curious design there, of two circles dancing around each other. The design had a strange familiarity to it, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen it. Maybe the physic was right. Perhaps Adair was too stupid to grasp something this complex. But eternal life, it was the last thing he cared about at the moment. He didn't care if he lived or died. All he wanted was to convince the monk to carry out his plan, and it didn't matter if he perished in the bargain. Adair found the monk praying by candlelight in the chapel. Standing in the doorway, he wondered if his seemingly supernatural condition would bar him from entering a sanctified place. If he tried to cross the threshold, would he be thrown back by angels and denied entry? After taking a deep breath, he slipped over the oak threshold with no ill effects. Apparently, God had no domain over whatever creature he'd become. The monk saw Adair and rushed over, taking his arm and hurrying him to a dark corner. "Come away from the doors, where we might be seen together," he said. "What's the matter? You seem agitated." "I am. I've learned something even more terrifying than what I have told you already. Something about the physic that I didn't know until last night." Adair wondered if he was playing with fire. Still, he was convinced that he was clever enough to take down the physic without incriminating himself. Worse than being a worshipper of Satan? He is not human. He is now one of Satan's creatures. He revealed himself to me in all his evil. You have been trained by the church. You know of things not of this world, wicked creatures, unleashed on poor mortals for Satan's amusement and our torment. What is the worst you can imagine, friar? To his relief, Adair didn't see skepticism in the monk's round face. The cleric had gone pale and held his breath in fear, recalling, perhaps, the terrible stories he'd heard over the years, the unexplained deaths, the disappeared children. He has made himself a demon, friar. You cannot think what it is like to have such evil up close at your throat, the stink of hell on his breath, the strength of Lucifer in his hands. A demon? I've heard of demons who walk among men. that they take many forms, but never has anyone confronted one and lived to speak of it." The monk's eyes bulged in his pale face, and he drew away from Adair. "And yet here you are, alive. By what miracle?" "He said he wasn't ready to take me. He said he still needed me as a servant, the same as with Marguerite. He warned me not to flee, that there would be severe penalties if I tried to escape. Now that I knew..." Adair didn't have to pretend to flinch. "The devil! Yes, he may be the very devil himself. We must get you and Marguerite out of that house this instant. Your souls are in jeopardy, to say nothing of your lives. We can't risk it, not before a plan is in place. Marguerite is safe enough. I have never seen him raise a hand to her. As for me, there is little more he could do to me that he hasn't already done." The monk drew in a breath. "My son, he can take your life." "I would be one among many." "You would risk your life to rid this village of such a fiend?" he asked. Adair flushed with hatred. "Gladly." Tears welled in the cleric's eyes. "Very well then, son. We will proceed. I will speak to the villagers, discreetly, I assure you, and see which can be counted on to move against the physic." He rose to escort Adair to the door. "Keep watch on this building. When we are ready to act, I will tie a white cloth to the lantern post. Be patient until then, and be strong." A week passed, then 2. At times, Adair wondered if the monk had lost heart and fled the village, too cowardly to stand up to the physic. Adair spent as much time as he could searching the keep for the seal the old man had used to authorize documents back at his estate. After the ceremony at the physic's castle, it seemed to have vanished, though Adair knew the physic would not risk storing it where he wouldn't be able to get his hands on it when needed. At night, once Marguerite had gone to sleep, and the old man had slipped out on his nightly excursions, Adair went through every box, basket, and trunk, but did not find the heavy gold stamp. Just as Adair was afraid he'd not be able to contain his impatience any longer, the night came when the white cloth fluttered from the church's lantern post. The cleric stood in the entrance to the abbey. He'd suffered since Adair had last seen him, and was feckless no more. His cheeks, once full as a squirrel's, were now hollow. His eyes, guileless and clear the first time he and Adair had met, were clouded and sorrowful because of the knowledge he now possessed. "I have spoken to the men in the village, and they are with us," the cleric said, as he took Adair's arm conspiratorially and drew him into the shadows of the vestibule. Adair tried to hide his glee. "What is your plan?" "We will gather tomorrow at midnight and march on the keep." No, not midnight," Adair interrupted, laying a hand on the cleric's arm. "To surprise the physic, it would be best to come at high noon. As with any fiend, the physic is active at night and sleeps during the day. Approach the keep by daylight for your best chance." The cleric nodded, though the news seemed to trouble him. "Yes, I see. But what of the Count's patrol? Do we not risk being discovered in the light of day?" "The patrol never comes out to the keep. Unless an alarm is sounded, you have nothing to fear from the Count's guards." This wasn't strictly true. The guards had visited the keep during the day several times, but for one reason only: to deliver a wench for the old man. Such deliveries were infrequent, however. The Count had not sent a maid for some time, so the chance was greater, but Adair figured the odds were still against it, and the risk was not worth mentioning to the monk, who might use it as an excuse not to proceed. Yes, the monk nodded, eyes glazed. "He is slipping away from me," Adair thought. "And what do you propose to do with the old man when you have captured him?" The cleric looked stricken. "It is not up to me to determine the man's future." "Yes, Father. It should be your duty as God's representative. Remember what the Lord says about witches. You shall not suffer them to live." He squeezed the man's arm firmly as he spoke, as though pushing courage along the man's veins. After a long moment, the cleric cast his eyes down. "The crowd. I cannot vouchsafe that I will be able to control the crowd's anger. After all, there is much hatred of the old physic," he said, his voice stiff with resignation. "That is right," Adair nodded, coaxing. "You cannot be responsible for what happens. It is God's will." He had to stifle the wild laughter that bubbled up within him. The hated old man would finally get his due. It might be beyond Adair's power alone to vanquish a man with the devil on his side, but surely the physic wouldn't be able to fend off half the village. "I'll need another day to inform the men of the change in plans. That we'll go to the keep by daylight," the cleric added. Adair nodded. "The day after tomorrow, then. At noon." The cleric gulped and crossed himself. A day. Adair had a day to find the seal, or risk having it discovered by the villagers. He returned to the keep, fending off panic. Where could the object be? Adair had searched every shelf, every drawer, gone through every item of the physic's clothing, even going so far as to go through every trunk to be sure the seal hadn't been hidden among them. Failure only compounded Adair's despair, and he saw all his plans fall apart, one after the other. He would never escape the physic, never live in the distant castle, never see his family or his beloved Katerina. He might as well be dead, he figured. So complete was his frustration that he might have asked the old man to end his existence out of pity if his hatred for the physic were not so raw. The old man was at his desk when Adair returned from his secret appointment, glancing up when his manservant entered the room. "I will need to go to the village tomorrow to get feed for the horses," Adair said to the old man, and a split second later a thought, a possibility, bloomed in his mind. The old man drummed his fingers on the table. "Your errand must wait a day. I will make a poultice that you can take to trade with the quartermaster for the oats. My apologies, but due to my inattentiveness, the grain stores are depleted. There has been no feed for several days, and the grass is too sparse to satisfy the horses for much longer. It cannot wait. With your permission, I will purchase only a small amount, enough to get the horses through this week, and meet with the quartermaster next week when you have had time to make your poultice." Adair held his breath, waiting to see what the old man would do, for if he refused him, it would be hard to come up with another way, in a short amount of time, to trick him into revealing where he hid his money and valuables. The old man shook his head at his servant's incompetence, then rose and went down the staircase. Adair knew better than to follow, but listened with the attention of a hound, picking up every sound, every clue. Despite the thick timber floor, he heard digging, then the sound of something heavy being moved, the clink of coin, then the sound of movement again. Finally, the old man climbed back up the steps and threw a small deerskin pouch on the table. "Enough for the week. Make sure you get a fair bargain," he grunted in warning. When the old man left for the night, Adair flew to the cellar. The filthy floor looked undisturbed, and it was only after a careful search that Adair found the place where the old man had been working, along the wall, in a dank, mildewed spot littered with rat droppings. Dirt had been scraped away from one of the stones. Adair dropped to his knees and gripped the stone's edges by his fingertips, pulling it out of the wall. In a small recess, he could just make out a burlap bundle, which he extracted and unrolled. There was a fat money bag, and wrapped in a square of velvet, the seal of the kingdom of his dreams. Adair took it all and pushed the stone back into place. Kneeling in the dirt, he was flush with success, happy to have found the seal, happy to have won victory over his oppressor after all the injustices that had befallen him. Adair should have killed his father, rather than let him beat his mother or siblings. He should not have let himself be sold into slavery. He should have taken every chance to escape and never given up trying. He should kill the wicked count. He deserved death as an enemy of the Magyar people and a heathen in league with an emissary of Satan. He should help Marguerite escape, take her to a kindly family or a convent, find someone to care for her. The way Adair viewed the situation, it was not a matter of stealing. The physic owed Adair his kingdom, and the physic would either give it to Adair or die. On the appointed day, Adair watched the sun overhead as closely and covetously as a hawk eyes a field mouse. The cleric and his mob would be at the keep in an hour or two. The question for Adair was whether he should remain in place and bear witness to the physic's undoing. It was tempting to watch as the villagers dragged the old man from his filthy bed and into the sunlight, his face contorted with fear and surprise, to listen to his screams as they beat him to the ground, pummeled him with clubs, cut him to ribbons with scythes. To urge them on as they ransacked the keep, plundered his trunks, smashed the bottles and jars of precious ingredients to the floor, and ground the contents underfoot, and then burned the unholy fortress to the earth. Even though he was in possession of the seal, Adair could hardly go riding off to the estate without knowing for sure that the physic wouldn't come after him. But there was one good reason for disappearing before the mob arrived. What if the old man escaped death somehow? If the mob's courage failed or the old man had given himself immortal powers as well? A possibility. The physic had never said he hadn't, not outright. Adair might be implicated in the attack if he remained. There would be no denying it to the physic later if his alliance was discovered. It might be most prudent to preserve that last shadow of a doubt. He went up to Marguerite as she stood scrubbing potatoes in a bucket of water, took the potatoes from her hand, and started to lead her to the door. She resisted, earnest soul that she was, but Adair prevailed, and had her wait beside him as he saddled the old man's aging charger. He would take Marguerite to safety in town. That way, she'd not be present during the melee. That would be best. He'd come back to see the outcome for himself. The sun was fading by the time Adair retraced his way to the keep. He took his time, letting the charger meander on a loose rein down unfamiliar paths through the woods. He wasn't anxious to run into the party of villagers on their return, flush with excitement and bloodlust. Adair noticed a plume of black smoke on the horizon, but by the time he drew close to the keep it had thinned to a miasma. He urged the horse on, through the envelope of wood smoke, until he came to the familiar clearing before the stone keep. The door was missing off its bolt, and the ground in front was churned frightfully. The corral was knocked down, and the second horse was missing. Adair slid off the old charger's back and cautiously approached the open door, black and ominous as a skull, missing an eye from its socket. Inside, streaks of soot ran up the walls as though clawing for escape. The ruin was as he'd imagined it. Shards of glass and pottery underfoot everywhere, overturned cauldrons and pots and buckets, the desk broken into pieces, and all the recipes were gone, along with the old man's remains. Unless... Adair's blood ran cold instantly at the thought that perhaps the mob's courage had failed. He began to sift through the rubble, lifting furniture, searching through clothing left on the floor and the few items left from the ransacked trunks. But he found nothing of the old man, not even an ear. Surely there'd be some remains, a telltale piece of bone, a charred skull. Had the villagers been successful in bringing about his demise? Other, more frightening alternatives came to Adair. Perhaps the physic had managed to escape to the woods or hide somewhere in the keep itself. After all, if there was a small vault behind a stone in the wall, who was to say there wasn't a bigger hidden chamber? Or perhaps, more dangerous still, he had delivered himself away by means of a spell, or been spared by the Dark Master himself, moved to intervene on behalf of a faithful servant. Panic rising in his throat, Adair ran down the stairs into the old man's chamber. The scene below was even more horrific than upstairs. The air was thick still with black smoke. Apparently the main fire had been set down here, and the room was completely empty except for a smoldering bed of ash where the physic's mattress and bedstead had been. But Adair could smell death hidden deep within the smoke, and he went to the black pit of ash, crouched down, and raked his fingers through the remains. He found pieces of bone, slivers and nuggets, still hot to the touch, and finally most of the skull, with a patch of charred flesh and long wiry hair still attached in one spot. Adair stood and dusted the soot from his hands as best he could. He took his time in leaving the keep, looking one last time on the place of his 5 years of misery. It was a pity the stone walls could not have burned down, too. He kept nothing except the clothes on his back, and of course the seal and a pouch of coin in his pocket. At length he left through the gaping doorway, gathering up the charger's reins, and headed east to Romania. Adair was able to live on the Physics estate for a good many years, though ownership did not pass directly to him as he'd hoped. When he arrived at the estate alone, without the Physic, Adair presented himself to the caretaker Laktu and told him that the old man had died. The wife and son had been fabrications, Adair explained. A story to provide the Physic with privacy for the true reason for his bachelorhood, his peculiar leanings. With no heir, the Physic had left the estate to his faithful servant and companion, Adair said, and held out the seal for the caretaker to witness. The caretaker's doubts were plain on his face, and he said the claim would have to be presented to the King of Romania. If Adair was not a blood descendant of the Physic, the king had the right to decide the disposition of the property. The king's decision took years, but ultimately was not resolved in Adair's favor. He was allowed to remain on the estate and to keep the family's title, but the king took ownership of the lands. The day came when Adair was no longer able to remain. Laktu and everyone else had withered and aged with time, while Adair had remained the same as the day he'd returned to the castle. So as not to arouse suspicion, the time had come for Adair to disappear for a while, lay low, perhaps to return in a few decades' time, pretending to be his own son, golden seal in hand. He decided to go to Hungary, as his heart directed, to track down his family. Adair longed to see them, not his father, of course, whom he hated only second to the Physic. By now, his mother should be old and living with the eldest son, Petu. The rest would be grown, with children of their own. He burned to see them and to know what had happened to them. It took Adair 2 years to find his family. He started at the estate where he'd been taken from them, and painstakingly reconstructed their route based on threads and scraps of information from former neighbors or overlords. Finally, as the second winter was setting in, he stopped at Lake Balaton and rode through the village, searching for faces that were like his own. As he came to a gathering of huts on the outskirts of the village, a feeling passed over him, a feeling that someone he knew was very close. Adair dismounted, crept through darkness toward the huts, and peered through the windows. Pressing an eye to a chink in the shutters where candlelight was barely visible, he saw a few familiar faces. Though they had changed with time, had gotten rounder, wrinkled, and worn, he recognized those faces. His brothers were gathered around the fireplace, drinking wine and playing the fiddle and the balalaika. With them were women Adair didn't recognize. Their wives, he supposed, but no sign of his mother. Finally, he caught sight of Radu, grown up, barrel-chested, tall. How Adair wanted to rush into the cottage, throw his arms around Radu, and thank God he was still alive, that he'd been spared all the hell and torment Adair himself had been through. Then it struck him that Radu looked older than Adair did, that all his brothers had passed by him in time. And then he saw a woman come up to Radu and smile, and Radu slipped an arm around her shoulders and drew her tight. It was Katerina, a woman now and beautiful, and in love with Radu, the brother who looked just like Adair, except older. As he stood in the dark and cold, Adair still burned with the desire to see his family, to embrace them and speak to them, to let them know that he hadn't perished at the Physic's hands when the terrible truth settled on him in its fullness. This would be the last time he would look on them. How could he explain all that had happened to him, and what lay ahead still? Why he would never age, that he was no longer mortal like them, that he had become something he could not explain. Adair went to the front of the hut and slipped a bag of coin from his pocket, leaving it before their door. It was enough money to end their wandering. It would be hard for them to fully trust in this miracle, but in time they would accept their good fortune and thank God for his generosity and mercy. And by then, Adair would be several days to the north, losing himself in the crowds of Buda and Zentendre, learning to cope with his fate. By the end of the story, I had withdrawn from Adair's arms, the narcotic smoke's effect worn off. I didn't know if I should be in awe of him or fear. "Why did you tell me this?" I asked, recoiling from his touch. "Consider it a cautionary tale," he replied cryptically. Chapter 25. Main Border, Present Day. Luke turns off the highway and onto a shaggy dirt road, letting the engine's low torque pull the SUV along over the ruts. When they come to a bend, he parks just off the access road, but lets the engine run. Their view is clear owing to the nakedness of the winter trees, and both he and his passenger can see the U.S.-Canadian border crossing in the distance. It looks like a child's playset of a construction site, an enormous span of booths and bays clogged with trucks and cars, the air above it heavy with the fug of exhaust fumes. "That's where we're going," he says, gesturing toward the windshield. "It's huge," the girl replies. "I thought we'd be going to some backwater outpost. 2 guards and a bloodhound inspecting cars with a flashlight." "Are you sure you want to go through with this? There are other ways to get to Canada," Luke says, though he's not sure that he should encourage her to break the law any more than she already has. The look she gives Luke goes straight to his heart, like a child turning to a parent for assurance. "No, you brought me this far. I trust you to get me over the border." As they approach the checkpoint, Luke's nerves begin to falter. The traffic is light today, but still, the prospect of sitting in a queue for an hour is daunting. There must be a police bulletin out on them by now, for the murder suspect and the doctor who helped her escape. He nearly jerks out of line, but stops himself, hands shaking on the wheel. The girl glances over, nervous. "Are you okay?" "It's taking too long," he mutters, sweating despite the chilly winter air outside the car. "Everything's fine," she croons. Suddenly, a green light snaps on over a booth the next lane over, and with surprising speed, Luke cuts the steering wheel and stomps on the gas, throwing the car toward the border police benignly waving traffic in. He cuts off a car that was waiting 2 vehicles ahead in line, and the woman behind the wheel gives him the finger, but Luke doesn't care. He brakes hard in front of the border agent. "In a hurry?" the official says, disguising his interest with nonchalance as he reaches for the doctor's identification. "We normally take the next person waiting in line when we open a new lane." "Sorry," Luke says abruptly. I didn't know. Next time, okay?" He responds amicably, not even looking up as he goes over the driver's license, then Lanny's passport. The agent is middle-aged, in a dark blue uniform, his utility vest bristling with a walkie-talkie and pens and whatnot. In his hands are a clipboard and an electronic device that seems to be some kind of scanner. His partner, a younger woman, walks the perimeter of the car with a mirror on the end of a long pole, as though they expect to find a bomb strapped to the underside of the SUV. Luke watches the female guard in the side view mirror, a new round of nerves breaking over him. Then it dawns on him. If they ask for the vehicle registration, he'll be in trouble, because it's not registered in his name. "Don't you own this vehicle?" the agent will ask. "People borrow cars every day," Luke tries to tell himself. "Nothing criminal there. I'm just going to have to run this through the system to make sure it's not stolen." Don't ask for the registration, don't ask for the registration, he thinks, as though by directing this mantra at the agent, he will keep the guard from thinking of it. If Luke's name is flagged in a database somewhere, wanted for questioning, their chances for escape dwindle to nothing. This glitch makes Luke even more nervous, because he has never been in trouble. Never. Not even as a kid. and so he is ill-suited to try to trick authority figures. He is afraid of turning red and sweating and appearing too anxious and... "So you're a doctor?" the agent at the window asks, jolting Luke to attention. "Yes, a surgeon." "Stupid," he catches himself. He doesn't care about your specialty. It's his doctor's vanity rearing up, demanding attention. "Reason for traveling to Canada?" Before Luke can answer, Lanny leans forward to be seen by the border agent. "He's doing me a favor, actually. I've been staying with him, and it's time for me to go sponge off the next relative for a while. And rather than put me on a bus, he generously insisted on driving me there himself." "Oh, and where is the cousin?" the agent asks, a gentle prod hidden in the question. "Baker Lake," the girl answers casually. "Well, we're meeting him in Baker Lake. He actually lives closer to Quebec." She knew the name of a nearby town, which seems like a miracle to Luke. The doctor relaxes a little. The agent steps into the booth, and through the scratched plexiglass window, Luke watches him, hunched over a terminal, filling in a database, no doubt. It's all he can do to keep from stomping on the gas. There's nothing to stop him, no striped automated arm or strip of metal teeth waiting to puncture the tires, blocking their escape. The agent is suddenly at his window, the driver's license and passport in his extended hand. "There you go. Have a nice stay," he says, waving them along, already looking to the next car in line. Luke doesn't start breathing until the border crossing station is shrunken in the rearview mirror. "Why were you so worried?" Lanny laughs, looking over her shoulder. "It's not like we're terrorists or trying to smuggle black market cigarettes over the border. We're just nice American citizens going to Canada for lunch." No, we're not," Luke says, but he is laughing too, in relief. "Sorry, I'm not used to this cloak and dagger stuff." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I know you're not. You did great." She squeezes his hand. They stop at a motel on the outskirts of Baker Lake, a nondescript place, not part of a chain. Luke waits in the car while Lanny is in the office. He watches her chat up the older gentleman behind the counter, who moves slowly, stretching out his one chance that morning to speak to a pretty young girl. Lanny climbs back into the SUV and they drive around to a unit in back, overlooking a stretch of trees and the tail end of a neighborhood baseball field. Theirs is the only vehicle in the parking lot. Once inside the hotel room, Lanny is a blur of activity, unpacking her bag, checking out the bathroom, complaining about the quality of the towels. Luke sits on the bed, suddenly too tired to remain upright. He lies down on top of the polyester bedspread, staring up at the ceiling. His surroundings spin like a carnival ride. "What's the matter?" Lanny sits next to him on the edge of the bed, touches his forehead. "Exhaustion, I guess. On the midnight shift, I usually go to bed as soon as I get home." "Then go ahead, take a nap." She eases the doctor's shoes off without untying the laces. No, I should head back. It's only a half hour away," he protests, but doesn't move. "I have to return the car." "Nonsense. Besides, it will only arouse suspicion at the border station, turning right around and going home like that." She spreads a blanket over him, then digs around in her suitcase and pulls out a Ziploc bag filled with the most voluptuous marijuana buds Luke has ever seen. In less than a minute, she expertly rolls a generous doobie, lights it up, and takes a long, greedy hit. She closes her eyes as she exhales, and her face relaxes with satisfaction. Luke thinks that he would like to bring such a look to this woman's face sometime. Lanny holds the joint out to him. After a second's hesitation, Luke takes it, brings it to his lips. He inhales and holds the smoke, feels it spread into the lobes of his brain, feels his ears clog and stop up. Sweet Jesus, this stuff is potent. Fast. He coughs and hands the joint back to Lanny. "I haven't done that in a while. Where'd you get that stuff?" "In town. St. Andrew." Her answer both faintly alarms and surprises him. reminds him that there are other unseen worlds that exist right under his nose. He's just glad he didn't know she was holding when they crossed the border, or he would have been even more nervous. "You do this kind of thing a lot?" He nods at the joint. "Couldn't get by without it. You don't know the memories I carry around in my head. Lifetime after lifetime of things you regret doing, things you've seen other people do, stuff you can't get away from. Without this." She regards the spliff in her hand. "There are times when I've wished I could knock myself out for, say, a decade, go to sleep, make it all stop. No way to erase the bad memories. It's not doing that's so hard, it's living with what you've done. Like the man in the morgue." She presses a finger to Luke's mouth to keep him from saying another word. Time enough for that later, he imagines. In fact, she has nothing but time stretching out before her to realize the irreversible thing she has done to her true love. Not enough pot in all the world to wash that away. Hell on earth. The things he's done seem small in comparison. Still, he reaches for the joint. "I'm going back," he says, as though he has to convince her. "As soon as I take a nap, it'll be safer driving if I take a nap. But I have to get back. Things to do, waiting for me. Peter's car." "Sure," she says. When the doctor wakes, the hotel room is bathed in gray. The sun is setting, but none of the lamps has been turned on. Luke lies still, not sitting up, trying to get his bearings. For a long minute, his head is stuffed with cotton, and he can't remember where he is and why everything is unfamiliar. He's hot and sweaty from lying under the blanket and feels like a kidnapping victim rushed out of a car, blindfolded, spun around. Slowly the room comes into focus. The stranger is sitting in one of the hard wooden chairs at the table looking out the window. She sits absolutely still. "Hey," Luke says, to let her know he's awake. "Feeling better? Let me get you a glass of water." She rises from the chair and hurries through a doorway to the kitchenette. "It's only tap water. I put some in the refrigerator to get cold." "How long have I been asleep?" Luke reaches for the glass. It feels deliciously cold, and he's tempted to press it to his forehead. He's burning up. 4, 5 hours? Oh, Christ. I'd better get on the road. They'll be looking for me if they aren't already. He pushes the blanket back and sits up on the edge of the bed. "What's the rush? You said there's no one at home to wait for you," the girl replies. "Besides, you don't look well. That shit might have been too much for you. It's strong. Maybe you should lie down for a little longer." Lanny retrieves her laptop from the chipped veneer chest of drawers and walks over to him. "I downloaded these from the camera while you were asleep. I thought you would like to see him. I mean, I know you've seen him, you've seen his body, but you might be interested anyway." Luke winces at this macabre little speech, not happy to be reminded of the dead body in the morgue and its relation to Lanny, but accepts the laptop when she hands it to him. The images jump off the screen brightly in the dusky darkness of the room. It is the man in the body bag, but there is no comparison. Here he is, vividly alive, vibrant and whole. The eyes, the face animated, electrified with life. And he is so beautiful. The sight of him makes Luke strangely sad. The first picture must have been taken in a car, window down, his longish black hair swirling about his head, and his eyes crinkled as he laughs at the woman taking the picture, laughs at something Lanny has said or done. In the next picture he is in bed, the bed they must have shared at Dunratty's, his head on a white pillow. Again his hair falling over his face, lashes brushing his cheeks, the perfect blush of pink across the high ridge of his cheekbone. A glimpse of throat and the protruding knob of a collarbone are visible beneath a creamy white fold of sheet. After a minute, looking from picture to picture, it occurs to Luke that the beautiful thing about the man in the photos is not the pleasing quality of his face. It's not his handsomeness. It's something in his expression, an interplay between the delight in his eyes and the smile on his face. It's that he's happy to be with the person holding the camera and taking the pictures. A lump forms in Luke's throat and he thrusts the laptop at Lanny. He doesn't want to look anymore. "I know," the girl says, also choked up, giving in to tears. "It kills me to think he's gone. Forever gone. I feel his absence like a hole in my chest. A feeling I have carried with me for 200 years has been ripped away. I don't know how I will go on. That's why I am asking you. Please stay with me a little longer. I can't be alone. I'll go out of my mind." She puts the laptop on the floor, then reaches for Luke's hand. Hers is tiny and warm in his. The palm is damp, but Luke can't tell if the dampness is his or hers. "I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me," she says as she looks through his eyes and into him, as though she can see what is swimming inside him. I've never... no one has ever been so good to me, taken a risk like that for me." Suddenly her mouth is on his. He closes his eyes and sinks his entire being into the warm wetness of her mouth. He falls backward into the spot on the bed he had just left, her nearly insubstantial weight falling on him, and he feels a part of him tear in two. He is horrified by what he is doing, yet he's wanted to do this from the moment he first saw her. He's not going back to St. Andrew. Not yet, anyway. He's going to follow her. How can he walk away? Her need for him is like a hook planted in his chest, pulling him along effortlessly, and he cannot resist. He is diving off a cliff into black water. He can't see what's waiting below for him, but he knows there's not a force on earth that can stop him. Chapter 26. Boston, 1817. After hearing Adair's story, I withdrew to my room in fright. I crawled onto the bed and tucked my knees under my chin. I was afraid to recall the things he'd told me, and I tried to push them away. Alejandro knocked, and when there was no answer, nudged the door back so he could slip in bearing a tray of tea and biscuits. He lit several candles. "You can't sit in the dark, Lanore. It's ghoulish," and then placed a cup and saucer quietly at my elbow. But I wanted none of his hospitality. I pretended to look out the window, but in truth I could see nothing, still blinded by fury and despair. "Oh, my dear, don't be so sad. I know it's scary. I was scared when it happened to me." "But Alej, what are we?" I asked, hugging the pillow to my chest. "You are yourself, Lanore. You're not part of the magic world. You can't pass through walls like a ghost or visit God in his heaven like an angel. We sleep and wake, eat and drink, go through our day like anyone else. The only difference is that another person might ponder from time to time which day will be his last. But you and I, our days will never end. We go on bearing witness to everything around us." He said all this dispassionately, as though the endless shuffle of days had washed all the excitement out of him. When Adair explained what he'd done to me, I wanted to escape from him, even if it meant killing myself, the one thing I couldn't do. But to lose your baby on top of it, well, it is too terrible to contemplate. Poor Lanore, your sadness will pass, you know," he continued in his sing-song English, accented with Spanish. He took a sip of tea and then looked at me through steam rising from the cup. "Every day your past drifts farther and farther away, and life with Adair grows more and more familiar. You become part of this family. Then one day, you will remember something from your other life, a brother or a sister, a holiday, the house where you used to live, a toy you used to cherish. And you realize you no longer mourn its loss. It will seem like something from long ago. That's when you know the change is complete." I glanced over my shoulder at him. "How long does it take for the pain to go away?" Alejandro lifted a lump of sugar from the bowl with a tiny pair of tongs and dropped it into his tea. "It depends on how sentimental you are. Me, I am very tender-hearted. I loved my family and missed them for ages after the change. But Donna, for instance, he probably never looked back. His family had abandoned him when he was a little boy, for being a catamite, Alejandro said, dropping his voice to a whisper on the last few words, even though we were all sodomites in this house. His life was full of deprivation and uncertainty, lynchings, starvation, imprisonment. No, I don't imagine he has any regrets. I don't think my pain will ever fade. My child is gone. I want my child back. I want my life back. You can never have your child back. You know that, he said gently, stroking my arm. But why, my dear, would you want your old life back? From what you have told me, you have nothing to return to. Your family threw you out. They abandoned you in your time of need. I see nothing to regret leaving behind. Alejandro stared into me with his dark, gentle eyes, as though he could summon the answer from my heart. In times of trouble, we often want to go back to the familiar. That will go away. Well, there is one thing, I murmured. He leaned forward, eager for my confession. A friend. I miss a particular friend. Alejandro was, as he'd said, a tender soul who loved nostalgia. He squeezed his eyes shut like a cat sitting in the warmth of the sun on a windowsill, eager to drink in my story. It's always the people you miss the most. Tell me about this friend. Since I'd left St. Andrew, I tried as hard as possible not to think about Jonathan. It was beyond my ability not to think of him at all, so I allowed myself only short indulgences, such as a few minutes before falling asleep, when I'd recall the feel of his warm, flushed cheek pressed against mine, the way my spine tingled when he circled his hands around my corseted waist, claiming me for his own. It was hard enough to control my emotions when Jonathan was only a ghost on the fringes of my memory. To recall him directly was painful. I can't. I miss him too much, I told Alejandro. Alejandro leaned back. This friend means everything to you, doesn't he? He is the love of your life? He was the father of your child. Yes, I said. Alejandro waited for me to go on, his silence like a string tugging at me until I obliged. His name is Jonathan. I've been in love with him since we were children. Most people would say that he was too good to end up with me. His family owns the town where I lived. It's not big or wealthy, but everyone there depends on Jonathan's family to survive. And then there is his great beauty. I blushed. You must think me a terribly shallow person. Not at all, he said amicably. No one is immune to the sway of beauty. But truly, Lanore, how beautiful could he be? Think of Donna, for instance, so striking that he enchanted one of the greatest artists in Italy. Is he more beautiful than Donna? If you met Jonathan, you'd understand. He would make Donna look like a troll. That made Alejandro chuckle. None of us liked Donna very much. He was so vain, he was nearly intolerable. You must not let Donna hear you say that. Very well, then. What about Adair? Is he not a handsome fellow? Have you ever seen eyes like his? They are like a wolf's. Adair has a certain charm, an animal charm, I thought, though I didn't say it aloud. But there is no comparison, Alej. Believe me. But it's of no consequence. I'll never see him again. Alejandro patted my hand. Don't say that. You don't know. You may. I can't imagine going home. Not now. Isn't it as Adair said in his story? How would I explain it to them? I scoffed. There are ways. You couldn't live among them again. No, that would be out of the question. But a brief visit, if you stayed only a short while? He toyed with his lower lip, contemplative. Don't raise my hopes. It's too cruel. Tears pressed at my eyes. Please, Alejandro, I need to rest. I have a terrible headache. He pressed his fingers to my forehead briefly. No fever. Tell me, this headache, does it feel like a constant prickling in the back of your mind? I nodded. Yes. Well, my dear, you'd best get used to it. That is not a headache. That is part of the gift. You are connected to Adair now. Connected to Adair? I repeated. There is a bond between you two, and that sensation is a reminder of that bond. He leaned toward me conspiratorially. Remember how I said that you are changed only in one way, that you are not magical? Well, we are a bit magical. Just a little bit. Sometimes, I think we are like animals, you know? You must have noticed how everything seems a little brighter? How you can hear the tiniest noise? How every odor stings so sharply at your nose? That is part of the gift. The transformation makes us better. We are enhanced. You will hear a voice from a long way away and know who is coming to visit. You can detect the aroma of sealing wax and know a person has a letter hidden on them. You will cease to notice these powers in time, but to others it will seem like you are a mind reader, that you are magic. The second thing you must know is that you will no longer feel pain. It has to do with the ability not to die, I think. You will not feel the sharpness of hunger or thirst. Oh, it takes time for the reflex, the expectation that one must eat and drink to go away. But you could fast for weeks and not feel hunger gnawing at your stomach, or become weak and faint. You could be run over by a charging horse and feel little more than a slight discomfort where you might have a broken bone. But the pain will go away in minutes as the bone heals itself. It's as though you are now made of earth and wind and can repair yourself at will. His words made me shiver with recognition. And this connection to Adair, the needling in your brain, is a reminder of this power, because only he can make you like a mortal again. At his hands, and only his hands, you feel pain. But any damage he causes you to suffer will be temporary, unless he chooses otherwise. He can will anything on you: pain, disfigurement, death, by his hand and intent. Those are the words he uses in the spell. Those are the words that bind you to him. I put a hand to my abdomen. He was right about pain. The muted throbbing I'd felt in my purged womb had disappeared entirely. He must have said as much to you. Believe him. He is your god now. You live or die at his whim. And his expression softened entirely for a moment, as though a shield was being lowered briefly. You should be careful with Adair. He has given you everything a mortal could want, but only as long as you please him. He will not hesitate to take it away if you anger him. Never forget that. I quickly realized that whether I wanted it or not, I was part of this strange household now, and it would be to my benefit to figure out my place in it. My life had changed irrevocably, and I wasn't at all sure how to survive. Adair, however, had hundreds of years of experience. The others he had chosen had all stayed with him, probably for good reason. I also resolved to try to forget Jonathan. I believed I'd never see him again, despite what Alejandro had said. My old life was gone in every way. Boston was as different from St. Andrew as cream from water, and I was no longer a poor country girl with only a dreary future to look forward to. I'd lost the baby, the only thing that would have connected me to Jonathan. Better to put it behind me now, all at once. Within a few days, I saw that the house's rhythms were unlike anything I'd experienced in my Puritan hometown. First of all, no one in the household besides the servants rose before noon. Even then, the courtiers and their guests remained in their rooms until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, though you could hear low sounds behind the doors, murmurs or a shriek of laughter or the scrape of a chair leg as it was dragged across the floor. Alejandro explained that it was the European way. Evenings, the most important part of the day, were given over to socializing. Dinners, balls, gaming tables, and days were spent getting ready, to be properly appointed, with hair coiffed and the most fetching ensemble donned. They'd brought a few key servants with them from Europe, those skilled in styling hair and maintaining the wardrobes. I thought it a decadent way to live, but Alejandro assured me this was only because I was a misguided puritanical American. There was a reason the Puritans left England in search of a new world, he pointed out. Which brings me to the second strange thing about Adair's household. No one seemed to have purpose to their lives. No business concerns or finances were ever discussed in front of me. No mention of the old country. No reminiscing about past lives. As Alejandro told me, we let the dead sleep. No letters arrived. Only calling cards from members of Boston society eager to meet this mysterious European royal. The tray in the hall overflowed with invitations to parties and salons and teas. The only subject that interested Adair and his entourage, the only endeavor they undertook with any seriousness, the preoccupation that filled their days, was sex. Each member of the entourage kept a playmate, whether for the evening or for a week. It could be a Brahmin met at a soiree or a comely footman co-opted for the night. There was a stream of women parading through the mansion, too, blousy prostitutes as well as daring society daughters. No one in the household ever slept alone. Neither Alejandro nor Donatello seemed interested in me at all, and when I asked Alej if he didn't find me attractive, he laughed and told me not to be obtuse. The family was given over to seeking and experiencing pleasure. It was as simple as that. Everything about my surroundings was the antithesis of how I was raised, and eventually their lack of industry would disgust me. But at first I was seduced by luxuries I'd had no idea existed. St. Andrew had been a town of homespun linen clothing and raw pine furniture. Now I lived surrounded by finery, each new temptation better than the last. I ate food and drink I had never known existed, wore dresses and gowns made from exotic European fabrics by a professional tailor. I learned to dance and play cards, was given novels to read that would expose me to even more worlds. Adair was fond of parties, and since he was still a sensation in Boston, we went to one almost every night. He took his entourage with him everywhere, letting Alejandro, Donna, and Tilda charm the Bostonians with their continental ways, outrageous fashions from Paris and Vienna and London, and tales of decadent European aristocracy. What really stunned the Brahmins, though, was when Adair forced Uzra to accompany us. She would venture outdoors, wrapped in a swathe of burgundy cloth that covered her from head to toe. Once we had arrived among the partygoers, the wrapping would fall to the floor to reveal Uzra in one of her costumes, tight organza bodice and a skirt of veils, her eyes rimmed thickly in kohl, adornments of brass ringlets circling her bare waist, hands, and ankles. The richly colored silks were pretty but sheer. She was practically naked compared with the rest of us women in layers of petticoats and corsets and stockings. Uzra jingled softly as she walked, eyes downcast, aware that she was being ogled and leered at like a carnival animal. The women clapped hands over their mouths, now fallen open in shock. And the men? The air would become thick with the musk of their desire, frock coats hastily rearranged to cover their clumsy erections. Adair would laugh later about the propositions he received, men offering huge sums of money for an hour with his odalisque. They would part with their souls if he gave them the chance, Adair would say later, when we had decamped to our house after the party and sat around the cook's table in the kitchen next to the still warm hearth, sharing a bottle. "You could do the same," Adair said to me in private as we walked up the stairs to our bedchambers, his voice soft as velvet. "A man's desire is a powerful thing. It can reduce a strong man to nothing. When he sees a woman who fascinates him, he will give up everything for her. Remember that, Lanore. Everything." "Give up everything for me? You are mad. No man has ever given up anything for my company," I scoffed, thinking of Jonathan's inability to give himself wholly to me. Deep in self-pity, I wasn't being fair to him, I know, but I had been stung by my faithless lover and was hurting. Adair gave me a strangled look and said something I had never considered. "That is sad to hear said about any woman, but especially sad to hear said about you. Perhaps it's because you have never asked for anything in exchange for your attention. You don't know your own worth, Lanore." "My worth? I understand my worth only too well. I am a plain girl from a poor family." He took my arm and tucked it under his. "You are hardly plain. You have an appeal for certain men The type of man who values a discreet freshness and disdains a vulgar display of womanly charms. Too much breasts pouring out of a bodice, too prominent a bustle, too voluptuous. Do you understand? I didn't follow him. In my experience, men seemed bedazzled by these very parts, and the fact that I did not possess them had seemed a detriment my entire life. Your description of vulgar, womanly charm sounds an awful lot like Uzra to me, and she never fails to render any man who sees her agog. She and I are as opposite as two women can be, I said, meaning to tease Adair. There is not only one measure of beauty, Lanore. Everyone adores the red rose, and yet it is a common sort of beauty. You are like a golden rose, a rare bloom, but no less lovely, he said, meaning to flatter, but I nearly laughed out loud at his attempt. I was thin as a boy and nearly as flat-chested. My curly blonde hair was as unruly as a thistle. I could only think he was flattering me for some purpose of his own, but his sweet words were appealing all the same. So, if you trust me, let me guide you. I will teach you how to have power over ordinary men. Like Tilda, like Alej and Donna, he said, stroking my hand. Perhaps that was their purpose. Maybe that was their industry. They did seem able to make most people, most men, and they were the ones with power, to do what they wanted. And that seemed to be a good skill to have. It's not enough to be able to conquer your enemies. In order to control them, you must be able to seduce them as well. Consider me your pupil, I said, letting Adair lead me into his bedchamber. You will not regret it, he promised.